Installers are the folks you want on the job. If you or someone you know are looking for windows, doors, siding, stucco remediation, shutters, or hardware, give them a call or text them 610-431-8898, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Chapman, the name I trust. Tell them Dawn sent you.
This is an important notice to consumers facing $10,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, and other unsecured debt. If you're struggling to make monthly payments, there are special services that can significantly reduce what you pay each month by 40% or more. If you qualify, you could save hundreds of dollars each month. Most people don't know that these services are available right now to help American consumers with overwhelming credit card debt get significant savings and immediate financial relief without filing bankruptcy. Accredited Debt Relief has established a special hotline for you to call and learn what savings you may qualify for. They've helped consumers pay off over $1 billion in debt and are A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. So don't wait. Get the relief you need during these hard economic times.
For this free information, call the Accredited Debt Relief Hotline now. Call 800-216-3366. 800-216-3366. That's 800-216-3366. Program and services not available in all states.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J. Doc and Krause, brought to you by Advocacy United, this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This is an important notice to consumers facing $10,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, and other unsecured debt. If you're struggling to make monthly payments, there are special services that can significantly reduce what you pay each month by 40% or more. If you qualify, you could save hundreds of dollars each month. Most people don't know that these services are available right now to help American consumers with overwhelming credit card debt get significant savings and immediate financial relief without filing bankruptcy. Accredited Debt Relief has established a special hotline for you to call and learn what savings you may qualify for. They've helped consumers pay off over $1 billion in debt and are A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau.
I'm Tyrus.
I'm Ainsley Earhart.
I'm Trey Gowdy, and this is the Fox News Rundown.
Thursday, March 7th, 2024. I'm Dave Anthony. President Biden goes prime time tonight, delivering a State of the Union address in an election year ahead of a likely Trump rematch. But it's not supposed to be a campaign speech.
He's supposed to appear as a statesman. I mean, you've got all the pomp and circumstance of the presidency, all the power of the bully pulpit. You know, you don't degrade that through pure politicization.
And Lisa Brady. Some progressive policies are falling by the wayside in liberal areas. But is it permanent or just politics?
It's pretty amazing what an election season will do to politicians who have previously spent a lot of their political capital moving us in a direction that I think a lot of people would say has undermined policing and public safety.
And I'm Jason Chaffetz. I've got the final word on the Fox News Rundown.
Well, it's that time of year when Congress gathers for the State of the Union address, something that dates back to 1913, when President Woodrow Wilson started a new tradition, delivering the speech in person. Up till then, presidents only delivered a written report annually, as mandated by the Constitution. Last year, President Biden said,
"Under my plans, as long as I'm president, nobody earning less than $400,000 will pay an additional penny in taxes. Nobody, not one penny."
And tonight, it's expected he'll focus on his efforts to lower prescription drug costs and protect Americans' freedoms. In particular, abortion rights, a key issue for Democrats. And this year, it may feel even more like a campaign speech, with former President Trump's last Republican challenger, Nikki Haley, dropping out of the race.
It is now up to Donald Trump to earn the votes of those in our party and beyond it who did not support him. And I hope he does that.
So, President Biden goes on primetime TV tonight with a Trump rematch a near certainty.
Well, the State of the Union is always important because it is the most watched speech that the president gives.
Mark Thiessen is a Washington Post columnist, a fellow at the American Enterprise Institute, and a Fox News contributor, and he knows all about the State of the Union. He was the lead speechwriter for two of President George W. Bush's addresses.
Upwards of 20 million to 30 million people tune in and watch this speech every year, and it's a critical opportunity for Joe Biden in that he is the most unpopular president in the history of presidential polling, and is going into an election in a few months behind Donald Trump, with Americans deeply disapproving of his policies. And so he has to ask them for a reset and make a case for himself.
Now that the Trump-Biden rematch appears inevitable, Nikki Haley dropping out of the race the day before the State of the Union, does that affect this at all? I mean, the Biden campaign's been reaching out to Haley's supporters suddenly after this dropout. I mean, does he mention her tonight? What does he do?
His focus shouldn't be on Donald Trump. It shouldn't be on the Republicans. It should be on the trying to convince the American people to give him a chance for a second term. And the problem he faces is that what Biden tends to do is he tends to tell the American people that things are better than you seem to think they are. Does anyone think the State of the Union is strong? Every president says that in their State of the Union address, but I don't think, 65% of Americans think the country's headed in the wrong direction. I think 43% plurality of Americans say Biden's policies have made their lives worse. And so if you say things to the American people that don't comport with their lived reality, they just tune you out and you look ridiculous.
You said that this is the most watched speech. So maybe he could convince some of these people that they've just heard the wrong message about the economy, that if they just pay attention to his accomplishments on climate initiatives, hey, job growth's been terrific since he took over after the pandemic, that inflation's come down a lot since its spike in 2022. Do you think that that would work?
No, because people know what's going on in their own family finances. Credit card debt just topped $1 trillion for the first time in history. So if you're an American, you look at Joe Biden's inflation and you see that you went from having a savings account that was full of cash to maxing out your credit cards. And now he says, well, now inflation's, better. It's like, I'm sorry, but I'm maxed out on my Visa and my MasterCard and my Discover card in order to pay for the inflation of the last 3 years. I'm not giving you credit because finally it's slowed. And the prices, by the way, haven't come down. They've just stopped growing as fast. You have to always take into account the lived reality of the people who are listening to what you're saying. If you talk about your foreign policy successes, they see that there are wars raging in the Middle East. They see there's a war raging in Europe. They see American ships being fired on with impunity by Iranian-backed rebels and terrorist groups. They see Americans being killed in the Middle East and nothing being done about it. So, they see with their eyes what's going on in the world. You can't tell people, don't believe your lying eyes. Everything's really great. Right. Things aren't great. No one thinks the State of the Union is strong.
On that note, there are always invited guests at the State of the Union speech. The president sometimes honors them by name, and they get praised and cheered by members of Congress. Well, lawmakers also have their own guests. I want you to listen to Michael McCall, the Republican chair of the House Foreign Affairs Committee. This is what he told Fox.
Well, I'm taking the Christy Shamwan, whose daughter, Nicole G., was killed by a suicide bomber at Abbey Gate in Afghanistan. As you know, I am conducting a thorough investigation as to what happened in Afghanistan.
Now, Mark, that troop withdrawal that went so wrong in 2021 is further in the rearview mirror now. You talked about, the Gaza, and there's Ukraine. The terror attack that killed 13 American service members, I imagine the president won't even bring that up tonight, right?
He won't bring it up, but actually, Congressman McCall is right in the sense that it is the reason why he's going to lose the election. And I'll tell you why. I don't think very many voters are going to walk into the voting booth thinking about the Afghan withdrawal, but that was the moment when Joe Biden's numbers tanked. Before the Afghan withdrawal, he had been above 50% approval in every single poll. And it was only after the Abbey Gate bombing and the withdrawal from Afghanistan and all the lies he told Americans and telling Americans that it was a huge success and that no one advised him to keep troops and all the rest of this, all of a sudden his approval tanked and it never recovered. And on top of that, his numbers for the polls started showing that people thought he was incompetent. All of this started in Afghanistan.
He's our oldest president ever. Here he is addressing the nation prime time, 9 o'clock p.m. Eastern time and beyond. You have been a speechwriter. You wrote as a lead 2 of these State of the Union speeches for President George W. Bush. How would you handle that tonight? Because it's the elephant in the room, right? People are going to be watching to see, is he going to stumble? Is he going to look old? All that.
Here's the problem is that there's not really a good way you can handle it. Ronald Reagan handled the age issue by making fun of himself. He used to joke, if I've given strict orders that if there's ever a crisis, that people should wake me up, even if it's in the middle of a cabinet meeting. He said, I'm not going to make my opponent's youth and inexperience an issue in this campaign. The reason he was able to do that is because it was morning in America. Because things were going well in the country. No one would care about Joe Biden's age or his stiffened gait or whatever if the economy was humming and the border was under control and crime was under control and peace was breaking out all over the world. But it's not. The border is in chaos. The economy is not doing great, as in the estimation of most Americans. Crime is everywhere, and the world is on fire. And so that's why people are concerned about his age. And so there's nothing, speechwriters are talented, but we're not miracle workers. There's no clever line you can come up with to contextualize all that.
Now, you dealing with this speech, let's just go to how long does this take to put together?
Oh my gosh, months. Months. You start working on, our State of the Union addresses, if I recall, were a little bit sooner than this.
Yeah. Well, this is the latest State of the Union speech ever.
We would start outlining the speech after Thanksgiving. We'd present the president with an outline roughly before Christmas. And then in January, we'd start writing for January. As soon as we got back after New Year, start writing in earnest. After a few weeks, he put it through the White House staffing process, which is an opportunity for everybody to comment on it. And that's an enormous task in a State of the Union address because everybody wants to get their line.
That has to be frustrating. That has to be hard.
It is. And you sort of fend off that. Then you have meetings in the Oval Office of the president where he decides what to put in, what not to put in. He starts editing the speech. And then once you got a draft that he's happy with, you go to the family theater in the residence. They have a movie theater down on the first floor of the residence. And they set up a lectern and a teleprompter in there. And he starts practicing the speech. And those start out as editing sessions, but over time, he doesn't want any more edits. He's just practicing and memorizing and working on delivery. And, by the time the president delivers it, he's delivered it probably 20 times.
Do revisions happen up until the last day? Could they?
Every president is different. There was one State of the Union where Bill Clinton they had been working on it so late that they loaded the wrong speech into the teleprompter. For the first 10 minutes, he just ad-libbed the State of the Union. Got the right speech.
That would be really, that would not necessarily go well if that happened to President Biden tonight.
I don't think that would be a recoverable moment for him, no.
Now that we have talked about what you think the president can't do, right? About he can't tell people what they think is different. Mm-hmm. It is a campaign year. Why not there's reporting that he is going to go after former President Trump. And he's going to try to make him go crazy. He thinks that the former president's wobbly, intellectually, emotionally, and dangerous and unpopular. Maybe just make it a campaign speech and go after Trump. Can he do that?
The problem is the State of the Union address isn't a campaign speech. He's supposed to appear as a statesman. You've got all the pomp and circumstance of the presidency, all the power of the bully pulpit. You don't degrade that through pure politicization. So I'll say a perfect example is aid to Ukraine. If you're looking at it from a campaign perspective and you want to hit them for not supporting the Ukrainians, which the majority of Americans do, then you do what he did in that press conference a few weeks ago where he says Republicans in Congress need to decide, are they with freedom or are they with the Russian tyrant? Are they with the Ukrainian people or are they with Donald Trump? And you sort of attack the Republicans. That's not going to help get aid passed. If you were approaching it as a statesman who wants to get aid passed, what you do is you say the Republican Party has a long history of supporting freedom fighters around the world. Ronald Reagan stood at this rostrum, 30 years ago and called on Congress to support freedom fighters across the world who are fighting Russian expansionism. And I call on the Republican Party to live up to that great history and that great tradition when we united as a party to confront Russian expansionism. Let's do it together. This is a cause that's bigger than partisanship. This is a cause that's important for the peace of the world and the security of the American people. So it'll be very telling which approach Joe Biden takes. The news reports seem to indicate he's going to take the political approach. That would be absolutely disastrous and counterproductive, but totally in character with what this administration's incompetence is like.
Mark Thiessen, columnist at the Washington Post, fellow at the American Enterprise Institute, Fox News contributor, former speechwriter for President George W. Bush. Mark, thanks very much for joining us.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me.
I want to tell everybody that Fox News Radio will provide special coverage of the State of the Union and Republican response as well, beginning at 8:06 p.m. Eastern Time. That is tonight, March 7th, and you can check it out and listen at foxnewsradio.com.
Wake up with King and Company, mornings 6 till 10, Talk Radio 1210.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AMD called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision make it hard to see details, like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com.
Hello, America. It's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you don't have Consumer Cellular yet, now is the perfect time to switch and save. For a limited time, new customers can get wireless service for as low as $15 a month for your first year. Yep, the same exact nationwide coverage as the leading carriers for $15 a month for an entire year. What are you waiting for? Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and use code RADIO15.
See consumercellular.com/firstyear15 for promotional details.
Do you have over $10,000 in credit card debt? If you're feeling the financial impact with unprecedented economic challenges, DebtBlue is here for you. With DebtBlue's Success Guarantee, you pay nothing unless your debt is reduced or completely resolved.
I'm just living sky high right now. I'm very thankful for it, and the team at DebtBlue are phenomenal. They're able to work with you. They're great.
Call for your free debt resolution information now. 800-200-6895. 800-200-6895.
I've been asked 1,000 times, did you plan on becoming the largest injury law firm in the world? And the answer is no. When I started, there were just 2 of us. Today, Morgan & Morgan has almost 800 lawyers alone. No injury firm in the country has anywhere close to that. We set out to be focused on our clients and to have a commitment to trying cases and winning. And when you have those results at trial, you're able to settle most of your cases quickly and fairly. Reputation matters. We grew like this because we worked hard and so many former clients referred family and friends. And what I believe is the main reason is we delivered for our clients a lot. Hard work and client satisfaction was our plan. It worked. Hope is not a plan. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
A teenager is fighting for his life after being shot alongside 7 other teens after a mass shooting in Northeast Philly. Nikki Haley is no longer running for president, clearing the path for Donald Trump to win the Republican nomination. Israeli forces have killed nearly 31,000 Palestinians in the Gaza Strip. Over 72,000 are injured.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Urgent Camp Lejeune settlement message. On September 6th, the government announced it will soon begin providing fast, guaranteed settlements to Camp Lejeune Marines, families, and civilians. Awards will range between $100,000 and $550,000, with an option for higher amounts. If you or a loved one spent time at Camp Lejeune and suffered cancers of the bladder, liver, or kidneys, leukemia, non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, Parkinson's, or kidney issues, you may qualify for compensation and could be paid within 60 days after accepting your settlement, with your VA benefits fully protected. You may be entitled to a significant financial award for your Camp Lejeune claim, but you must act now. Call the James Harris Law Camp Lejeune helpline now to get the compensation you deserve. We're already fighting for thousands harmed by the water at Camp Lejeune. Call now or you may forever lose your right to be awarded a settlement between $100,000 and $550,000. For your free evaluation, call 800-217-1155. That's 800-217-1155. 800-217-1155.
Station WPHT AM, an equal opportunity employer, is dedicated to providing broad outreach regarding job vacancies at this station. We seek the help of local community organizations in referring qualified applicants to our station. Community organizations that wish to receive our vacancy information should contact Lisa Morton at WPHT AM by calling 215-234-2400. In addition, all listeners are encouraged to visit odysseyinc.com/careers for an online listing of job openings at all Odyssey radio stations.
Hey, Audubon, tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Now, a look at what's happening from the Fox News Rundown.
Good morning. It's Thursday, March 7th. This is the Fox News Rundown. President Biden set to take center stage at the U.S. Capitol tonight for his third State of the Union address. Starts at 9 p.m. Eastern. The Republican response will be delivered by Alabama Senator Katie Britt. Former President Trump announcing Wednesday he will be watching President Biden's State of the Union address and will post a live play-by-play on Truth Social. And Alabama Governor Kay Ivey signing a bill last night into law protecting IVF facilities and medical professionals from civil and criminal immunity after the state Supreme Court ruled that embryos were children. 3 IVF facilities suspended service. Ivey says it's a short-term measure so couples can grow their families through IVF. I'm Sue Guzman on the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10.
The Department of Veterans Affairs just banned the J-Day Kiss photo from all department facilities.
Imagine coming home and kissing a beautiful woman in Times Square.
This photo is not inclusive enough. It's a guy kissing a gal.
What should he have done? Asked her what her pronouns were first? Did they have pronouns in the 40s?
Can we just wave the white flag, please?
Yeah. You know what? I value exclusivity. I don't want to be bothered by any of you deranged lunatics. Leave me alone.
Start your day with Kayal and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
For over a decade, NJ Diet has helped thousands of people lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days. That's nearly twice as fast as weight loss injections and without any of those nasty side effects. NJ Diet uses your hair and saliva along with scans to personalize natural solutions and supplements to get you to shed that fat quickly. NJ Diet uses your DNA info to help you keep the weight off. So call 855-5NJ-DIET or go to njdiet.com. Get ready for spring with njdiet.com.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential. But finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
If you want jazz music, go to New Orleans. Bagels has to be New York. Skiing, Colorado, every time. And for psychics, think California Psychics. When you want the best, some places are better than others. That's why at CaliforniaPsychics.com, home of free spirits, big dreams, and open minds, we know better than anyone what makes a good psychic. In fact, 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us don't make the grade. We connect you with the very best, so we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. So whatever direction you want to take your life, you know where to start. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Click this link now to review my bank transfer. I didn't make a bank transfer. Ugh, another phishing message. Are you frustrated by these too? So much of our lives are online today. To make sure my information is protected, I checked out CISA's Secure Our World resources. They've got 4 simple ways we can stay safe online. First, learn to recognize and report phishing. Next, create a strong, unique password for each online account, and use a password manager if you can. Then turn on multi-factor authentication for extra security, and you'll receive a code when logging in. And finally, turn on automatic software updates for convenience and safety. Click here to track my delivery. Another phishing message. But now I know how to protect myself from scammers, and you can learn too. Go to CISA at CISA.gov/Secure Our World for more quick, easy tips to be safer online.
Children are the greatest joy and our best hope for a better future. Friends, they are the future. But did you know that millions of kids right here in our own backyard are facing hunger every day? Without healthy food, it's harder to grow, to thrive, to feel their best.
The impact when children don't have enough to eat is tremendous because when you're hungry and your basic needs aren't being met, you cannot learn.
Every child deserves to be fed. This is a problem we know how to solve. Food is not just food. It's energy, health, confidence, hope, and even love. Yes, love.
Breakfast in the classroom contributes to kids being more focused, which leads to higher grades, and simply just their well-being.
Learn more about how No Kid Hungry is helping end child hunger in America at helpnokidhungry.org.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Down now. The latest from Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
A good day on Wall Street Wednesday. All the indices up. The Dow gained 76, the Nasdaq 92, the S&P 500 26. Fed Chair Jerome Powell appearing before the House Financial Services Committee Wednesday, saying yes, the Fed expects it may be able to lower its prime interest rate later this year, but
the economic outlook is uncertain, and ongoing progress toward our 2% objective for inflation is not assured.
Powell testifies before the Senate Banking Committee today. New York Community Bank getting a $1 billion bailout yesterday from a firm headed by former Treasury Secretary Steve Mnuchin. That to steady the bank, which has been dealing with potential real estate losses. And the Labor Department reported Wednesday U.S. employers posted 8.86 million job vacancies in January, down from 8.89 million in December. Weekly unemployment figures are due later this morning. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky. Invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Super Tuesday wasn't just about candidates, and what happened in one California city may reflect a more widespread shift. Voters in San Francisco passed 2 ballot propositions aimed at addressing persistent problems, rising crime and drug use, including addiction in the homeless community, with critics often blaming current conditions on progressive policies.
And it all goes back to many of these new conflicting policies
that have not helped with reforms. They have only made San Francisco less safe.
That's Mayor London Breed, a Democrat, announcing in December she would go straight to voters.
What we are introducing today is a change that is necessary, a change that recognizes that we have evolved, a change that recognizes that we want safe streets.
Her proposals that won approval include drug screening for some city welfare recipients and treatment to keep receiving cash assistance through a county program, though sobriety is not a requirement. Changes in police policy and procedure were also approved, giving officers more leeway, allowing them to chase someone believed to be committing a felony or violent misdemeanor, also allowing police to use drones, facial recognition technology, and to install public surveillance cameras. The San Francisco vote coming just a day after the Washington, D.C. City Council passed a crime bill that also has the effect of rolling back some progressive changes.
We don't want to lock up our kids, but we might have to if they're using guns. All right, it's just that simple. Because not only are they using guns, they're victims of guns.
D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser calls it common sense legislation that recognizes the importance of accountability. The D.C. bill makes it easier for judges to keep certain violent suspects behind bars before trial, expands the definition of carjacking, and creates a new crime for organized retail theft. It also allows DNA collection after arrests, but after much debate, that's limited to suspects in violent felonies and sexual assault misdemeanors, and only after a judge finds probable cause. Opponents of these shifts in San Francisco and D.C. have some concerns in common, including a focus on penalties instead of help, and the potential for disproportionate impacts on minorities. But in both cities, the votes weren't even close.
Look, I think it's an important recognition of, that the last few years have not been working.
Rafael Mangual is the Nick O'Neill Fellow at the Manhattan Institute.
The cynic in me wants to say that the election season has something to do with it. But we'll take what we can get whenever we can get it. I do think these are moves in a positive direction. Is it as far as I would like to see these places go? No, but we got to start somewhere, and I think this is some positive motion.
There is a headline in one piece in the San Francisco Chronicle that says, voters make it clear San Francisco can no longer be called a progressive city. Is that overstating what's happening at this point, though, at least in terms of, reversing some of the policies that critics say have helped fuel more crime?
I'd say so. I mean, it sounds to me like that headline's really just an attempt to redefine progressivism, to include, to sort of restrict it to anarchism, right? Even the most progressive people understand that public safety is an important component of how cities function, right? You can't have a functioning society if people cannot take for granted that they're not going to be assaulted or accosted when they leave the house. Otherwise, the economy doesn't work, right? You can't go out and participate. Everyone's stuck in their house.
One of the changes in San Francisco is something that Republicans have historically proposed, a drug testing requirement for welfare recipients. It applies to single adults, no dependents. They would have an addiction specialist and treatment options if they test positive. What about the argument from opponents that this will have deadly results, that some people will end up not getting benefits anymore because they just don't want to do that?
Yeah, I'm not sure there's any evidence to suggest that, right? I think what they're trying to do here is realign the incentives with more positive outcomes, right? We're having trouble getting people into treatment, right? What can we do? Well, we can give them an incentive structure that, really pushes them in this direction. Say, hey, if you agree to get the kind of help that you need, which is probably going to save your life and make the city better, more habitable, et cetera, we're going to help you in these following concrete ways. I actually think that makes perfect sense.
Another proposal that passed in San Francisco reduces the powers of the Citizen Police Oversight Commission. The mayor says they've been micromanaging the department. But there's some other things that go along with this that are generating some controversy. For instance, more vehicle pursuits will be allowed, drones, surveillance cameras. These raise safety and privacy issues for some people. Could this end up swinging the pendulum back again then? Or at this point, it really depends on whether these changes are effective?
I think it depends on the degree to which the changes are effective. I think it depends on the degree to which these privacy concerns actually arise out of, the use of these technologies. But, the provisions like that are really just a recognition of the fact that we're living in a situation in which police departments are running shortages. They are having terrible time recruiting new people into the ranks. They're having a terrible time retaining current members of the force, and so they need to augment their efforts in every way possible. And that means, taking advantage of some of the benefits that these technologies, whether it's drones or surveillance cameras, et cetera, can have. So yeah, again, this is another example that I think makes perfect sense. Are there potential privacy concerns that might arise in the future? Sure, but that's what legislatures are for, right? That's what policymakers are there for. They're there to keep an eye on things and tweak where necessary. What I think we've seen over the past several years is that whenever these concerns arise, right, the political calculus has been that, well, the only politically valuable thing to do is to just blow it all up. That's what's going to, drive fundraising or whatever it is. And I think, we're seeing the lasting effects of that. And that ends up bringing us back to where we started in some ways.
And in Washington, D.C., the city council is basically rolling back some of what had been done. Giving the police more tools and therefore more power is what it boils down to, including allowing DNA samples to be collected before suspects are convicted, so they could be run through a database.
Right, and there's actually good research on why that will help. The Manhattan Institute published a paper by Jennifer Doliak, who's formerly of Texas Tech and now is the VP of Policy at Arnold Ventures, a criminal justice reform shop, just doing a review of the literature showing that expanding DNA databases, by expanding the offenses for which an arrest can result in a DNA swab, actually reduces crime in the long run. So, these are all positive developments that are backed by evidence. They're evidence-based, as progressives like to say. So again, I mean, you love to see it. It's a shame that it took this much to get us moving in this direction. But, again, I think it's a positive step, and I'll take what we can get.
It feels like a lot's happened in a short time, though, in terms of the things that are leading to some of these reversals and partial reversals, right? I mean, it hasn't been that many years. If we go back to all the racial injustice protests of 2020, I mean, okay, we're getting to the 4-year mark now.
Right.
But still, is that a relatively compressed time frame for things to go back and forth like this?
It's nowhere near as compressed as the time frame for all the changes that took place post 2020. The New York Times did an analysis in April of 2021 showing that since the death of George Floyd, between then and that point, April 2021, so about a year, something like 30 states had passed over 140 police reform bills. That's an enormous amount of movement in a very, very short period of time. I mean, in June of 2020, Governor Cuomo signed 10 different police reform bills into law, just a month after George Floyd was murdered. In New York, in less than a decade, we've seen bail reform in 2019, discovery reform in 2019, raise the age in 2018. You had the parole bill, less is more, in 2021. At the city council level, you had the Right to Know Act, you had the diaphragm law, the stop and frisk litigation. All this is like within the last decade, the rewriting of the Rockefeller drug laws. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. So there's actually been quite a lot more movement to the left within the criminal justice and policing policy space that happened in a much more compressed time frame. So I would say this is really a much smaller step in that direction to where we were compared to all the movement that's taken place. I mean, this doesn't come anywhere close to erasing that progress is a word I think that they would use for that. But it doesn't come anywhere close to erasing all that's been done on the reform front.
New York's current Democratic governor, Kathy Hochul, has championed revisions to the state's bail reforms aimed at giving judges more discretion to keep some suspects in jail. But yesterday, she turned her attention to transit crime, unveiling a 5-point plan that includes deploying hundreds of National Guard members, state police, and transit police checking bags at busy New York City subway stations after a conductor was slashed in the neck last week.
And let me just be very, very clear. These brazen, heinous attacks on our subway system will not be tolerated.
She's also proposing to ban violent offenders from the transit system.
Well, again, I mean, it's pretty amazing what an election season will do to politicians who have previously spent a lot of their political capital moving us in a direction that I think a lot of people would say has undermined policing and public safety, not just in the subways or in the city of New York, but in the country writ large. I mean, again, she deserves credit for recognizing that there was a problem and taking affirmative steps to address that problem. I do worry about the degree to which, National Guardsmen who aren't really trained police officers haven't been trained within the subway system, right? Don't necessarily understand the intricacies of the subway system. I'd much rather see a larger investment in the Transit Bureau of the NYPD to hire more high qualified officers who are going to be specifically trained to do this kind of work. Commissioner Bill Bratton, who first came to New York as chief of the Transit Police Department when it was a separate department from the NYPD, recently tweeted, while he commends Governor Hochul's initiative here, it's important to understand that the NYPD's Transit Bureau is operating with something like 1,000 fewer officers than he had when he was chief of the Transit Department in 1990. So, I think the problems that we have are very clear. They're very clearly traceable to two things, and that is an undermining of the efforts of the police that we have, both through a reduction in their overall force sizes, but also just in the additional restrictions that they have to face, right? Again, police officers who make an arrest anywhere in the city are still subject to criminal penalties if they simply put pressure on somebody's diaphragm, back or chest or neck in any way, even if they didn't mean to do that, and even if that suspect is actively resisting.
On the issue of police tactics, I did want to ask you about the revision in the D.C. bill. They revised the definition of an officer chokehold. That is something the police union wanted. How did that come to fruition when there's still so much tension on that issue? And do you think that that is indicative of, other changes that could be coming?
Yeah, I mean, my understanding of the revision, it's not, it's just addressing the vast vagueness in the provision as it stands right now. So it's not legalizing, all neck restraints. But the reality is that there's actually a good bit of research on the use of neck restraints. They're not particularly deadly. They're not particularly dangerous. They're a very effective grappling technique that could actually help de-escalate. And that sounds weird to people, right? When they hear, well, how can a chokehold de-escalate, right? Isn't that escalate? It's like, well, if you don't effectively grapple a resisting suspect, that suspect may be able to get to a gun or to a weapon. And that interaction may now devolve to a point of more serious force than a chokehold actually being used, where you could have avoided all that by effectively holding that person down. So I think this is one of these examples where we have to trust the men and women who are actually tasked with arresting people. They know what they're doing. They know what they're talking about. Does that mean that, they don't ever abuse their authority? Of course not. Does that mean that there shouldn't be any oversight? Of course not. But we should be guided by research and evidence.
Raphael Mangual with the Manhattan Institute, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It's easy to see. We're being conned by the institutions we used to trust. The mainstream media is distracting us with meaningless headlines instead of focusing on the harsh realities facing American families. We all know something big is coming, and that's why so many folks are preparing. They're becoming more self-reliant by investing in emergency food storage from My Patriot Supply. My Patriot Supply is the nation's largest emergency preparedness company, and they make it easy for you to prepare. Go to MyPatriotSupply.com and secure some emergency food kits. There's a dozen to choose from that contain tasty breakfasts, lunches, and dinners, averaging 2,000 calories per day. Get at least one food kit for each family member. My Patriot Supply also sells large solar generators, gravity-powered water filtration systems, heirloom seeds for your garden, and survival gear. Order by 3 p.m. and your items will ship that same day. Time is short. Prepare today. Go to MyPatriotSupply.com. MyPatriotSupply.com.
African Americans are the most likely to die from colorectal cancer. The most important thing you can do is get screened starting at age 45. Insurance companies are required to cover not only colonoscopy, but also virtual colonoscopy and other less invasive exams. Talk to your doctor about your options. For more information on virtual colonoscopy, visit radiologyinfo.org/virtual CT.
Furnished by the American College of Radiology and the Radiology Health Equity Coalition.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems. And if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Hi, I'm Martha Stewart. Every year, more than 4 million pets enter shelters here in the United States. Many of these animals are rescued from desolate conditions. My friends at American Humane have been helping animals for more than 140 years. They help ensure that pets have a safe, warm shelter during times of need, especially during natural disasters. But pets need forever homes too. Adopting a shelter pet enriches the lives of one's family and allows shelters to help more animals awaiting care. Consider adopting today and take some time to learn more about American Humane's other work, including their efforts to rescue animals in need, certify the humane treatment of farm animals, help ensure the safety of animals on the silver screen, and protect our planet's amazing endangered species at AmericanHumane.org.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. Alabama Governor Kay Ivey signing a bill into law last night protecting in vitro fertilization providers from criminal prosecution or lawsuits.
Governor Ivey released a statement saying, in part, she's pleased to sign this important short-term measure into law so that couples in Alabama hoping and praying to be parents can grow their families through IVF.
Lacey Beasley with Fox 10 Mobile. This is after the state Supreme Court ruled that frozen embryos were children. President Biden delivering his State of the Union address tonight.
The address will highlight what the president sees as major accomplishments over his first 3 years in office, like infrastructure in bringing down prescription drug prices, but also call for Congress and citizens to secure those gains and protect democracy in the U.S. and abroad.
Fox's Jared Halpern. America's listening to Fox News.
Is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
It was a big night in college basketball with 3 top 25 games on the schedule. Number 2 UConn took on number 8 Marquette in the Big East, with the Huskies defeating the Golden Eagles 74-67. UConn has now won 16 of their last 17 games as they look to defend their national title. Number 1 Houston came back in the second half to defeat UCF 67-59, and number 4 Tennessee won its 7th straight game with a 66-59 win over number 17 South Carolina. In the NBA, the Wizards lost their 16th straight game, blowing a 21-point second-quarter lead in a 119-109 loss to the Magic. It was Washington's 16th straight loss, tying a franchise record. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
Clay says that he wants every red state to overthrow DEI. If you're against DEI, Clay, and we can talk about this with him when he joins us, why not every state do it? I guess he's just acknowledging that's not possible in blue states, but if the majority of Americans get together and decide that it's not something that's good for the country as a whole, then why not overturn it? Why can't every state, why does it have to be red or blue? If it's bad across the board. And that can be, part of it. Stephen A. Smith says, is it about the dissipation of whites? Is it about the border and more migrants coming in and whites now becoming a minority? Here's another thing that I have an issue with. How are illegal aliens coming into this country benefiting black people in America, like Stephen A. Smith? How's it benefiting anyone? I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
Don't miss The Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Business owners own a custom-designed building from General Steel. Call 866-95-STEEL. That's 866-957-8335.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. It looks like Intel is about to get a huge cash infusion from the government. No, it's not a bailout, but a $3.5 billion contract for the chip maker to produce advanced semiconductors for military and intelligence programs. The money, tucked into a fast-moving spending bill the House passed just yesterday, would establish Intel as a dominant domestic player in the lucrative defense market. There are growing concerns about the outlook for Spirit Airlines now that it won't be merging with JetBlue. A major concern is that Spirit won't be able to manage its $3 billion worth of debt. That has its bondholders mapping out a strategy they think may insulate them from devastating losses in the event the air carrier can't repay its obligations, with about $1 billion of that debt due to be paid in the next 2 years. After modest gains for stocks yesterday, as Chair Jerome Powell told Congress the Fed is in no rush to cut interest rates, stock futures are trying to work higher. Steve Potisk, Bloomberg Radio.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
How much do you worry about your debt?
With over $15,000 I owe, constantly it keeps me awake at night.
Accelerated debt settlement can cut your debt by up to 85% and in as little as 7 to 12 months.
I could be free of debt in no time?
That's right. Other debt settlement companies can take years to negotiate down your debt, but accelerated debt settlement moves fast. Just call 1-877-314-1165.
The sooner I don't have to stress about my debt, the better.
Exactly. In just months, Accelerated Debt Settlement's legal team will negotiate your unsecured debt down 60, 80, even 100%. Your debt from credit cards, student loans, timeshares, medical expenses, and more cut down 60, 80, even 100%. And you'll save thousands of dollars in interest payments.
Finally, there's a light at the end of the tunnel.
And a good night's sleep.
Now get free of debt in a year or less with Accelerated Debt Settlement. Just call 1-877-314-1165 and we'll get to work for you. That's 1-877-314-1165. 1-877-314-1165.
At Independence Blue Cross, we believe in giving you the tools you need to pursue your healthiest life. From premiums as low as $0 per month to health discounts and cash rewards, it pays to have coverage with Independence. With the strongest network of doctors and hospitals in the region and free 24/7 virtual doctor visits, you can feel confident that quality care is always within reach. Learn more about your coverage options at ibx.com.
Baseball is better with friends. Bring your team to see our team. Phillies group tickets are on sale now. Visit phillies.com/group tickets for more info and to snag your seats today. There's a little something for everyone when it comes to theme nights at Citizens Bank Park. Enjoy ticket discounts, exclusive giveaways, and more. Visit phillies.com/theme nights to view the 2024 schedule and purchase tickets today.
For the ones who work hard to ensure their crew can always go the extra mile, and the ones who get in early so everyone can go home on time, there's Grainger, offering professional-grade supplies backed by product experts so you can quickly and easily find what you need. Plus, you can count on access to a committed team ready to go the extra mile for you. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is an important notice to consumers facing $10,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, and other unsecured debt.
If you're struggling to make monthly payments, there are special services that can significantly reduce what you pay each month by 40% or more. If you qualify, you could save hundreds of dollars each month. Most people don't know that these services are available right now to help American consumers with overwhelming credit card debt get significant savings and immediate financial relief without filing bankruptcy. Accredited Debt Relief has established a special hotline for you to call and learn what savings you may qualify for. They've helped consumers pay off over $1 billion in debt and are A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. So don't wait. Get the relief you need during these hard economic times.
For this free information, call the Accredited Debt Relief Hotline now. Call 800-216-3366. 800-216-3366. That's 800-216-3366. Program and services not available in all states.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The patented key ingredient is something called Testofen, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text SLASH to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text SLASH to 321-321. That's SLASH to 321-321.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients. Today, Morgan & Morgan has more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go. Live on this Thursday, March 7th. It is indeed Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app and, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube. As we head until 10 o'clock this morning, 855-839-1210, the phone number. On social media, the radio station at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stenzlin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Anthony Dorenzo, the associate producers. State of the Union address today. And our buddy Sean Faresh coming up at 9 o'clock this morning. Dawn, how are you?
I'm good morning. Happy Thursday. So today.
Yes. Gregory.
Hey, buddy. State of the Union. Very excited. Not really.
You know,
Don't care.
It's at 9 o'clock tonight.
I'm going to be in bed. Sorry.
It's past my bedtime,
Yep.
and it's certainly past Joe's.
Yep, absolutely.
Who will fall asleep first, Nick or Joe? There's your poll question right out of the gate. My God, what a day this will be. Coming off of Nikki Haley's speech, whatever you want to call it, yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
Trump news, Supreme Court immunity, April 25th. That came down yesterday. I don't know, Dawn, did they land on the moon again during your show yesterday?
Oh, my goodness. There was so much breaking. Crazy.
It is. We got a lot to get to today. A big take number 4 on the State of the Union for Joe. Joe's woes in many demographics. Yep, he's struggling.
By the way, just remember this name tonight at the State of the Union, okay?
Sherelle Parker?
No. Marty Walsh.
Marty
Walsh. Remember Marty Walsh tonight.
Does that have something to do with the lady from Texas?
Nope. He's the Secretary of Labor.
Secretary of Labor. Okay.
You know who he is? He's the lone survivor tonight. Meaning, because all the important people, quote-unquote important people, will be in one place at the same time.
Okay.
They always
this is that Kiefer Sutherland movie.
Yeah, they always, not lone survivor, excuse me, designated survivor.
Yes.
Oh.
He is the lone survivor. Something else. That's Marcus Luttrell.
Yeah, it's Mark, that was Mark Wahlberg.
I shouldn't insult Marcus Luttrell like that.
I know.
But they always keep one person behind just in case the S hits the fan and the entire place is destroyed. So Marty Walsh.
Marty Walsh.
Might be president.
There you go.
If the crap hits the fan.
All right. We will pay attention to that. Donald Trump has a counter for tonight and also a challenge from yesterday. And then also Gen Z and mental health. We will get to that this morning. And why the UFC is surging. We'll get to that. And also, if you are a fan of The Sopranos, wait till you hear this crazy story. All kinds of good stuff today. And remember the Titanic submersible that we covered last year around this time? Some eerie audio from a radio interview that has been released.
Oh, boy.
That actually was recorded prior to this tragedy that I think really all of America was captivated by as we were, eagerly hoping that submersible would reemerge. That never did. So we'll get to all of that this morning.
That's the one where a bunch of rich people went down into the...
to explore the Titanic.
Yeah.
And then kaboom.
Yep.
It was over. Cut sheet, Sean Farash, 9 o'clock. We got a lot of good stuff today. It's going to be a great show. 6:04, let's get to the news. Round number one right out of the gate. The great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning on this Thursday morning. We're at 54 degrees. Damp, warm, I will say, at 54. Foggy and some sprinkles. I'll tell you when the sun will come out on this Thursday, March 7th. We are sponsored this morning by Best Work Industries for the Blind. 2 teenagers are fighting for their lives this morning, critically wounded as gunmen opened fire on a group of students at a SEPTA bus stop. Officials releasing surveillance video of those 3 gunmen who opened fire, as well as the car they used to make their getaway. All of the 8 victims, according to police, are students at Northeast High School who were just waiting for the bus ride home. It happened right around 3 o'clock, right after school. This is the 4th shooting involving the transit system in as many days. So according to police, the 3 people emerged from this car, from this Hyundai, fired more than 30 plus shots. 7 teenage boys, 1 teenage girl. They were all shot. 2 of the victims are 15. 5 of the victims, including the teen girl, are 16 years old. 1 victim is 17. And like I say, 2 are in critical condition. 1 very critical. Hanging on to life by all reports this morning. The others in stable condition.
You said this was SEPTA, right?
Well, they were not on the SEPTA bus. They were waiting because Philadelphia high school students do not have school buses.
Correct.
You have to take SEPTA.
If you're watching right now on YouTube, you can see the videos. Thanks to Steve Keeley for putting these up there. It's with the bullet holes in the SEPTA bus.
Well, I tell you what, whether it's the train, mass transit, the buses, a shooting a day is the SEPTA way.
We can't sit here and say that these are random shots. This is all gang. This is all gang related. It's not a coincidence that they all happen. 11 kids have been shot in 4 days this week. 11 kids. It's not random.
Yeah.
We have a gang problem. We have a culture problem.
You're right.
In the city.
Yes, we do.
And when the hell are our leaders going to address it?
I don't know. Do we take a page out of the New York City playbook? It's getting to that point, I would think. Sherelle, Josh.
Yeah. I just, it's so, I saw Sergeant Mark Fusetti posted a video of some of the kids shot, and I refuse to play that because it's awful.
Yeah.
It's awful.
Mm-hmm.
It's absolutely awful.
The nearby diner there, the people ran out to help the kids, and it's just, it's heart-wrenching. The one gentleman said that, you're holding this, teenage girl or teenage boy, and they're saying, please don't let me die. So we don't know somebody obviously was a target, but remember, we've seen kids last year, a straight-A student, he was, ambushed because people were jealous of him. So as far as the victims of it, is it a social media fight? What's going on here? But to Greg's point, nobody tells us about those 3 that got out of the vehicle. So, and I think we should start saying, what's going on here? Were they trying to recruit somebody for a gang and they refused? We've heard that one before. Is somebody a gang member? I mean, what or why? It's not normal.
It's gang warfare in the city. It absolutely is. And to hell with anybody else who gets in the way because they're just going to shoot.
Yep, you're absolutely correct. Innocent bystanders always getting grazed and sadly killed.
Do you guys want to hear from the mayor?
Absolutely.
Phil, if you can roll Philadelphia Mayor Sherelle Parker, go.
That is needed is readily available so that the work can be done to solve the crimes. Now, this is what's extremely important to me as mayor of this city, that the people of this city know that we will not be held hostage.
Yeah, we already
that
are.
We will use every legal tool in the toolbox to ensure the public health and safety of the people of our city. We know that we have to ensure that we have access to economic opportunities, quality public education, year-round opportunities, out-of-school time opportunities, and we're going to work on that. This simply further strengthens our resolve to get this done, but we are going to ensure that every partner that we have, every resource that we need to solve this crime, to ensure that those who are responsible are held accountable, we're going to make sure that we do that. But I want Philadelphians to know that on our streets, and you're going to hear from our police commissioner, he will give you details about the Philadelphia Police Department's role, but you need to know that we are going to do everything that we can to ensure your public health and safety, and we don't apologize for using every legal and constitutional tool in our tool belts in order to get that done.
I love how she says everything that's legal and constitutional, always trying to couch it because she's afraid to offend somebody. Just start kicking ass and taking names. All right?
Exactly.
Enough.
They had, you know what, there was a gang problem in Los Angeles in the late 80s and early 90s. There was a police chief by the name of Daryl Gates who came in and started taking these gangs seriously. And there were battering rams that would destroy homes that they thought that these gangs were. That's what we need to start doing.
Mm-hmm.
We cannot let these gangs rule this city.
Yep.
It is absurd. Like, we will not be taken hostage. We already are.
This is the culmination of 4 years, man. What that is.
So frustrating.
One of the things that came out, and this, I'm not seeing the full reaction to this, but we did see, especially SEPTA officials, saying they will be aggressive about stopping and frisking and pat-downs when warranted. So they're going to be getting on SEPTA buses, beefing up patrols, especially on SEPTA platforms, but also on buses and around schools, because, as I say, 4 and 4 days, and like the statistic everybody's saying this week, 11 underage children shot. So they're saying that they are going to be aggressive and that we will see pat-downs for weapons and stop and frisk. This is something that Sherelle Parker campaigned on.
Good. Well, let's
do it.
Let's do it now. Let's put the words into action, and let's stop having this city, New York City, and every other big blue city looking like third world combat zones with the National Guard being deployed. I mean, this is what happens when you let trash dictate the way your city is controlled.
Amen.
It's time to get the garbage men out.
Amen.
Well, we have Mayor Sherelle Parker, as we've reported this week, will be at the State of the Union address with President Joe Biden as a guest. Also, we have Philadelphia District Attorney's Office appealing a judge's decision to overturn a man's 1982 murder conviction. This is 77-year-old William Franklin. He was 33 years old back when he was convicted for murder in Philadelphia in 1980. So his defense attorneys claimed jailhouse informants incorrectly ID'd him as a murder suspect after detectives provided them drugs and sex in exchange for testimony. So now that the homicide detectives, they told Emmanuel, he's called Manny Clate, who was charged in multiple criminal charges, that he would avoid any serious jail time if he would just testify that Franklin killed Joseph Hollis in the city's Brewerytown neighborhood back in '76. So Clate had claimed those detectives offered to sweeten the deal by allowing him access to have relations in a police interrogation room. So that one is making huge headlines, that they in fact will deal with this in the DA's office. And just another quick headline, two headlines for you. One, Fonnie Willis it was reported yesterday, this was breaking news, had a White House meeting with VP Kamala Harris before indicting Donald Trump. That disclosure in a court yesterday was quite a shocker and a headline. And not as many headlines because of all the political things that were going on yesterday as the Fed chair, Jerome Powell. And he was testifying yesterday and saying not so fast with lowering interest rates, with the Fed rates. So we're watching that with the economy, watching that very carefully, among other things. So let's get to our sponsor this morning and the forecast. The forecast today, we just have one more day of the rain and the drizzle and the misery, but the bulk of it is over as we're still in the 50s. But tomorrow, the sun will come out for your Friday tomorrow. So that's a good thing. Best Work Industries for the Blind sponsors us, and their e-commerce store is helping businesses succeed in all work environments. BestWorkSupplyCenter.com, offering traditional office products, cleaning supplies, furniture, technology, much more. Free shipping and next-day delivery. Shop now, save at BestWorkSupplyCenter.com. This is Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:13 Thursday morning. Time for another Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
And it's brought to you by Tommy D's Home Improvement Center. The Big Take, State of the Union, Take 4. Tonight is the night for President Joe Biden. It's his fourth and hopefully last State of the Union speech for the United States of America. Draped over his right shoulder behind him will be the Veep, Kamala Harris. Over his left shoulder, Republican Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson. What will the message be from Joe Biden? The POTUS was asked that question on Tuesday. Listen and watch this.
Mr. President, what are you preparing for your State of the Union address?
You'll hear me on Thursday. All right. Thank you all so very much.
His speech was probably already written and presented to him, but he probably can't remember or recite a single line of it. But I'll take a stab at it. Something about threats to democracy. Something about dictator on day one. Sprinkle in a little 2020 election with a dash of January 6th. And then garnish the plate off with junk fees. Pop it in the oven and begin talking about Roe v. Wade. Sound about right? That's the way I think it'll go down tonight. The border and illegal immigration has surged past the economy as the number one issue in America, which is hard to believe when you think about the economy and the cost of living on an everyday basis. So will Joe Biden speak on the crisis at the southern border? Will he undo the 94 executive actions he undid in his first 100 days in office to dismantle what Donald Trump handed him at the southern border? Will he finally break his silence on Laken Riley? Karine Jean-Pierre was asked about that at her press briefing and had this to say. Listen and watch.
Will President Biden publicly address Laken Riley's murder, allegedly at the hands of an illegal immigrant who was released by law enforcement multiple times on Thursday night? I know he's got a statement, but what about at the State of the Union?
Look, I do want, this is such a tragic story and obviously situation. This is someone's life that was lost, so I do want to always acknowledge and extend our deepest condolences to her family and to her friends and the people who loved her. And so want to always be sure to say that, and because it's so tragic. Look, I don't have anything to share about the president's speech as it relates to that particular question that you have. But we want to always be sure that we lift up the families who have lost their loved ones in that way. And I would reiterate, you just asked me about the Border Patrol chief. The president was just there with the current chief, Owens. The president went to the border, obviously Bronzeville, Texas, to lift up the importance of doing something at the border.
Yes, such a tragic story. You'd think the president would mention her name. To my knowledge, he hasn't said the words Laken Riley. Remarkable that you could be the White House press secretary and never have anything to share about the most talked about pressing issues. Politico with the headline previewing the State of the Union, quote, "The press is all over Biden right now, and they should be. But the State of the Union offers him an opportunity to prove himself." Such a lame column. Prove himself? In his fourth State of the Union speech? The time for speech and talk is over. The man had 3+ years to prove himself. I'm interested in year one State of the Union addresses. You know, it's your honeymoon phase. There's optimism in the country. There's hope for your nation. But in year four, in an administration worse than Jimmy Carter's, no thanks. Anything after that is mere lip service. It's the same as Kamala Harris. Every year that goes by is the year she's going to prove it. This is the year she's going to break out and hit her stride. It's time for a reset, they say. It won't happen because it's the most inept administration in modern American politics. Joe Biden has a litany of problems on his plate, but actually maybe none bigger than loyalty. Here's MSNBC's Steve Kornacki showing America last night that Trump's base hasn't left him, but a chunk of Joe's has. Listen and watch.
So the numbers he's posting in general election polling against Biden right now are absolutely consistent with what he's got among Republicans in past elections. So again, if you're looking at the primaries and saying, boy, there's all evidence here of Republicans turning on Trump, unwilling to vote for Trump in the fall, you're not seeing it in the general election polling in these Trump numbers. And then you take a look at one final thing here. This is from the New York Times Siena poll. They looked at it this way. They asked respondents in their poll, who did you vote for in 2020, and are you still with that candidate now? 97% of folks who said they voted for Trump in 2020 say in this poll they're still with Trump, but only 85% of Joe Biden's 2020 voters say they're with him. So again, I think if you're the Trump campaign, you look at a finding like this and say, maybe there's some slack on the Republican side, they're probably thinking, but not a ton. And meanwhile, it's Biden who has the slack. And the reason Trump is leading in these polls right now over Biden, and they're polls, they can change and they can be wrong, and all of the disclaimers we can put on it. But I think the Trump campaign would look at this and say they're picking off Biden voters right now more than Biden is picking off Trump voters.
So how does Joe get that percentage of voters from 4 years ago back, presuming they have left? I don't know, get grocery prices down, get gas prices under $3 a gallon, increase border security? Nope. Trigger Trump. That's the new strategy. Go for the jugular. That's right, because now the reports are he is going to be even less of what you claimed that he would be, and that was a uniter. According to Axios, quote, President Biden is privately pushing for a much more aggressive approach to 2024. Go for Donald Trump's jugular. Axios goes on to report that, quote, Biden is convinced he will rattle Donald Trump if he taunts him daily. Biden told his friends that he thinks Trump is wobbly, both intellectually and emotionally, and will explode if Biden mercilessly gigs and goads him. Go haywire, as one advisor put it. Yeah, that's it. The 81-year-old president is going to have Trump, as the kids would say, all sorts of shook. What, because 4 indictments and 91 charges has seemingly made Trump wobbly and super rattled in public? Joe really is delusional, isn't he? Meanwhile, Speaker of the House Mike Johnson is taking a step towards maturity in class as the GOP will try to shut it down and shut down the heckling at the State of the Union that became a major talking point a year ago in 2023 under Kevin McCarthy. According to Axios, quote, Johnson, in a closed-door meeting, called for decorum towards President Biden, according to a half-dozen lawmakers that were present on Wednesday. Don Bacon, Republican from Nebraska, said, quote, we should be professional. Translation, Marjorie Taylor Greene, for once in your life, just zip it and shut up. But is Joe prepared to handle any disruptions tonight? The binder was asked and had this to say. Listen and watch.
Greene, is the president preparing for hecklers during the State of the Union?
Look, you saw the president last year when some Republican members behaved in a way that was, I would say, disrespectful, and he handled that, and that he did that on his own, and he held them to account as it related to important programs that matter to the American people, Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid. He called them out on it as they were obviously heckling at him. And so the president's ready for anything. He's ready for anything. As you saw him literally do that last year, and you know, it was something to watch. You all reported on that.
During speech preparations, is he prepping for that, drilling?
Look, the president knows how to handle this stuff. I mean, again, he did it literally last February of 2023, and nobody was expecting that. Nobody was expecting that. And he took them on and laid out and fought for the American people on programs that matter to them. And so he got this. The president's got this.
Given that how
Not sure that Karine Jean-Pierre could handle a heckler at all, but in all seriousness, I would actually urge Republicans not to do this because it will be viewed as elder abuse by the mainstream media. Honestly, Joe is a disaster enough with his policy failures, and most know it. I would urge against a repeat of last year. Take the high road tonight, Republicans. Trust me. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Big Take this morning brought to you by Tommy D's Home Improvement Center. If you're renovating a kitchen or building one from the ground up, well, Tommy D's Home Improvement Center is your go-to for quality kitchen cabinets, flooring, and molding at affordable rates. Visit their showroom in Philadelphia or visit their website at TommyD's.com. What is everybody expecting for tonight? We'll talk about that on the other side. And then what does Donald Trump have lined up for tonight? As we continue, it's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The Sixers squandered a 15-point lead last night and lost to the Memphis Grizzlies. Just fell apart in the second half. I will tell you this. It makes watching the Philadelphia 76ers that much more interesting with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, because you can put some prop bets on the game. You can do live same-game parlays as the game's happening. FanDuel Sportsbook in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. It doesn't matter if you're new to FanDuel or already have an account. You'll get bonus bets back if your same-game parlay doesn't win on any NBA on TNT games. NBA same-game parlays are the perfect way to combine your bets for a chance to score a bigger payday. However you want to play, just head to FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg to bet all the NBA action with a no-sweat same-game parlay with TNT Thursdays. Make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NBA and 1210 WPHT, 21 and over, present in PA. Minimum 3-leg parlay required. Refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Max refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
My kitchen is the heart of my home. Dawn Stensland here. If your kitchen or bath is outdated, you need Kitchen Magic. They're local, family-owned, and operated since 1979. Schedule your free in-home design consultation today. Kitchen Magic is the full-service remodeler I trust to quickly, beautifully, and affordably transform your kitchen or bath. Right now, they're offering 12 months, no payments, no interest financing, and 10% off your remodel. Just visit kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
We can serve our weakness or we can serve our purpose, not both.
From Angel Studios comes Cabrini, based on the powerful true story of Francesca Cabrini, one courageous woman on an unbelievable mission to build an empire of hope and care for society's most vulnerable.
This project is overly ambitious, perhaps unrealistic.
We are bold or we die.
Cabrini, rated PG-13, may be inappropriate for children under 13. In theaters March 8th. Go to angel.com/Cabrini.
Hi, I'm Kamiko, the founder of Miko's Hot Chicken. When we started our family restaurant, we were also raising a family. But let me tell you, it wasn't easy. Our Chase Inc. card was there to reward us on all of our business needs. Now we have a thriving location, and we're hungry for more.
With the Chase Inc. Business Unlimited card, you can earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for business. Make more with yours. Real business owners compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Doors take us to summers away or winter adventures and afternoon getaways. Your dedicated Fidelity advisor can help you open those doors by working with you on a comprehensive plan to help you reach your wealth's full potential. Because doors were meant to be opened. Visit fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimum supply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC, member NYSE SIPC.
Wrap your family in a comfort food hug with Hatfield's variety of marinated tenderloins, pork loin fillets, bacon, ham, ground pork, and sausage. With over 24 distinct flavors that can be ready in minutes, it's food you'll feel good about serving. Bring warmth and flavor to your table all winter with Hatfield. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and to find a retailer near you. Find your flavor with Hatfield.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, an XC40 can be leased for as low as $459 and an XC90 leased for as low as $629. Interest rates are as low as 4%. Along with Volvo-sponsored incentives, the Cherry Hill Volvo offers are very aggressive. When purchasing or leasing a new Cherry Hill Volvo, special additional incentives will be given when the transaction is completed by March 18th. Spring into Cherry Hill Volvo now for these incredibly fabulous offers.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Now is the time to book an ultimate kids spring break getaway at My Happy Place, the beautiful oceanfront Grand Hotel in Cape May. Available March 24th through April 4th. Book 2 nights, save 5%. Stay 3 or 4 nights, save 10%. Stay 5 nights or more nights, and save 15% off regular rates. Breakfast included in all packages. Enjoy their indoor heated pool, restaurant, arcade for the kids, and so much more. Book direct with them for the best rates. Call 800-257-8550 or visit them at grandhotelcapemay.com.
Hello, CNC Heating and Air Conditioning.
Yes, our HVAC system is not heating our home, and our energy bills are sky high. It's time to replace it.
Okay, the good news is CNC is your local Lennox dealer, and our trained technicians will get you running again.
Tell me, is CNC currently running any specials?
Yes, as a thank you, CNC is offering our biggest savings in value this winter. And for a limited time, you can earn up to $2,200 in rebates on a brand new Lennox system.
To take advantage of these savings, go to cc-hvac.com.
Hey, it's John Ritchie. If you're in the restaurant, hospitality, or casino business and your point of sale system isn't helping you sell more, earn more, or work less, you need to talk to my friends at PDQ Signature Systems. PDQ has everything you need for success, including enhanced mobile reporting, direct integration to delivery apps, 24/7 customer service, and so much more. Whether you have a single location restaurant or thousands of locations, Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ can help. Visit pdqpos.com.
Your 401k goes up and down. That's fine when you're 40, but not when you're 60. Find out how to protect your hard-earned money. Tune in to the Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen, Saturdays at 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Her words weren't written under peaceful shade, but under fear for her life.
I don't think of all the misery, but of the beauty that still remains.
The words of Anne Frank continue to fill us with hope. Hope. Pass it on from passiton.com.
At Consumer Cellular, you get the same exact coverage as the largest carriers, but for up to half the cost. Same thing, up to half the cost. Up to half the cost for the same thing. 50% the money for 100% the same thing. I hope I'm making myself clear. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
Half the cost savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single-line 5GB data plan with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single-line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plan offered by T-Mobile and Verizon May 2023.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Ain't seen nothing yet.
Kayal Company, 6:30 Thursday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT as a very, very busy news week will come to a close this evening with Joe Biden's 4th State of the Union address. We will have all the pomp, all the circumstance, all the hoopla and hysteria. Squad Dems will have a look on their face, a scowl on their mugs like somebody stole their lunch money at school. Marjorie Taylor Greene will have a fur coat on, channeling her inner Joe Namath / Ric Flair. We'll get all the hype and all the hysteria. And then Joe will come out at 9 o'clock and deliver a speech well past his bedtime, well past my bedtime, to be honest, as well. And then we'll get down to business. And there will be, I think, a lot of strings that are pulled at people's hearts tonight. This is going to be, I think, a State of the Union where everybody, Republican or Democrat, will make their case for pulling at the heartstrings of Americans. I saw this morning on Fox and Friends First. They had somebody on who's been invited by Republicans to be at the State of the Union tonight, a family, a mom and a dad, who lost a child due to a fentanyl overdose. So, Republicans certainly will position it tonight about the border and the tragedies, the crime, the senseless loss of life. And then, of course, Democrats and Biden and that administration will position their case, especially with abortion and Roe v. Wade. Kate Cox is the lady that I was drawing a blank on her name about 20 minutes ago from Dallas, Texas. She's the mother of two from Texas who went through all sorts of issues with the abortion bans when it came to preserving her health. So we know, and we've known for months now, that she has been invited to the State of the Union. So we're going to get the whole shebang tonight in the final one in Joe Biden's first term. Is there anything, Dawn, that you're looking to tonight, whether it's Republican or Democrat, when it comes to demeanor, tone, messaging, topics, anything that you're kind of honing in on this evening for the festivities?
The number one thing I'm watching for is Joe Biden and his performance. Will he stay alert? Will there be some kind of a gaffe? Will there be that forgetful moment that we've seen in the past? And I wonder sometimes, it's 9:00 at night. This is a challenge for him, and he knows it. And so I do wonder sometimes, do they, give him some herbal supplements or,
whatever they
ADD
pump
medicine,
him up on,
whatever
they better
we
give him
hear.
the biggest dose he can handle.
But and that's horrible to think about. But a big cup of coffee or Red Bull or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
But I mostly will watch for just his level of cognitive abilities, and and then I think about it. Isn't that a low bar?
Yes.
To think, will he be with it? And sometimes if he's just reading, and we saw him recently at that news conference where he went to the quote unquote border, but not really an active spot on the border, and he was reading from the teleprompter, and he did maybe have a few tiny bits of ad libs, but mostly he stayed to that prompter.
Yeah.
It was relatively quick, and he got away from that podium, and he hesitated to take questions. So I think there's that.
I think he's going to continue to do what he usually does. I think he's going to get animated under certain topics or subjects. Yep. I think he's going to take shots at MAGA Republicans. I think he's going to go after Trump supporters. If that Axios report is true, he's kind of taking the gloves off.
He always seems to pull it together for moments like this, and I think he will do it tonight. Will there be debate and discussion about the topics that he discusses and policy issues that everybody's going to have issues with? Sure. But as far as if you're looking for like a senior gaffe, he just doesn't seem to do it on these big events.
Was it last year that he had the backdrop of that black and red image that we were all talking about?
That was in Philadelphia.
That was in Philadelphia.
That was the Philadelphia one. But this will be this will be with Congress there.
Yep.
It'll be, and we'll see Kamala. Remember Nancy Pelosi would always do that thing where she was like cleaning the corn out of her teeth, out of her dentures or whatever.
Well,
so
yeah,
I always watch the faces of the people. I can't help it,
Oh, I do too. Remember McCarthy's face last year?
Yeah.
I mean, he was just sitting back there with a smirk
Stoned.
on his face, shaking his head. He's like, "That's a lie. He's full of crap." No, you didn't, Joe. We'll see. It'd be interesting to see what the demeanor of Mike Johnson is. As I said in the big take, that he has advised Republicans not to turn this into a wrestling crowd here on a Thursday night.
Well, Joe Scarborough, I was going to play this in the cut sheet, but I'll play it now. Joe
Okay.
Scarborough on a show yesterday morning, said that this version of Biden intellectually, analytically, is the best Biden ever. Ever.
Of all time.
Yeah. Phil, if you can pull up cut 7 here.
Wow.
Joe Scarborough, talking about Joe Biden. Cut 7, Phil, go.
But comparing that guy's mental state, I've said it for years now, he's cogent. But I undersold him when I said he was cogent. He's far beyond cogent. In fact, I think he's better than he's ever been.
Wow.
Intellectually, analytically, because he's been around for 50 years. Start your tape right now, because I'm about to tell you the truth.
Uh-oh.
And F you if you can't handle the
F
truth.
you.
Whoa!
This version of Biden, intellectually, analytically, is the best Biden ever.
Wow.
Not a close second. And I've known him for years. The Brzezinskis have known him for 50 years. If it weren't the truth, I wouldn't say it. And you.
If it wasn't the truth, I wouldn't say it. So basically, he's saying almost 81-year-old Joe Biden cognitively has never been sharper. He is aging like a nice fine wine or a nice cheese that you get your local butcher in deli. I mean, I almost don't even want to offer a rebuttal or a retort to that because it's so comical that you could sit there on live television and tell your audience that.
I just got to tell homeboy here, if you're gonna sit there day in and day out and criticize the other side for saying that Trump's S doesn't stink, then maybe not do state-run TV on MSNBC.
Yeah,
that's all I'm saying.
Wow. He's never been better. 855-839-1210.
Crap.
That is remarkable.
Yeah.
And there's sadly, there are people out there that will actually hear that and nod their head in agreement as they're sipping their coffee and be like, yeah, I agree. It's overblown. It's all media contrived nonsense. All right, the proof is in the pudding. 855-839-1210, the number. But we do have a lot of woes that Joe needs to focus on. And we've kind of talked about this in bits and pieces over the last handful of months when it comes to polling numbers. And again, I kind of like the way Steve Kornacki explained it when he was going through some of the polling numbers. You know, we can give you all the disclaimers in the world. They are what they are. They're polls. They're a snapshot in time. And we're going to have 1 million more snapshots over the next 8 months. But two interesting stories from the Wall Street Journal and Vox. I'll start with Vox.com first. Democrats with the latest bad poll is 1 in 5 Latino voters are considering switching parties. Christian Paz writes the following. Since 2020, one of the major questions hanging over the 2024 election is whether Latino voters will continue to ditch Democrats in favor of the GOP. Now, a new national poll of Latino voters offers some warning signs for Republicans as well as Democrats as the general election crystallizes. A sizable chunk of Latino voters appear to be willing to rethink their party loyalties. Some 19.4%, or about 1 in 5 Latino voters, say they have considered changing their political affiliation either by switching parties or becoming independents, according to a national survey released by Florida International University. A majority of those wavering voters, 61%, say they'd be open to leaving the Democratic Party, and a plurality of those Democratic voters, 38%, would become Republicans. That's a small share of all of the Latino voters, but still a significant number for a demo whose loyalty to Democrats has been eroding since Donald Trump's presidency. Here's an interesting quote from the director of this opinion forum at FIU, Florida International University. Quote, "We used to say in political science that party identification was one of the most stable things that we could use to study," said Eduardo Gamarrara, the co-director of FIU's Latino Public Opinion Forum. Quote, "It was generational. You could go back 3 or 4 generations of voters and party ID would remain stable. Now, all of that is changing, and especially so amongst Hispanics." And I said this yesterday, and I really believe this. When you think about demos that typically Donald Trump has not done historically well in, or demographics that Republicans and the Republican Party have not done as well as Democrats have done, you look at it right now. If you were to rank Latino, black, and female voters, I would say from top down, strength of Trump down to weakness, I would say of the three, the Latino community is Trump's strength outside of the traditional demos, followed by the black voter, and then lastly, the female voter. And I think the female thing, obviously, post Roe v. Wade, June 2022. But if these numbers are accurate, then Joe, I would say tonight, of all the things you're going to talk about tonight, whether it's healthcare, democracy, dictatorship, junk fees, anything that I rattled off in the big take, you better tailor and carve out a small section of time tonight on some of these demographics that you're struggling in, specifically the Latino community and also the black community, because we have seen, and we haven't played, and because I haven't found much audio of Latino voters on social media in video clips talking about backing Trump. we've played you what black voters are saying. And I think you got to stop if I was advising Joe, I would say you still have the majority, especially with black voters. Latino voters is pretty close to, I think, to a coin flip. I would say you need to find a way to tailor a message. And I don't think Joe's writing his own message. So his speechwriters need to find a way to hit home and have something resonate with these demos. Because right now, if you were to say, how does it feel momentum-wise? The momentum is in Trump's corner right now with these demographics. So that was from Vox. And then the Wall Street Journal had another story talking about Biden's worst nightmare, the headline reads, Black and Hispanic voters for Trump. And this was written by a guy named Jason Riley. And he says, how hard-headed is Joe Biden? For more than 2 years, the president persisted in treating sharp price increases as a transitory phenomenon, even while peak inflation kept peaking until we reached a 40-year high. He likewise insisted that the surge in illicit border crossings was seasonal and nothing to worry about, even while border officials reported the record levels. One thing Mr. Trump need not worry about at the moment is the waning support of his base. And he cites a poll that says Trump still has at least 83% of his backing from 2020. Joe only has 73% of his backing. And then they go into some of the demographics for the swing states, the 6 swing states, which of course include Pennsylvania. And the survey indicates that 22% of blacks would vote for Trump, 42% of Hispanics would vote for Trump. That has changed since 2020, where only 8% of black voters voted for Trump and only 34% of Hispanic voters voted for Donald Trump. So again, you better figure it out, because here's what I know. I don't care if you're black, Hispanic, LGBTQ, Asian, Middle Eastern. If you live in this country and you're legally eligible to vote, there's 3 things that I think we all like, regardless of what identity politics and what box people want to put you in. We all like money, we all like safety, and we all like freedom and no wars. I think that's a pretty... Find me somebody, go around the city and say, hey, do you hate money? Do you like feeling like your city is a cesspool of crime? And do you like having 3 global wars going on right now? If you can find that person, God bless you. I don't think they exist. So,
yeah, it's funny, too, because you hear all these statistics that say, well, crime is down here, and crime is down, and our city's never been safer, and this, that, and the other. It's just people don't feel that. Statistics can say what they want.
It's like the economy, right?
11 kids have been shot at a SEPTA station, or at SEPTA stations in the city in the last 4 days. People do not feel safe. I'm telling you.
It's just like the economic indicators. Perception is reality.
Yep.
If people aren't feeling it, it ain't happening.
I can tell you right now, if they just said it's a federal crime, these kids are under the cloak of this is a school bus stop, because they don't have a school bus like suburban kids.
Yeah.
We need to talk about that more and say it's a federal crime. You shoot a kid on a bus stop, a school bus stop, SEPTA bus stop.
Mm-hmm.
It's a federal crime. That means no chance for parole. That means Larry Krasner never has a shot at has a shot of defending you as the prosecutor.
Yeah.
And boom, that would end it tomorrow.
Yep. Take it right out of his jurisdiction.
Yep.
He has no hands. He has no power to prosecute it. Or, as you say, defend the shooter, which is what he really does. 855-839-1210. We'll come back. I asked you guys yesterday, is Trump going to do anything to counter-program the State of the Union? Well, we got our answer, and it came out yesterday at 3:10 p.m. I think it's pretty smart. We'll get to it next. Kayal and Company.
Looking to hit a home run on your next car purchase? Swing by Infinity of Westchester, where they're knocking it out of the park with deals hotter than a spring fastball. Score financing as low as 0% on select models. Or lease a 2024 Infiniti QX60 for as low as $599 per month. Whether you're rounding the bases or navigating the city streets, Infinity of Westchester has got your back. Visit us in-store or online today at infinityofwestchester.com. Philly rides with us.
Imagine taking a shower that never runs out of hot water. Well, here's some good news. Bradford White's Infinity Series GS and GR tankless water heaters deliver endless hot water whenever you need it. They're highly efficient too, saving you energy and money. Like all Bradford White water heaters, they're built to be the best for years of reliable performance. How you heat your water matters. Learn more about our Infinity Series tankless water heaters at bradfordwhite.com.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-514-1026. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-514-1026 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-514-1026 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-514-1026.
This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you ready for retirement? Have you prepared everything you need? Well, in Investor Schooling, we will teach you ways to better prepare for your retirement using real estate and the stock market. But you need to learn how to do it right, and that's what we teach. At Investor Schooling, we sell nothing but education. Come to Investor Schooling and learn how to have a better retirement. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now for this Thursday's class at 7 o'clock. Go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
There's only one place to get that perfect custom gift for your special someone. Cozy Jewelers' family-owned and operated showroom in Newtown Square. See their 5 C's in person. That's color, cut, clarity, carat, and of course, the cozy touch. If you have something unique in mind, Cozy will help you customize your piece with all work done in-house, so you always walk away with that unparalleled cozy quality. For your custom jewelry, stop by Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square or online at cozyjewelers.com and step up to the 5th C.
If you're looking for that perfect piece of furniture, you have to check out Bucks County Estate Traders. They have the largest in-stock inventory in the region, and I mean largest, enough to fill a 58,000 square foot showroom. Quality, high-end furniture and accessories, modern, traditional, mid-century, all types of European styles, current pieces, as well as antiques. They'll arrange to ship anywhere, or you can pick up in-store. So visit them on Bethlehem Pike in Hatfield or at buckscountyestatetraders.com.
Although you try not to, most of us have used an ATM out of network. And at the end, you get that notice that it's going to cost you $4 extra.
Are you kidding me?
So you're paying money to get your own money. It makes you crazy. In retirement, you're going to want to use that 401k, but every time you dip into it, you have to pay taxes. Here we go again. You have to pay money to get your own money.
Oh, come on!
Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group believes that every retirement plan needs a tax plan. Without it, you're using Uncle Sam's plan. And do you really think that's going to work in your favor? Call Retire Ready Financial Group today at 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415 and schedule a complimentary retirement consultation. Or you can find them online at retirereadyfg.com. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Free speech lives here with Rich Zioli, afternoons 3 till 7. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Kayal Company on the morning of the State of the Union, 9 o'clock tonight. Welcome back in, Nick, Dawn, and Greg. 855-839-1210 is how you climb in at 1210 WPHT on social media. A lot of people reacting to our conversation about the State of the Union tonight. Tom Tartaglia says, I will not be watching the Hate of the Union address this evening. Hasn't Been Sober says, I think the AI Joe Bot will be doing the State of the Union tonight. The AI Joe Bot. That's pretty well done.
This woman comes up to me the other day. She goes, Dawn, you know that's not Joe Biden. He's been dead. He's been dead for a while.
He's been replaced.
She goes, sometimes he looks like he has brown eyes. Sometimes he's got blue eyes. Sometimes his ears are different. It's like so funny.
He's such a bizarre guy. Chris Eppolito says, someone order a code red. Joe Scarborough needs it now. Hashtag can't handle the truth. Hashtag Kayal and Co. So, yeah, I mean, very interesting that you could arrive at that conclusion and try to spin that to your audience. But we'll see. I think you'll get Joe. He'll get animated in little bits and spurts tonight. I think he'll stumble in spots. He'll go off a script. There'll probably be putting their heads in their hands if you're one of the handlers of Joe, saying, please just stick to what we have set up for you tonight. And, oh, by the way, try to exit the stage correctly tonight. Know where you're going. We can't have any physical gaffes as well. No slipping, no falling, no tripping, no shaking invisible hands. None of that tonight, because I think he's got to find a way not only to come off with it mentally, but I'm caught up on the report from Axios that Joe is telling his people he wants to goad Donald Trump. Like, if Trump's not showing any signs publicly of, unraveling because of 4 indictments and 91 charges, do you really think, 81-year-old Joe Biden is going to be able to goad Donald Trump? It's like back in the day when you were in school and somebody was trying to get a rise out of you, and the big bad bully on the street couldn't get you, and yet this little guy from the math club comes down the hallway and he's trying to talk trash and get you to take the bait. I don't think Donald Trump's going to take any bait from Joe Biden. I don't think Joe Biden's trash talk game is anything to be worried about if you're Donald J. Trump. We'll get to Trump coming up after the news. He will have a counter-programming idea, although I would take it a step further. We'll get to those details after the news as we kick off hour number 2 with Dawn's News. That's coming up next here on Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, an XC40 can be leased for as low as $459 and an XC90 lease for as low as $629. Interest rates are as low as 4%. Along with Volvo-sponsored incentives, the Cherry Hill Volvo offers are very aggressive. When purchasing or leasing a new Cherry Hill Volvo, special additional incentives will be given when the transaction is completed by March 18th. Spring into Cherry Hill Volvo now for these incredibly fabulous offers.
Hi, this is Don Giordano. Are you looking for a way to boost energy, support your heart, and age with grace? Well, it's time to check out Oracene from Rescue Natural Supplements. Oracene provides essentials for our body's need to naturally combat fatigue and increase stamina without the high sugar, caffeine, and unhealthy ingredients common in superficial energy sources. Plus, Rescue Oracene supports healthy blood pressure and cardio function too. And now for a limited time, our listeners can take advantage of a special buy one, get one free on Rescue Oracene. Just use the code FUEL when ordering to get this exclusive deal. Call today at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable product consultant or use the code FUEL online at res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Remember the code FUEL, F-U-E-L. Buy one Oracene, get another free. Go to res-q.com now. Stay fueled and fit with Rescue Oracene.
Fargo, the new virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Terms and conditions apply. Your mobile carrier's availability and message and data rates may apply. Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
Comedian Joe Conklin.
These changes for the Phillies. Never again will I utter the words. Now pitching for the Phillies, Craig Kimbrough.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at the Church of the Incarnation on Main Street in Mantua Township, Saturday, April 20th at St. Luke's Church on Easton Road in Glenside on Saturday, April 27th, and Conklin's Comedy Night every other Thursday at Parks Casino. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute have formed a powerful alliance. Legends in Caregiving New Jersey families, the most sophisticated heart team in America. Innovators in research and patient care who've made life better for thousands of patients, raising the standard for the next generation of care. The alliance between Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute means the highest quality care close to home for you. DemandDeborah.org. The impact of a meal goes well beyond feeding our bodies, because when people don't have to worry about where their next meal is coming from, they can truly thrive, like Marta.
And now we'll hear from our class valedictorian, who with our hard work never ceases to amaze us. Please welcome Marta Moreno.
And Alex.
Hey, Alex, how did the interview go?
I did it! I got the job! I can't believe it!
I knew it. Let's meet up later to celebrate.
And Diego.
Mom! I got first place at the science fair with my volcano project.
That's amazing, sweetie. Congratulations.
Because when people are fed, futures are nourished, and everyone deserves to live a full life. Join the movement to end hunger at feedingamerica.org/actnow. feedingamerica.org/actnow. A public service announcement brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
The IRS is the most powerful collection agency on earth, and if you owe back taxes, the news isn't good. The IRS is raising the interest rate it charges on unpaid taxes, and further rate hikes are expected. Most people don't know it, but the IRS adds interest charges to your tax debts daily. So if you owe the IRS today, you'll owe even more tomorrow. And it doesn't stop until you get right with the IRS. The good news is getting right can start with one phone call to Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm. Optima's tax professionals specialize in the Fresh Start Initiative, a powerful IRS program that can save you thousands if you qualify. In fact, the experts at Optima have resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients. Call now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
A message from McCausland Lock Service. Stop what you're doing right now and look at your car key. Does it look like it's been chewed on by a small woodland creature, used for batting practice by an entire baseball team, or left in the middle of 95? Oh, and let me guess, it's the only one you have. Head to McCausland Lock Service. Get a brand new key fob for up to half the price a dealer would charge. Call today. Most cars don't even require an appointment, and you'll be out the door in under 30 minutes. McCausland Lock Service, 610-430-1500.
Hey, Southampton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Welcome back in. Kayal and Company, State of the Union Thursday as we continue. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. It's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Kayal and Company, 855-839-1210. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. Cut sheet 745. Sean Faresh coming up 9 o'clock this morning. We'll see what the great Donald Trump impersonator has in his arsenal in just about 2 hours. Been a couple of weeks since we chatted with Sean.
It has, yeah.
Looking forward to that.
He filled in for us on President's Day,
of all days,
and he'll be in with us a couple days when Dawn is with listeners in Italy.
Oh, that's right.
So,
That's what are we like? What are we, a month out for that?
Yeah.
You know what's funny is that I'm thrilled for her that she's going on this trip. Like it's going to be a great trip, but but having her not in my lineup for as long as she's not gone, it was like I just looked at it like a blank canvas. I'm like, well, what the hell are we gonna do for? She takes up 6 hours of the day.
You're like Rob Thompson of the Phillies when he realizes Bryce Harper's not in the 3-hole. What are we gonna do here, Skip?
I know. So we'll have a a smorgasbord of different hosts and guest hosts and co-hosts and everything. So
there you go.
It'll be fun.
All right. We got some good things to get to. We're going to tell you about what Trump has lined up for tonight. And then also, very interesting study on Gen Z when it comes to mental health. And then we'll have a little bit of fun before the cut sheet. Some interesting stuff with the UFC and also The Sopranos in the news again. So that's coming up before 7:45. But let's get to the news right now. Round number 2, Dawn Stensland.
And there is so much happening this morning here locally, nationally, internationally, and beyond. We are sponsored this morning in Kayal and Company News Live by Piazza Auto Group as we are starting out warm, wet, foggy, damp. I'll tell you when the sun will come out this morning. So let's get to it, as I was just noticing what the national shows were starting out with, some of them leading with what's happening here in Philadelphia as Philadelphia police joined the search with SEPTA police, searching for this group of gunmen who opened fire on teenage students who were standing at their school bus stop in Philadelphia. A school bus stop in the city of Philadelphia for public school students is a SEPTA stop. There are no private school buses or city school buses for high school kids. That's an important difference that people should realize. But these 2 teenagers are fighting for their lives this morning. That's the report. Critically wounded as these 3 gunmen opened fire on a group of students at this bus stop right after school, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Officials releasing the video of the gunmen who opened fire, as well as the car they used to make their getaway. All of the 8 victims, we're told, are students at Northeast High School who were just waiting for that bus ride home. This, by the way, I mean, here we are Thursday. This is the 4th shooting involving the transit system in as many days. 3 people emerged from that vehicle, opened fire on the street. Everybody's scrambling, and that video is chilling. 7 teenage boys, 1 teenage girl were shot, were hit. 2 of the victims are 15. 5 of the victims and are 16 years old. 1 victim is 17 years old. That's according to police. And if you're counting, 11 children in all shot this week in Philadelphia. So 2 buses were also hit by the gunfire. No reports of any passengers or the bus drivers themselves who were already on the SEPTA bus. They were not struck. Multiple news conferences yesterday. Mayor Sherelle Parker, who, by the way, will be at the State of the Union address as a guest tonight, she held a news conference. We aired that earlier. And as well, we're hearing from SEPTA police and that's the lead story. I saw on the Today Show, at least, that they were headlining this, other headlines on networks. The reason this is critical is that nobody is talking about defund the police. And in fact, the line from Charles Lawson, chief of SEPTA Transit Police, he said, we're planning to enforce the laws concerning a wealth of violations that they see on the system. And he said, we're going to target every criminal code on the books. And that includes, he said, quote, use the word aggressively, patting down, and what they're talking about is frisking people.
Good, and they should.
This is controversial.
Now, I mean,
this
obviously,
is a big moment.
Yeah, it feels like an inflection point, does it not?
Yes,
I mean,
sir.
This could be one of those turning point moments, and I'd like to sit here and say, well, the solution would be getting school buses for all of these city students, but that's not going to happen. SEPTA, I mean, are we going to have a police officer on every single bus?
This is the overreaction that we always do here. It's why we still have to take off our shoes every time we go onto a plane because, some nutcase had a shoe bomb. We know who the perpetrators are. They're gangs. We need a gang task force. We need somebody who's going to get tough on gangs in the city. That is, and the culture. We have a culture problem here. It's like all of these things are, oh, look, it's going to make us feel safe, and the National Guard's going to come in, and this, like it's happening in
New York.
That's not the answer here.
Right.
The answer is to enforce the laws on the books, Start a gang whatever you're going to do, but address that problem. Find out where these gangs are and send in tanks. I don't give a...
Snuff them out.
Yes.
Snuff them out. Yeah,
take them out.
Prevent them from doing these heinous acts before they occur. It's always after we're always reactionary, and I get it. Law enforcement is typically reactive. Usually for the most part, law enforcement is not proactive. It's always sadly responding to these things. But I hate to think that it's a money thing, because if it's if you don't have it in the budget, you don't have it in the budget. But if you're not going to enforce the law, budget be damned, I guess.
Well, speaking of reactions, no reaction from actor Alec Baldwin after a jury delivered a guilty verdict for the armorer on his movie set of Rust. We've talked a lot about this case. Hannah Gutierrez has been found guilty by that jury of involuntary manslaughter in the fatal on-set shooting of cinematographer 42-year-old Helena Hutchins, wife, mother, and her family thanking the jury for justice finally. So the judge ordered Ms. Gutierrez be remanded into custody immediately after that verdict. She faces about 1.5 years in prison with this conviction. Now, the jury found her not guilty of tampering with any evidence in the case, but it leads us to the question, is this a sign of things to come for Alec Baldwin? Because, of course, the gun was in his hands. He has been recharged on this after they reanalyzed all of the evidence and then rebooted the charges against him. He's pleaded not guilty to that involuntary manslaughter charge ahead of his July trial date. But is this his fate?
And she got 1.5 years?
1.5 years. Yep. And they took her right into custody.
Wow.
Said, start serving your time. She's 26 years old. Her defense attorneys there in New Mexico saying that she was a big scapegoat, that they're trying to blame her. After all, who fired the weapon? That weapon was in the hands of Alec Baldwin.
Mm-hmm.
So what does this mean? They say that Baldwin has said he pulled back the hammer, but not the trigger, and the gun fired. That was his story. Many people saying that doesn't make a lot of sense.
Nope.
He goes to trial in July. Somebody who doesn't match up to our own Sean Farish
when it comes
in imitating Trump.
You're exactly right.
So we
remember that clip we played of Baldwin doing a talk show?
Oh my god!
Remember when he was like
right here on WPHT?
Oh, that was here.
That was
right.
here.
For some reason, I was thinking that was in New York.
No,
it was right here, which is a hoot.
I produced the show.
How about that?
You weren't the one in charge of saying, "Hey, let's put Alec Baldwin on the air," were you?
No.
Okay.
I was like a
I know you weren't the brand
at that
manager.
time.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have to get to another follow-up. Football fans facing amputations. This is the Kansas City Chiefs fans who attended one of the coldest NFL games on record back in January, now being recommended by their doctors to schedule amputations following their hospitalizations for frostbite.
Oh, that is awful.
70% of the frostbite patients that the Burns Center at the research center there, this is Kansas City, Missouri, all of these people ended up there, and they're being advised to undergo amputations of their feet, their fingers, their hands.
Yeah. I mean, my buddy's a Buffalo Bills fan, and he goes to like 2-3 Bills games a year, and he was at the Bills playoff game where they had to shovel out the snow from the seats in the stands, and it was like, it was down to like 0 or in the negatives. And I'm like, dude, you're nuts. Like, I love football, but I'm not sitting out there in negative 10-degree weather. Not a shot. For reasons like this.
Yes. So there were some people who they're not going to have to get the amputations, but they will live with incredible sensitivity and horrible pain. But there are other issues and risks. So they're saying, I don't have the total, because they're making the decision of who's going to do what.
Ugh.
But many saying, blaming NFL football, blaming the team.
It's the NFL's fault.
You should have canceled the game.
It's their fault that I spent $1,000 to freeze my keister off.
Oh, Pete, it's just, I'm sure some lawyer came up with that too.
Here we go. Everybody's a victim.
Deep pockets, the NFL. Let's sue them.
Yeah.
Scumbags.
Personal responsibility and accountability.
It was bone-chilling -4 degrees at kickoff, fell as low as 8 below during the game, and the wind chill of -27 marked the third coldest kickoff wind chill in NFL history, that from the KC Chiefs. So we're talking about at least well over 15 people will have these amputations.
And
That's the guesstimate.
Some of these guys are there with their shirts off because they've been drinking beer for 6 hours before kickoff. These people are insane. You can't get me on a golf course below 50-degree weather. These guys are out there topless.
Well, that's just it. Nobody, back in the day, like my parents would say, survival of the fittest.
Yeah.
You're an idiot.
Yeah.
And nobody's saying that.
Yeah,
They're talking lawsuits, and it's all the NFL and the Chiefs' fault.
It's all fun and games until you lose the limb.
Yes, sir. We have many dignitaries who will be at the State of the Union address as President Joe Biden delivers his so-to before a joint session of Congress, U.S. Capitol, 9 o'clock tonight. And, of course, just moments from now, we will reveal to you what Donald J. Trump is pleased to inform you about. You know, if you thought it was going to be boring, this is one thing to watch.
Yes.
So, well, that's my little tease for you. As it's pretty humorous.
I might actually have to get on that platform for the first time ever, just for tonight, and then I'm getting the hell off.
He's brilliant at marketing, that's for sure. I'm talking about Trump, of course. So as we look at the forecast for you and get to our sponsor real quick here, I just want to take you through it. Here, keep hope alive, will you? You're going to see sun tomorrow. The sun will come out tomorrow, but today it's another dreary day. It's not the washout we saw last night, and we did have a lot of flood warnings, fog warnings this morning. Big difference today, though. 52 degrees and cloudy right now. Feels like 48 degrees with that slight wind chill, but we're headed up to, 58 degrees today. So it's 57 degrees today, generally cloudy, and just a slight chance of those lighter showers today, not the washout. Tomorrow, 58 degrees. It's mostly to partly sunny, depending on where you are. Just enjoy tomorrow because it will be a spring-like beautiful day. Then for Saturday, rain returns, 51 degrees. Sunday, also 51, definitely the better day as no rain for your Sunday with 51 degrees. And thank you, Piazza Auto Group, for sponsoring our news this morning. Piazza Hyundai of Pottstown and Westchester. Get 0% APR for 36 months on the new 2023 Santa Fe and 24 Tucson. This is just for a limited time. 0% APR. You can shop online today, PiazzaHyundai.com. Thank you. Piazza Auto Group sponsoring Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, thank you very much, Dawn. 855-839-1210. What's on the cut sheet coming up at 7:45 on the other side? Counter programming tonight. It might be like a two-screen kind of night.
Two-screen.
Two-screen.
Wow.
It's like an NFL Sunday. You got multiple games up, right?
Nice.
We'll get into that story on the other side. It's Kayal and Company, Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
All this spring-like weather, it makes you look forward to enjoying your lawn, the backyard, get out the grill, the Frisbee. What does your lawn look like? You know, if you're choosing a lawn care service, I want you to think about this. You want to hire a company that, yes, provides better results, but is also safer for your family and safer for your pets, too. That's why I choose Natural Lawn of America. That's my lawn care company. Natural Lawn's environmentally friendly approach to lawn care has been creating green, lush lawns quickly, more naturally. I can vouch for this, and with fewer weeds since 1987. And unlike that one-size-fits-all for a lot of companies, that's not what this is. So Natural Lawn has technicians that are going to work with you to determine the specific needs of your lawn. Natural Lawn's exclusive organic-based products are designed to work with nature, not against it. And that means they're safer for every single member of your family. Yes, even your furriest ones. For my buddy boy, I feel safe having him out in the lawn for sure. So kick the chemical lawn habit. Get started today. You want to do this. Natural Lawn's safer products are awesome. They have great programs. Take advantage of their limited time offer right now. Free seeding every year. Just schedule Natural Lawn's free full-service program, I should say, and get free seeding every year. Full-service program, free seeding every year. 800-FREE-SEED, 800-FREE SEED, 800-FREE-SEED. Choose my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hi, it's John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 and again at 4 here on Talk Radio 1210. If you or someone you know has been diagnosed with cancer or undergoing treatments that cause severe fatigue or brain fog, medical hydration may be right for you. Dr. Molly Fantasia of Innovative Medical Associates has more than 30 years experience in helping cancer patients to improve their quality of life.
We believe in medical hydration. We've improved it so much that we are able to help people across the board with challenges before they become chronic.
Nutrients delivered right to the cells support your immune system through surgery, chemotherapy, or wherever you may be on your cancer journey. Visit innovativemedicalassociates.com to schedule a free consultation with Dr. Molly in their Marlton, New Jersey office. And join us on Sunday mornings at 8 and again at 4 for Health Watch to learn more about the benefits of medical hydration for cancer, autoimmune diseases, and more.
Inflation has taken our economy by storm. According to government statistics, since 2021, the average investor paid over $11,000 extra per year. Political unrest and supply chain issues continue to push the prices of goods and services higher into 2024, forcing millions of hardworking Americans to delay their retirement or even return to the workforce. That's why the team at Crash Proof Retirement tailors each and every Crash Proof Retirement system with guaranteed inflation fighters that can increase your income up to 35% to cover rising costs without depleting your nest egg. Discover how our proprietary inflation fighters can protect your retirement lifestyle at our next Crash Proof Retirement educational event at Spring Mill Manor, Tuesday, March 19th. Registration is required. Call 800-722-9728 or visit crashproofretirement.com.
The Phillies are back.
And it's gone! Number 300 by Harper in the bottom of the 8th inning.
Listen to Philadelphia Phillies spring training games every Saturday and Sunday, live on the free Odyssey app with Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Walk him off, Kyle Schwarber!
Fransky in LA, live this spring on Sports Radio 94 WIP. Your Phillies, your Odyssey. AUDACY. Download the free Odyssey app today. Live games available for fans and market only.
There are times where high standards are vital. For example, your football team wouldn't let just anyone start at quarterback. And should you let just anyone give you guidance? We don't think so. In fact, at California Psychics, 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us don't make the grade. You see, we come from the home of free spirits and open minds. We're not short of spiritual believers or big dreamers. It's why we know better than anyone what makes a good psychic. California Psychics connects you with the very best, so we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. So, there's never been a better time to give our services a try. That sounds like a touchdown to me. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
This is important news. If you have unfiled tax returns, the IRS is shifting gears and ramping up investigations on non-filers this year. If you fail to file your tax returns for a year or more, or you owe back taxes, now's the time to call Optima Tax Relief before the IRS finds you. Optima is America's #1 most trusted tax resolution firm, specialized in helping individuals, families, and businesses get right with the IRS. They're experts in the Taxpayer Relief Initiative, a powerful new program that can make resolving tax issues easier. A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, Optima's award-winning team has helped thousands of people protect their paychecks, bank accounts, homes, and businesses by putting their tax problems to rest, resolving over $1 billion in tax debts for their clients. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-682-9928. 800-682-9928. 800-682-9928.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
What's on the cut sheet coming up in under 25 minutes as we continue Thursday morning. Joe Biden's State of the Union address tonight at 9 o'clock. Set your alarms, take a big nap so you can stay up for the big festivities this evening. I think Joe probably will crank out a good nap this afternoon. It's going to be well past his bedtime. He's going to take a page out of the Nick Kayal playbook, 855-839-1210. So this is great. I love this, and I know it plays to his base, and I know a lot of people are technically not on Truth Social. But to my knowledge, this is a first. I have never heard of a former president or a challenger to the current president doing a live broadcast in which the challenger will be fact-checking live in real time the incumbent president during his State of the Union address. If anything, I thought it would be the other way around, where Trump would give some sort of speech and somebody on the left or at CNN or at MSNBC would fact-check Donald Trump live in real time beyond, like Caitlin Collins on CNN having something in her ear and producers in the truck fact-checking on the fly. But Trump said yesterday at 3:10 p.m., that the following is going to occur. He posted on Truth Social, "I am pleased to inform you that tomorrow night we will be doing a live play-by-play of Crooked Joe Biden's State of the Union address. I will correct in rapid response any and all inaccurate statements, especially pertaining to the border and his weaponization of the DOJ, FBI, attorney generals, and district attorneys to go after his political opponent, me, in all capital letters, something never done before in this country. We did this once before to tremendous success." So I have no recollection of when this was done before. "Beating all records," he says. "It is important for the country to get the truth." I've got to imagine, as this came out yesterday and it made the newsrooms throughout television news, that Trump was going to be basically pulling his own Brian Stelter as a fact checker. I got to imagine one day a week Maddow might spontaneously combust knowing that Trump is doing this. Joy Reid will probably have a meltdown and tie it back to systemic racism. And all the bad hairdos on MSNBC are going to lose their ever-loving minds. Now, I personally do not have Truth Social, but I might actually download it just for tonight, so just so I can watch it. Now, here's what I would say, because I think Dawn, you're on Truth, correct? Okay. What I would have said if you were going to do this, because Truth only reaches so many people, and I don't know what the laws are and what the fine print is about his return to Twitter and X. I would have liked to have seen this on multiple platforms. If he's back on do it on Facebook, do it on Twitter/X, do it on YouTube, and then people would compare and contrast the ratings. And oh, by the way, you could have your TV have State of the Union on, and then have any app on your phone, and you could watch it simultaneously and go back and forth. Mm-hmm. I think it's a pretty smart move. I think it's pretty funny. I'm mostly looking forward to the left melting down over this. But I asked you yesterday, I said, do you think Trump will do some sort of counter-programming? And about 5-6 hours after I asked that question, we got our answer. You're going to be tuned into this, right?
Totally.
Okay.
You know me. I love this stuff. And I think it will forever change. I hate to say this, but it will forever change the State of the Union address, because generally, depending on who is president. So, if God forbid, all the Democrats right now and all the advisors to the president or Biden are thinking is, oh my God, are they looking at that speech and looking for moments? Because we already have the advanced script. I mean, Biden, he's going to do everything he's done before. He's going to blame, it's a blame game. He's going to blame Congress for the border. He's going to blame Trump. He's going to blame everybody else, which never goes over well. And so with Trump, if he has some clever or good one-liners, I just hope he points out the fact that Biden has to own this.
Yeah.
And that's, rather than nicknames or, things that are not as important, but to really just say, look at this guy.
Yeah.
And, he's been in the job for 3.5 years, And are you going to really rehire this guy with this economy, with this border, with everything he's done, or just his complete, inaction in office? It's inaction in office.
You're right.
So I do hope that, yes, there'll be some entertaining moments, and I know he'll be funny, but the truth is it's not funny.
Yeah.
And the State of the Union is in shambles.
Yes. And it'll be interesting to see we always love to play the guess the ratings game here on this show for big time events on television that pertain to news and politics. I got a feeling that tonight's State of the Union address is actually going to be a record low. If the primaries were any indicator, and Anthony gave me the story yesterday as we were getting off the air, the Super Tuesday primary coverage, which obviously included Republican primaries and Democrat primaries.
I don't think the info yesterday was Super Tuesday. I think it was the primary coverage so far. Super Tuesday, the cable news stuff just came out last night.
Oh.
And it had Fox News at 2.6 million and MSNBC at like 1.6 million.
Not good.
CNN at 777,000.
Not good at all.
So, yeah, if you look at all of this, no, it's not. Nobody gives the whole primary season has been a giant snore for most people.
Down 42% from 2020.
And I agree with you. I don't think tonight will be a well-watched event.
I don't even know that the debates, if these two, and by the way, Trump also came out yesterday saying, I will debate Joe Biden anytime, anywhere, any place after sweeping or nearly sweeping
Which is good.
Super Tuesday. But I don't even think people are going to be intrigued by the debates. I think, and it's not so much that people are exhausted by both, because that's obviously true. We know that polling has shown that. I just don't think there's many people out there that are, left to make up their mind. It's like, we already know. It's like, it's like Ali Frazier. Let's just if you ask people today, hey, could we fast forward to November 5th already? I think people would say, yes, let's just get to it.
Agreed. It's a rerun. We've seen this movie before, and I think that's what most people see. So just out of comparison to last year, February 7th, 2023, last year, 27.3 million watched the State of the Union.
Wow.
On February 7th. Check out this stat. 73% of viewers were age 55 and older.
Yeah. I mean, this is a select group of people. This is the older audience. This is the diehards. And think about that, 27 million. That's, I don't know, that's got to be about 7% of America. I mean, think about that. We talk about like the Super Bowl, right? 90 million people watched the Super Bowl. Well, what were the other 250 million doing, right?
Yeah.
I mean, in a nation of, 340 million people, that's well below 10% of America listening and watching the president deliver the State of the Union address. Translation, most people outside of us do not care.
So do you think it'll be over or under the 27 million?
Oh, I'm going under.
Are you?
Yeah.
I'm going to go slightly over. I'm going to go... I think I'm going to go 29 million.
29 million?
I'll go 30.
30? All right, Dawn for the
I'll
high
bump
win.
up.
All right.
Nick, give me a number.
I'll go 25.
All right.
25, 29,
20 bucks to the closest winner. And then all the money goes to the Travis Mania Foundation.
That is correct. By the way, that jar is really filling up over here, by the way. Starting to tip over with cash. It's like a G-string of a dancer.
Oh, my God.
Sorry. 855-839-1210. Speaking of that, let's get to what I have to tell you about right now, folks. And that's an interesting message from my friends at Blue Chew. To all of my male listeners that can't get to an establishment these days, pay attention if Father Time is catching up with you when it pertains to your adult relations behind closed doors. I've got the solution. BlueChew.com, promo code 1210. That's right, BlueChew.com, promo code 1210 for your first month free. That's right, a free male enhancement that will inspire confidence and provide results. Promo code 1210 for your first month free. The great people at Blue Chew offer a unique, one-of-a-kind online service that delivers men the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in a chewable tablet at a much cheaper price. Free is great, right? Yeah, it is. Just pay $5 for the shipping when you use promo code 1210 at BlueChew.com to get your first month free. And now Blue Chew comes in a mint-flavored chewable with the same active ingredient as Levitra. confidence plus performance. It comes standard with Blue Chew. BlueChew.com. Promo code 1210 for your first month free.
Spring is approaching fast. It's time for you to get into shape and ready for the warmer weather. For over a decade, NJ Diet has helped thousands of people lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days. That's nearly twice as fast as weight loss injections and without any of those nasty side effects. NJ Diet uses your hair and saliva along with scans to personalize natural solutions and supplements to get you to shed that fat quickly. Then, NJ Diet uses your DNA info to help you keep the weight off. You are fully supervised the entire time to make sure you are burning fat and not just losing water. You even get the doctor's personal email and phone number. Locations close by in King of Prussia, Cherry Hill, and Newark, or available from home with live online video consultations. Call 855-5NJ-DIET, 855-5NJ-DIET, or schedule your consult today at njdiet.com. Get ready for spring weather with njdiet.com.
Am I going to be okay? It's the most important question you should ask yourself when approaching retirement. A financial advisor will probably answer that question by looking at just one thing: how much you've saved. At Spectrum Wealth Partners, we believe that's only half the story. The stock market will continue to go up and down, but at Spectrum Wealth, we can help you build guaranteed lifetime income that's not affected by any of it. Let's sit down together and help you answer the question, am I going to be okay? Call 856-322-8686 or online at spectrumwp.com. And tune into the Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen Saturdays at 3 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Advisory services offered through Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and Spectrum Wealth Partners are not affiliated companies.
Comedian Joe Conklin.
Are you rehabbing it all?
I'm rehabbing the injury to get back this year. I am so especially disappointed because I just got a new meniscus for Christmas.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at the Church of the Incarnation on Main Street in Mantua Township. Saturday, April 20th at St. Luke's Church on Easton Road in Glenside on Saturday, April 27th. And Conklin's Comedy Night every other Thursday at Parks Casino. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It's the time of year to enjoy your life. Hey, Dawn Stensland here. Stop letting that pain in your joints keep you from doing what you want to do this spring. Just call my friends at QC Kinetics. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. I'm talking lasting joint pain relief. No surgery, no drugs, no downtime. QC Kinetics is literally transforming lives. Their advanced treatments harness your own body's ability to restore and repair damaged joint tissue. Pro athletes, they've been doing this for decades, but now this life-changing treatment is available for you, all of us. So you can walk, run, climb stairs, play golf, move again, pain-free. No pain pills, no risky surgery. QC Kinetics has tens of thousands of satisfied patients who are reclaiming their mobility. Live your best life this spring and summer. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation. 215-999-3000, 215-999-3000. Tell Dawn sent you.
My father taught me never put yourself in a situation where you have to say you're sorry. Great advice, right? So why do you only have one key to your car? Seriously, don't wait until you're apologizing to your wife or husband, or even worse, your boss, because you lost your keys. Save yourself that headache. Head to McCausland Lock Service and get yourself a spare. You're supporting small business when you do and saving up to half of what you'd pay at a dealer. Call McCausland Lock Service for a quote today. 610-430-1500. 610-430-1500.
Dom Giordano at noon. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Welcome back in. 7:36, Kayal and Company. It's a Thursday morning. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Inside of 10 minutes until we get to What's on the Cut Sheet. Sean Farash at 9 o'clock. Very interesting story. Always like to kind of examine these studies when they come out when it comes to certain generations and it comes to things like mental health. And there's a new study out, a survey that was done by psychiatrist.com that looks at the mental health of Gen Z. And for those wondering what, your birth year is and which generation you fall in, baby boomers were 46 to 1964, Gen X 1965 to 1979, millennials 1980 to 1984, and then Gen Z is 1995 to 2012. My daughters were born in 2014. I think they're called Gen Alpha. And I've always said that I feel like I identify more with Generation X, even though I missed the cutoff by about 4 years. But this survey shows that 42% of Gen Z has been diagnosed with a mental health condition. I want people to think about that for a second. So if you were a Gen Zer, and let's say right at the beginning, 1995, you were only 29 years old. But if you were a Gen Zer that was born, let's say, I don't know, in 2007 or 2008, and you're a 12 or a 13-year-old, like if you remember when you were a teenager and you're starting to hit puberty and you're trying to figure out what you're all about and figure out your own identity from, well, how do I want to dress, to what crowd at school I want to be included in. Am I a student? Am I an athlete? Am I somebody that just can't wait to get the heck out of school and go home and, smoke a doobie? Whatever, right? You're trying to figure out your belonging, your place in the world that is. And for you, it's school and extracurriculars after school or hanging out and getting into trouble. That's pretty much what you do, right? And 42% of the Generation Z has had to deal with a mental health either diagnosis, condition, or treatment. The most common diagnosis for the younger generation is anxiety, followed by depression, ADHD, and PTSD.
Oh, we're failing our kids so badly.
And think about that.
Oh, my God.
20% of Gen Z has been to therapy. 60% are on medication to manage their mental health. And they say, according to this survey, there are three major factors with this: smartphone addiction, alcohol-related behavior, which is kind of crazy.
Stop.
Which is real. I mean, think about it.
Ridiculous.
Most Gen Zers are under the age, so they're drinking illegally.
And every generation before them drank. They didn't have the same issues, please.
And then underdiagnosing of attention deficit hyperactive disorder during the pandemic. And when I read this survey last night, when you sent this story, I mean, to me, no surprise, a lot of it's pandemic related. But also with the pandemic, you had social isolation. You had, I don't know, let's just say your average Gen Zer spent 6 hours a day on their smartphone. Now, no school, sitting at home, you probably doubled that, right?
We can't blame the pandemic for everything. This is terrible parenting, and this is a culture.
I agree.
This is a culture of people who every time their kid has a freaking boo-boo about anything, they say, well, he's depressed, got to send him to therapy. And let's put him on medication. Let's give him this. Let's give him that. Instead of telling your kids to suck it up.
Right. Well, that's parental abuse.
But I think part of this is the Gen Z age range. You're looking at like 11 to 26 ish.
Yep.
So, my kids were hit with the pandemic. Middle school, and just coming into high school, and the effect. This is the effect of it, and it's
part of it. It's part of it.
Greg, it's a huge part of it.
It's not a huge part of it.
It is not. It's
just not.
You don't have teenagers. How do you know?
Okay. Yes, exactly.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. Way to stop a conversation instead of carrying it on. You don't know what you're talking about. Okay, then I guess I'll shut up.
Greg's gonna go
Oh my
home.
God.
Greg's gonna fill out payroll.
It's called a talk show. Have a debate, my love.
I think it's a combination of the pandemic and parents. And my thing is, when I've ever been, and I'm not trying to denigrate that Gen Z, although I disagree with a lot of their because I'm just wired differently. I'm a Type A. Like I said, I'm more Gen X than millennial. They're a weird group to be around. I say that with all due respect. They can't, and I would even say this about some of the other older generations. Like, I'm a very direct individual. I can stare people directly in the face when I talk to them. I'm not socially uncomfortable in a setting. It's just they would, and everything, have you ever noticed everything is very short with them? Even when you, and I'm going to sound like an old fuddy-dud here, like even when you text with them, everything's abbreviated. Like I need a translator to understand what the hell they just told me.
Well, that I think is every generation has their own little language or their cues or whatever. But I do think that the pandemic, this especially for the younger the ones skewing younger, I absolutely think the pandemic. These kids were, the vast majority of them were shut out of schools. And I do believe that some of the violence that we see out on the streets with younger and younger, the three gunmen who opened fire just yesterday after school are reportedly Gen Z.
Yeah.
So it manifested differently across different communities. The impact of government overreach and shutting down the norms of society with kids. So some kids, their parents were away or at work or whatever, they got recruited by gangs. Some kids got into drugs. Some kids got into trouble. Some, you know what I mean? They're all different. Some kids had to wear a mask. You talk about the eye contact, all the social things that you're supposed. This was, remember the movie with Angelina Jolie, Girl Interrupted? This is American Children Interrupted. And we should keep a focus on this because I blame 70% on this, on the government, Fauci, and everybody, CDC, everybody who lied to us.
That's an easy way out. Honestly.
It's not an easy way out.
100%.
They need to be held accountable.
They have, fine.
They hurt our kids.
I agree with that, but we can't, it's 5 years later. We cannot sit here and blame the pandemic for some shooting at SEPTA. It is bad parenting.
I'm not blaming the pandemic.
It is
I'm pointing out.
It's every parent sitting here saying, like, how do you feel, little Johnny? Let's get in your feelings. Let's talk. Every Gen Z kid, when they come out to their I need a mental health day today. I'm just not feeling it today. We encourage that. We tell them, tell us how you're feeling. Tell us that. Instead of saying suck it up and walk it off.
Well, I mean,
it's our fault for doing this.
It's and not to take the middle and straddle the fence here. It's a combination of both, right? Like, I think it's parents and pandemic, but it's also some children legitimately do have mental health issues. And then there's other children that are just snowflakes and need to suck it up. And I think it's really case by case with each parent, knowing your child. And by the way, parenting is not giving them a tablet and letting them zone out on YouTube, while you, the adult parent, also zones out on Facebook for 2 hours, right? Because adults have a social media addiction as well, because I can raise my hand, I can't get off Twitter. But, like, you have to be able to, and me and my wife always have these
my wife and
I, thank you. We always have these battles. I mean, because my one daughter, Olivia, is more of a go-getter. She's got a little bit thicker skin. And my other daughter, Mia, is a little more sensitive. So the way I talk to each of them, the way I discipline each of them, I have to give Mia a little bit more rope, because if I jump down her throat too often, then she thinks that I'm being, I'm mean and I'm a dictator. And she'll be on the State of the Union saying I'm a threat to democracy, the whole bit. So I do think it's a combination of both. But for the most part, I do think we have. Ed Rendell said this years ago when I was on a sports station, like 15 years ago. He said we have become a nation of wusses.
You know what?
And I think that's true.
I agree.
I have to point out, we haven't seen something like this. The homicide rate for older teenagers in America rose to its highest point in nearly 25 years. That was during the pandemic. And the suicide rate, the worst in more than 50 years. So you cannot tell me, is there something going on with parenting and lack thereof? Yes, absolutely. And I just had Beth Ann Rossica, who's our education expert, who was fighting, local government in Chester County and talking about the two-parent, that we have to look at two-parent privilege, and that society doesn't want to talk about that as far as co-parenting and so on and so forth. But I tell you this pandemic and the impact of it, we have to recognize Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. And Greg, to your point, when you find your kid with their wrists slit, it's kind of hard to say, suck it up, buttercup. And that's what parents are dealing with.
You go to the most extreme case. That is not.
Because I have friends who.
That's not the majority of kids.
It's a lot, Greg.
Yes.
You don't understand.
If you have that sort of suicidal thoughts, then absolutely
they're having
you should go see therapy.
thoughts.
But you need. We give. Anxiety is a good thing. Okay, like it's there for a reason. Anxiety is absolutely a good thing. We have it for a reason. We have it because, hey, you know what? Maybe I shouldn't cross the street at this time. Maybe I shouldn't do this. Anxiety is there for a reason. And we give you these pills now to curb this. It's like, well, you have anxiety. Well, you must have PTSD because you were bullied. Like, are you effing kidding me?
Yeah,
because you were bullied?
The simple solution is always put them on medicine.
Yes.
Which to me is which I hate that.
Yeah, and for the ADHD.
Which breeds school shootings, which breed all of these suicidal thoughts, all of that, I believe, is attributed to these psychotropic drugs that people are prescribing me because, oh, my kid, my grandma died, so, I can't go to school today, and I need a mental health day, and I need this, and I need to see a therapist. It's like, yes, tragedy happens to everybody every day. Like, I understand it. At some point, you have to get over it and walk it off.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Yeah, I mean...
And we're not telling our kids that. We're not telling our kids to walk it off.
I think, and this is not to say this is the easy solution and the easy fix, or this is one size fits all for all, but when I'm having a day and I'm in a bad mood, or I'm down, or I have a little anxiety or whatever, I do one of two things, or I do both of them. I work out even longer at the gym and burn off that frustration.
And what did we do?
Or I take a nap.
And what did they do to us during the pandemic? What did they shut down? They shut down the gyms.
Yeah, that's a good point.
They shut down the churches. My church, my parish, we're still trying to get everybody back.
Humans don't do well in isolation. They really don't.
No, they interrupted our society, and I think they should pay. I would love, the January 6th, and they keep trying to get the pictures of everybody who, God forbid, if you attended J6. I want the same accountability for all those people who interrupted the lives and the growth and the human development of our children and all of us.
So do I. I just know we won't get that. So I can't keep stressing over it.
Yeah, I look, was the lockdown a good thing? Was the pandemic and keeping our kids out of school healthy? Absolutely not. Did it take a generation back as far as schooling? Yes. But 5 years later, we can't sit here and say, well, all the woes in the world are because of the pandemic.
But it's not really 5 years later. When did we finally end when was the last mask mandate here in Philadelphia?
Yeah,
I mean, here in the most restrictive places,
early 23.
It's really quite recent.
It's like blaming movies.
I'm not blaming Greg,
and it's just I just think there's a deeper problem, and parents are the ones to blame for it. Yes, teachers, administrators, yes, you can blame the government for all of your woes. What'll that get you? It starts at home.
Well, what did Jason Kelsey say at his retirement speech a few days ago about fathers, the importance of a father in your life?
Mm-hmm.
And, a lot, whether it's SEPTA shootings or anything with these mental health issues with Gen Z, and that's the most ironic part of all of this. We had that nut job for Doritos who wants to eliminate the obliterate the traditional family.
Yeah.
The traditional family, I got news for all of you whack jobs on TikTok. Most people that come from a traditional family that obviously offends you, most of us don't end up committing mass shootings because we had a mom that was there every day taking us to sports and dropping us off at school and taking us to the mall. And then we had a dad who was working, and then, if we got out of line, he would go Al Bundy and give you 5 across the eyes.
We have a society right now that is just so involved in their own feelings and their own head and their own. It's like, well, I have a hangnail. Okay, you should go to therapy, and then you go to therapy, and then you sit there and you talk about your problems. It's me. Yeah. Like you're too much in your own head. You're too much in how does it make me feel? How does it like go out and do a task?
Mm-hmm.
Like you said, go out and exercise. Do something that is not sitting inside and scrolling social media and just constantly in your own head. Mm-hmm. It's not healthy.
Yep, you're right.
It's not, and I will say to you that one thing that happened, and to your point, Greg, it's about the parents. What government has done, and through the school system, what they've done is they have tried to separate us from our kids. they talk to the kids and they say, you can tell us secrets.
Oh, well, forget
and we're gonna tell you
separating. The government's coming in now and taking kids that out of houses where the parents won't acknowledge their pronouns.
But it's even, it's not even. It is that you're right, and that stuff is happening in our area as well.
Yeah.
But I'm telling you, this disruption, this interruption, is that kids in schools were being indoctrinated in some of this stuff, and it's so. Is it social media? Absolutely. Is it in part the parents? Yes. But I know parents, especially in the public schools, that's why we have wait lists on every private school and charter school in this area. Call an admissions office. Try to get your kid in. They're on a wait list unless you got them in since they were like 6th grade and you're trying to get them into high school. So there's something else to this that we need to not blame, but that we need to recognize. And we need to fight back as parents. And it's why more than ever, we should be diligent about fighting for our parental rights.
One more thing. Let me just say this because I'm not getting off the soft generation thing. My grandfather was in World War II. He was on an aircraft carrier that was bombed, and 99% of the people on board that aircraft carrier died. He was stuck in the water for 3 days until somebody came and rescued him. I think about that daily. And I have a picture of his aircraft carrier hanging up on my wall. And I'm constantly telling my son about his great-grandfather and what he did. And I just feel like, and I'm a giant wuss. I could never have survived that.
Same here.
But there was a different mentality back then. I'm not saying everything they did was right. I'm not saying everything they did was wrong. I'm just saying there was a different mentality back then. Now everybody is just so involved in themselves and their pronouns and how it's making me feel. And I can't go to work because anxiety, and I have social anxiety, I have this anxiety, I have that anxiety. Like, just think back a couple generations ago and what they went through.
Yep.
And we just don't make people like that anymore.
You're right.
We need to.
I mean, you don't even have to go back to that point in World War II. Just go back to the early 2000s. Go back to the mid-90s. Go back to 1986. I mean, you can go back 25, 30 years, and the way people parented or coached their athletes, or, you know, the teachers approached you. I mean, my God, I remember in 1996, 1997, I mean, there was a time where I thought my biology teacher was going to put me up against the chalkboard. And nowadays, that teacher would be eradicated from school and never have a job again. So we have definitely changed. And I'm not saying you should be jacking up students, but, you know, at the end of the day, you're right. This soft nature. And you know what? You see that play out, too, in politics with voting. I'm going to go with feelings over facts. I don't want Trump, even though he made my life better because of the mean tweets.
Yep.
Oh,
By the way,
tweets.
you would love Masters of the Air.
Oh, it's great. It's fabulous.
Awesome.
Fabulous. I just started watching it the other day.
It's tremendous.
Apple TV. Fabulous.
But you bring the point up about war, and it is true that the last time we had a war declaration, you think of World War II. You mentioned your grandpa, the Korean War, war in Vietnam, extended campaigns in Afghanistan and Iraq. Technically, we're not stamped by Congress as war declarations, but the further we get away from war, the less perspective, and this is the truth, the less perspective we have in society. And that is the truth.
All right. It's 9 minutes past due, but I was not going to stop that great conversation. Let's get to what's on the cut sheet.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this? What? Thursday! Sponsored by Cherry Hill Volvo, where right now you can lease an XC40 for $459 or an XC90 for $629 per month, and interest rates as low as 4%. Hurry into Cherry Hill Volvo for details today. Check them out on Route 70 in Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. I'm going to piggyback off of what we were just talking about because I think this plays into exactly what we're talking about. Get over to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Somebody asked if we could shut my mic off, so sorry.
No, Greg controls the board. He can shut our mics off, though.
Yeah.
He is the master
And he's got
of
the dump
us.
button, too.
Yeah.
He's got all the good gadgets in there.
Record number of people listening to us and watching us over the last couple of weeks. But yes, you tell me how to program a radio show, okay? Thanks, buddy.
By the way, too,
I appreciate it.
not to
Sorry.
suck up to the boss, but weren't you the guy that has been basically a part of all of the most successful morning shows? Isn't that something that you said on the air in the past?
I don't.
You were like, ever since you've been a part of.
I don't say anything. I don't say anything.
Okay.
Anymore. I don't say anything anymore.
Okay.
I don't have many skills in this world. Radio, I consider one.
I don't have many.
I don't. I really don't have.
I
any
don't
skills.
either. That's
You
why I
mean
keep
like
coming back.
handyman?
No skills. I have absolutely no skills.
I mean,
I think I'm doing a pretty good job as a dad, but other than that,
well, that's what matters.
Other than that, and radio, that's all I got. Okay, this is cut 3, Phil. This is a little bit visual, but Nick, if you can kind of, there's captions on it. If you can kind of read along for the people listening on the Odyssey app and on 1210 WPHT. This mother on TikTok posted a video claiming all 4 of her children are transgender. I don't even know how that's statistically possible.
I know.
And people say, well, transgenderism, all this stuff, yeah, it's real. It affects some people. But it's kind of like hey, my friend's transgender. Maybe I am too.
Yeah.
One of those things.
Can I fill out an application and sign up? How do I join the club?
Nick, if you want to narrate this is cut 3, my friend. Go.
Oh. A little girl with blue glasses and a teddy bear or a little monkey. Another girl with a hat on and a flannel. All 4 of them in the back seat together, 3rd row. Maybe Piazza Auto Group there. And now she's, here we go. Now it's getting weird. And they're fading up. Now they're getting mohawks. This is like the transition. There's the hair dye. First sign of the illness. Oh, boy. Hugging the mom wearing a mask and headphones. Another mask. Cloth one. Doesn't work. Earrings. All right, so we basically have this.
All 4 of her
this
kids.
Mom has basically taken all 4 of her daughters to their local supercuts and gone from beautiful long hair to how my hair looked when I was in 5th grade.
It's not. It's statistically not possible that all 4 of her children can be transgender. It's just not.
That's like that right there is grooming and indoctrination, is it not? That's the odds of that happening. The odds that you have 4 children. Again, and I think it's a mental health issue. The odds that all 4 of them have that issue is like, I would say, the equivalent of hitting Powerball twice in your lifetime.
But this is what I'm talking about, guys. And look, I'm not saying that parents, transgender, it's a real thing. Like, I really do believe that there are people. It's usually guys, men, boys who are who are in the wrong body. But it's not a majority. It's not anywhere close to what they say the statistic is. And to have 4 children in the same household who are all transgender, it's just not possible. I'm sorry, it's not.
It's almost a taught and encouraged way of life.
This goes back to what we were talking about a half hour ago, where I said it's a generation of kids and their parents perpetuate this. They're in their own head, they're in their own feelings. It's like, well, today I feel like a girl. So like, instead of saying you don't, you're not.
I mean, I feel like a girl. I feel like a girl when I don't get on the roller coaster with my wife and kids because I'm scared of heights. But I don't, I don't decide to grow whatever hair I have left out down to my keister and then all of a sudden go through these procedures. That to me is where the mental health comes into play. And again, and you can ridicule me all you want. I don't understand how you arrive at the conclusion that you feel like you are in the wrong body. You were meant to be. No, there's 2 genders, and if you come out a boy, biology says you're a boy. This is where I go back to like the trust the science stuff. I don't understand some people out there that say, that selectively pick and choose which science they want to adhere to. You don't, in my line of thinking of consistency versus hypocrisy, you can't pick and choose which science you adhere to. Science is like almost indisputable, right? It's, okay, there's certain genders, there's, when you freeze water at a certain temperature, it becomes ice, then it melts. Like, that's not up for debate. So I don't like this. This to me feels like, and I know I'm bloviating here, but this feels like a big issue that is being pushed and financially driven by big pharma, because I think I've cited the stat before in the past.
Therapists, too.
By therapists as well. Anybody that can make a profit off of this. By 2032, the transgender procedures, I'm talking about the surgical going from one gender to the other is a $32 billion a year business. That's why I think it's being pushed so much.
But also there are books dating back to the 70s all about this movement with the trans movement. And I think yes, in part, there are those who want to capitalize on it. But I also think it's deeper than that. This is an attack on traditions, on family, on faith. It's an attack on all of that to say, and I feel as a woman that it's an attack on women. It's an attack on, yes, you know what? We're the only ones that can carry a baby in our womb. We're the only ones who give birth. That's it. That's what we do. Men have a certain skill set, are stronger, but they want to take away all of that.
To your point, I would like to confirm this. Anthony and Phil, if you guys are listening, and I know you are, just find the stats of trans procedures of men going to female and female going to men. My guess is 8 out of 10 times it's men going to female. We don't hear much about it the other way around.
It is.
Yes, and a lot of statistics, a lot of experts, so-called, say that in fact many of these boys, they say that puberty is the cure. Let everybody go through puberty, because some of the boys are actually gay, or some of the girls are gay, and they're coping with that. And so there are many even gay rights groups that are saying it's an attack on just, hey, maybe they're gay. Just let them go through puberty, let them have the process, and maybe, to Greg's point, maybe there's a tiny percent. My sister-in-law is a nurse, and she said, you'd be surprised at how many kids are born with both parts. It's not as rare as you think, which kind of was shocking. I mean, it's still very rare, obviously, but mostly these are other issues. But right now, it's hip. It's being pushed.
That's what I was going to say. There was a time, like nowadays, and we've seen it in many regards. If you are just gay or a lesbian, a lot of them look at the trans community as like, hey, we fought for acceptance and rights, and you guys are, and I feel like the gay community looks at the trans community and they're like, I'm not sure about that. So there was a time in the 70s and the 80s, the 90s, probably even into the early 2000s, where gay and lesbian was viewed with a certain stigma. I think collectively, in total, for the most part now, it is a widely accepted preference, right? But now the trans community, I think they know that it's not just hip enough or cool enough or trendy enough to be gay or lesbian. They want to be combative by nature and defiant, because a lot of people resist the trans movement. So it's almost like, I'm going to keep pushing and pushing and pushing. Like, we did 30 and 40 years ago. And
it's not everybody, to your point, but there is something strange. And just to me, some of the language that's out there, I just think, shouldn't, as a woman, as a female, shouldn't you feel a little nervous about it or feel under attack when somebody essentially wants to say, you don't matter and we want to erase you? It's not good enough for you to just say, oh, you be you. This is America. Be free. Live your life. No worries. But this is something different. This is something that says, no, you have to say my pronouns.
Yeah.
You have to do this. You have to validate me, and you have to invalidate who you are.
Yeah. And look, we go back to what we talked about yesterday with diversity, equity, and inclusion. And I talked about equity and equality. I want equality for everybody. I don't care if you're trans. If you're trans, you should have the same equality as a straight person, a gay person, or a lesbian. But the only thing is, when guys say this, it's, oh, you're transphobic or you're homophobic. I feel like, sadly, Dawn, this is a fight that females really need to fight, especially when they come in and take locker rooms and bathrooms and your sports that are dedicated to female under Title IX and things like that. At the end of the day, this is where I think the female has to say, regardless of the repercussion, and I know you could get shunned and canceled and
look at
all
Riley.
That, yeah, like you have to stand up and say, look, sir, with all due respect, no matter what procedure you go through, you will not be one of us. And that's not me being anti-inclusivity. That's me just looking at facts and biology.
Old Man Dudley sums up the last 25 minutes perfectly by saying,
I saw the tweet.
Today on 1210, group therapy.
Yes.
Look, it's an important subject. I know it's uncomfortable for people to hear, and I know it's conversations that 90%, 99% of other radio shows aren't having. But it's a thing. Like we we should talk about it. We talk about stuff that is uncomfortable here. That's what we do. That's why I love this format, because we can. We're the only ones that's like, hey, it's 8:05. We have to get to a record right now. Make sure we do that. Make sure we sweep the quarter hours.
Coming up next, another commercial-free rock block, but the latest in the trans community right now on the Sixes.
You know, this morning on NBC 10, Keith Jones, the anchor there, was talking about he and his wife. He's very excited. They're having their first baby. And so his co-anchor, the females, the weather woman, Erin, his co-anchor, wore the colored dress that they think whether Keith and his wife are having a boy or a girl. Mm-hmm. And they did. And then at the end, they revealed like the ultrasound. It was really cute. And they revealed the ultrasound, and his co-anchor, Erin, had a blue dress on. She was like, I was right, it was a boy. It was just this cute little moment. And as I'm seeing this, and I'm thinking, oh, man, I hope nobody comes after them and says, why are you celebrating? You know what I mean?
Well, what are the two colors?
Tradition.
It's blue or pink, right?
Yeah, so are you having they didn't say anything but what I'm just saying. It was lovely.
Yeah.
But
well, somebody will be bothered by it and saying, well, what about purple? What about the other colors of the rainbow?
And why would you choose, why would you tell your baby you're having a boy, why would you tell him he's a boy? You don't even know his pronouns until after he's 5 and born. You know what I mean? I thought, oh, gee.
Muller Auction Company says, is this the cut sheet segment or what to cut off your kids segment?
Stop.
It's not right. It's not right.
Choppy.
All right, let's get back to cuts. Florida passes an amended bill banning social media for minors, requiring age verification for adult websites. Florida lawmakers passed an amended bill that restricts minors under the age of 16 from using social media and requires adult websites to verify the age of its visitors, sending the bill to Governor Ron DeSantis' desk after he vetoed a previous version of the bill. This is the NBC affiliate in Tampa. Their report on this from last night. This is Cut 13. Phil, go.
Sue Paul joins us live with the story.
And Lenny, the governor hinted at this veto weeks ago. So what was the biggest reason that he refused to sign it into law this time?
Well, he says that he vetoed House Bill 1 because a superior bill is in the works, but it's unclear exactly why. It appears that there was concern that a ban for 16-year-olds would have been an overreach, so state lawmakers are scrapping that proposal. Today, they introduced House Bill 3, which has a lot of relaxed measures in it. 14 and 15-year-olds would be able to access social media as long as they have a parent's permission. And supporters of the bill says it helps kids avoid the pitfalls of social media. Tonight, we heard from families and kids, as well as the bill sponsor, who's answering parent concerns.
I can't watch TikTok. I can't watch Instagram.
Every bill, every iteration of this bill never held parents responsible. It always held the social media companies responsible for it. Because at the end of the day, no one in the legislature is in the business of wanting to penalize parents. We are wanting to hold social media companies accountable.
But time is limited for this new proposal to make its way to the governor's desk because the last week of legislative session will be on the horizon soon. Reporting live in Tampa, Lenny Sue Paul, 8 on your side.
Oh, what I wouldn't do to be in Tampa right now. But anyway, so let's think about these social media bans at the top and work our way down. Mm-hmm. In theory, they sound great. In reality, they usually don't work. There's going to be all sorts of loopholes. You heard her say parental permission. Well, what does that mean? I mean, how do you download an app on a phone and then get parental permission? I mean, what is the mom or dad talk into the phone?
You get a code.
You get it. Okay, you get a
code.
code.
I get it right now. Like if my kids want to download whatever program, even if it's something for school.
Yeah.
That it's attached to your Apple ID.
Okay.
And so you have to approve it.
And then once you do all of that, what's the appropriate age? 16 to me feels too high. I would say, if you're going to do this, I would say
18
can't be.
If you pay for the phone, and I suggest you right now, in the phones of your girls, change their birth dates and make it so that they're 2. Wish I would have done that. I'm just saying.
I've already told them they can't date till they're 30.
Yeah.
I would actually probably lower. I've actually come off of the stance of banning some of these things, although I still think TikTok should go from a national security standpoint. But
You're not banning it, Nick. Trust me, control it.
Control it?
Yep. Monitor it and control. You pay for it.
I do.
So,
again, I don't know if we need a bill for this. I think we need just parents to be parents and say, get the hell off of your phone.
Well, what if you don't have that parental stability in your life? So we think bans don't work, but we also just said 20 minutes ago when we were having group therapy that kids need to get the hell off of social media and go outside. So which way do we want to have it? Well, where's the happy middle at? Where's the correct gray area medium position? I don't know. When you become a teenager, like I hate the fact that my kids at 8 years old had a smartphone. I hate the fact, but my girls were dancers and they were on TikTok and they were doing all these other, goofy dances. And they have some, my wife, she has like some restrictions on them, only family and friends and their girls that dance that they have friends with on Facebook. But somebody like, now that we're on this social media thing, I'm only on Twitter. I've never understood why you need to have 5 different social media feeds. Why do you need Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Snapchat, and TikTok? In all seriousness.
Well, once you're the brand manager of a radio station, sometimes you need to.
Oh, I get
sure
yes,
okay.
Yes. In the media world, I understand you want to get your content out to as many people as possible.
Yeah.
But if you think about each of them, TikTok started out as goofy dances. I feel like that kind of came into prominence right around the beginning of the pandemic, maybe slightly before. But like, what is Instagram? I actually argue that if you took off hot chicks off of Instagram, 90% of their base would be gone. That's how it really started, right? Instagram was like the photo filter version of Twitter and Facebook.
Yep.
So,
yeah, I by the way, if you're not following 1210 WPHT on Instagram, please do so, because we always post videos, and they're always longer videos that we post. So if we post little snippets on Twitter, you can see the longer version on Instagram. I agree with you. I just think that we don't need bills for this. I admire what they're trying to do, but just another bill, just another law, just another thing, it's just not something society needs.
But is this one of the bipartisan things that maybe we should all get on board with? Because it seems like there's people on both sides that are in favor of this.
I don't know much about what's happening here in Florida because, we're in Philadelphia. But it appears to me that I think Ron DeSantis is going to sign this bill because he rejected the first one, but worked with them and said, "I'll sign it if you take out this, and this, and this, and make it this."
Well, forgetting parents, if you think about the politicians, I think the reason why we're seeing some bipartisan agreement on whether it's TikTok or any other app is both sides don't want the next generation exposed to political ideologies too soon. I think that's what they're scared of. Like, I think conservatives, and if this audience is going to get mad, so be it. I think conservatives are afraid that like TikTok and Instagram creates future Democrats. I really do. And I think vice versa. I think Democrats and the left view X now in the free speech Elon Musk era as where young future up and coming Republican conservative men are getting their news and information, and they don't want to fall behind in this race to get new voters.
Heaven 01, I'm sorry, real fast on. Heaven 01 sums up my thinking. Weak parenting, just say no and don't be your kid's friend. I agree with that 1,000%. I'm sorry.
So do I.
But I will also say that, just yesterday they're talking. First of all, as far as TikTok goes, with China, we have this new legislation that they proposed to say that TikTok cannot be owned. Ultimately, it's TikTok is run by China.
Yeah.
And so they're saying that there is legislation that was just proposed. I'm talking about in the United States Congress, legislation that would force China-based ByteDance to divest TikTok or risk a ban in the U.S. I think that's the level they should look at. So they should say that, and this is clearing committees as we speak, by the way, because if you look at, and I had my kids when they were younger look at this. Look at TikTok. If you see what's on TikTok in China, it's all educational.
Oh, yeah.
It's all promoting being smart, math, science, all of that. Here, it's just looking at stupid stuff. It's a celebration of stupidity.
Yep.
Eat the Tide Pod. Who can do what? It's all that junk.
Well, that's America these days.
And that's
honestly.
America.
Yes.
But we also know through all these different, and they've been doing these congressional hearings, that Facebook, all these different, social media sites, even Facebook, they're all accused of algorithms that target, let's say, a girl who's feeling, who's having self-esteem issues, and she's, feeling insufficient in her life or her looks or whatever. The algorithms actually supersize it. And that is what the lawmakers are saying. That's real. Those algorithms are horrible.
Oh, yeah, they're all rigged.
And so it's by design.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that they're targeting kids, much like we've seen tobacco ads that targeted kids, tobacco companies were told you're not allowed to have like the little camel and that it's a cartoon. You're not allowed to do certain things. That's essentially what's going through Congress. So I think if we're going to legislate it at that level.
But I would also argue that just because you get rid of TikTok does not mean that China is going to stop getting our information. I mean, China is always so far ahead of us. I mean, hell, they've got like these rogue police precincts set up in our cities and our big cities throughout our country. Yeah. Which again, to this day, I still have not been given any idea as to how that's permissible. But yeah, it doesn't stop with TikTok. I got news for you.
Speaking of diagnosing people. Keith Olbermann.
Oh gosh.
Speaking of group therapy,
who Tony Bruno. I had no idea that story Tony Bruno told us yesterday about the fact that
he cut Bruno off just like that.
He posted something, and Keith Olbermann called Tony Bruno and said, "Never talk to me again, never call me again," and then blocked him from all of his.
Yes.
That is absurd.
Because Tony said all lives matter, and Olbermann lost his mind over that.
Well, Keith Olbermann, I didn't realize this. He must be a doctor because he has diagnosed Trump with fluent aphasia.
Oh, I don't even know what that is.
Which is a horrible. That's what Bruce Willis has. That's what Wendy Williams is suffering from now. Like it's a horrible disease that basically is, it's early onset dementia. And then you lose the ability to speak and you die. It's a horrendous disease, and it usually affects people who are not old enough to get dementia yet.
Okay.
But Keith Olbermann says that Donald Trump has that. You have to see this video, by the way. He's sitting alone in his apartment.
He is alone.
Yelling at a computer screen.
He looks scary.
Just scary. Like, talk about mental health, bro. Yeah. Check your mental health. Go out have some sunshine. I don't know.
He lives right in Central Park.
I don't know what sex you're into. I don't know if you're into men or women, but like whatever, you do you. Just go out and try and find a companion. Just do something, bro.
This is what happens when you're surrounded by a cat all day.
Cut to Phil, go.
On the Tuesday Countdown podcast, after 3 days filled with unbelievable verbal mistakes in speeches and elsewhere, it appears that Donald Trump is suffering from a disease called fluent aphasia, Wernicke's aphasia, in which they sound like sentences or answers to questions, but, and this is almost the literal clinical definition, they are in fact word salad. Wernicke's aphasia, fluent aphasia. He may also be suffering from another disease called anosognosia, in which you cannot realize nor accept the idea that you have an illness or injury. All that plus the Supreme Court betraying America yet again, but inadvertently giving Joe Biden a kind of qualified specific immunity in case he wants to try to overthrow an election.
Not sure what's going on with the hair and the glasses, but that is a very unique look, to say the least. He says word salad, so since he is Dr. Keith, is he going to diagnose Kamala? Because Kamala's the queen of the word salad. And then as far as what he said about Trump, I mean, to me, Trump's ability, which makes him so good at what he does, is he can just talk and talk and talk. And maybe he doesn't answer the question the way you like it, but his ability to just ad lib is, second to none. Keith needs some help.
He really does.
Yeah.
Look, I'm not a doctor, so I can't diagnose anybody.
Like, you're insane.
But I see what I see.
If you're so far left that even MSNBC won't touch you. Like, he makes Maddow and Joy Reid seem like conservatives.
Oh, they don't like one another. You know what I mean? Because Keith Olbermann feels like Rachel Maddow betrayed him because he got her the job there and then kind of turned her back on him.
Oh boy.
So
as
the liberals turn. Sorry.
Yeah.
Well, woke eventually eats woke. We've told you that.
But for Oberman, think about this guy, and you mentioned Tony Bruno, who thinks Oberman might need some help.
He's 65.
But he is somebody who's talking about some illnesses that are tragic. And it's really obtuse and apathetic for him to talk about diseases that some people are coping with, and they're like Wendy Williams, the talk show host.
Oh, that's horrendous.
Her family, her son Kevin, and oh my gosh, and Bruce Willis's family. There are many, and they're just celebrities reaching out in the public because they feel for those caregivers.
Well,
for him to belittle and say that Trump, because he doesn't like what he says politically. Oh my goodness, that's really bad.
By the way, what's happening to Wendy Williams, like her family or whoever signed off on this reality show that they have, they're ghouls, because you're watching her decline in real time for reality TV.
Yeah.
And it's disgraceful what they're doing. I don't know if it's her family or not, but somebody had to sign off on it.
Look, I have no problem if people start. I mean, I'm one of them. Started off in sports and then went to news and politics. But if you were a '90s, I don't even want to say '90s child. You could have been an adult in the '90s. SportsCenter on ESPN was a pop culture phenomenon.
Sure,
it was must-see television in the morning, where they would do it at 6 o'clock live, and they would run reruns through 11 o'clock. You'd watch it on loop if you were home from school or off of work. And then they would be live again at 6 o'clock at night. And there was Keith Olbermann, there was Dan Patrick, Stuart Scott, Rich Eisen, Kenny Mayne. They were so stinking funny and good and witty. And to see what this Keith Olbermann is one of the founding fathers of SportsCenter. To see what he has become now, and I don't care that he's a left winger, but the levels, and I think he's actually trying to be funny there. He's not really trying to diagnose Trump, but the way he delivers it comes off super serious, and I don't think it's funny. To your point, like, you're bringing up these god-awful diseases that you never want to have any family member have to live through and care for them and see them just erode before your very eyes. Like, what a turn this guy has taken.
Yeah.
And Tony mentioned yesterday when he was on with us, he used to, and this was when I was Tony and Harry's producer at the sports station, he would leave, this was 2011, 2012, Tony would leave on Friday after the show. He would drive to New York, and ESPN and another network would put him up in a hotel so that Tony could be on as a panelist on Olbermann's show. And that was only 12 years ago. And that was right before, like, Olbermann. I honestly think Trump broke him. I really do. Like, the amount of people that had just lost their minds over some outsider coming in and ruffling feathers, they just haven't recovered.
Over on Funny Late Night, Stephen Colbert clashed with his guest about the future of AI. And Colbert says that he's ready for the machines to be in charge.
Oh.
He said that seriously.
Okay.
Ooh.
Late Show host Stephen Colbert spoke to a historian about the future of AI and what it will have on human civilization, arguing he looks forward to when society is run by machines instead of people. He's talking to author Yuval Noah Harari, noting that Harari has not only written extensively about humanity's past, but about its potential future as well. So this is Stephen Colbert and this guest arguing about AI, where Stephen Colbert says, "Hey, look, I'm ready for the machines to take over." This is not at all disturbing whatsoever. Cut 6, Phil, go.
I'm not that worried about AI. I just doesn't get my blood going to get worried about AI. I think of some positive aspects of it. I mean, I've seen how humans have handled history, and not great. And so I'm ready for the big machines that make big decisions, programmed by fellows with compassion and vision. I'm ready for the machines to tell us what to do. Are you?
Not really. It's extremely dangerous.
Why is it
to
dangerous,
give up
though?
power to something we don't understand?
But they're just extensions of us. I mean,
no, they're not.
Yes, they are. We made them. They're us.
Wow.
Well, he's not wrong. They are extensions of, quote, us, and you can say that when you are a left-winger like Stephen Colbert. Because what have we seen from all of these AI chatbots? There has to be some human element of putting information into the robot. So it's not artificial intelligence. It's actually human-created, skewed, slanted intelligence. So as a left-winger, of course, because you love when the government steps in and tells you what to do. You love when the robots tell you what to do because the robots have been programmed by people out in Silicon Valley and people that think, I mean, how many times have we gone through these manuscripts of these questions? What's worse, climate change or, well, that's a difficult question to answer. Yeah. If you're a free thinker and a critical thinker, I think the robots should concern you. Although I will say this, there are some days where I don't want to be around humans anymore, so I'm not really opposed to seeing a robot from time to time.
By the way, I'm getting called out on YouTube because apparently I should know who this guest is. Yuval. I don't know. I guess he's a member of the WEF. I don't know.
Oh, great. Another psycho.
I have no idea. I don't pay attention to this stuff as closely as you guys do. I'm sorry. I just like.
It doesn't matter who that guy is. He disagreed with Olbermann. That's all that matters.
I live my life.
Colbert, I mean.
I'm going to cut 10 here. So talking about children, because that's what this person is, even though they claim to be an adult. Being in their own head and their own feelings, and like going on TikTok and talking about all the plight in the world. This person says that white women are harming marginalized people.
Hey, Dawn, it's you. People
you,
like
Dawn.
you, Dawn.
Here I am.
Cut 10, Phil, go.
I'm so tired of white cis women being more dedicated to being
Look
called
at this. Oh,
a
look
healer
at this person.
than
Oh
actually
my
doing
God.
the work to be a healer. The only thing that you're worried about healing is your bruised ego and being confronted with your complacency in genocide and your obsession with upholding privilege.
You got
we
that,
do not
Dawn?
need more nice white women. Are you kidding me? And stop asking marginalized people to do the work for you because you don't feel comfortable with it. I am so tired of having conversations with white cis women where they're more upset about the fact that they're being called in or called out than the fact that they're harming marginalized people. The fact that there is literal genocide that they are paying for with the advertisements that they're putting all over Instagram. And these are the same women that are the first to minimize the impact of social media and also the first to use social media as their business opportunity, to use their voice, to create their community. So why is it that when in your mode of healing and community and business, why the is liberation not being centered? Y'all are stealing resources and precious energy and precious time from marginalized people because you are not willing to do it yourself. It's pathetic and it's privilege as You have so much power. Stop pretending that you can play small and get away with it. Step it the up. Your comfort is not a priority here at all.
Yeah, Dawn, you resource stealer.
Yo, white boy with your yellow little overalls that a 5-year-old girl would wear and your long earrings. You got a mommy complex because your mommy is a white woman.
Yeah.
That's who raised you.
Yeah.
That's whose body you came out of.
Yeah, Freud.
Freud
has some answers for you there,
Yeah.
bro. I mean, just this is what I mean.
You see that lack of a beard, by the way? He couldn't grow it in. I'd become a chick too if I had a beard like that.
It comes full circle, guys. We started talking about this an hour ago. It comes full circle. This group of people, this generation of, and it's our fault as parents. It really is because we raised them. We raised them. We allowed this to fester and foster. And we were like, tell me about your problems. Tell me what. Oh, okay, yes. We need therapy. Yes, we need medication. We need this. Give him a pill. Give him this. Give him a tablet. Give him this.
I love how that guy, I'm going to call him a guy because that's what he is. That guy is talking about, oh, I don't care about your feelings. What was the last little bit where he was like about getting out of your, I'm like, last time I checked, it's not like the standard straight cis white woman that he's referring to is the one in their feelings. You're the one who's consistently broadcasting your feelings.
Yep.
Why don't you check yourself, Skippy?
But he said something to the effect of, you have so much power. This is a message to he's got a real freaky problem with his own mother.
Yep.
He's got mommy issues.
Mommy issues.
Does somebody actually want to inform him that he actually does have a lot of power in this day and age? All that person needs to do is roll into a job that's hiring at a very healthy salary and claim all his money. He's going to be handed the world.
And I'd love to know who paid, if he went to any schooling, who helps pay the bills still.
Yep.
It's probably mommy who has the power.
If you're making that move from guy to girl, don't you have to shave off whatever you call of that beard? Like, isn't that like just kind of standard? Like, that's got to go? Yeah, come on, Holmes. Get like a Harry's razor and clean that up a little bit. Yeah?
Yep.
Yeah, whatever. 855-839-1210. Man, we're like Keith Olbermann. We're diagnosing people as well.
I like it. No, I wanted to have that conversation that we had in the 7:30 segment for a long time because it's just frustrating to me. Every time I see this stuff, it just makes me ache for society.
All right, now turn your microphone off like YouTube asks. All right, Kayal and Company coming up next. We will get into Dawn's Big Three. Our buddy Sean Farash is coming up at 9 o'clock this morning. But right now, let me tell you about my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. I tell you what, I love my Honda Ridgeline. I absolutely love it. But once I get to the point where the lease is up, if I'm thinking about something other than a truck, and I've been a lifelong SUV guy, I tell you what, the 2024 Honda Pilot Trail Sport, by the time that comes in 2026, it's going to be right in my wheelhouse. But if you're in the market right now for an SUV, you should check out the Trail Sport. It's a very unique version of the 2024 Honda Pilot. Comes with third-row seating, but also off-road capabilities. So you'll take care of the wife, the kids, the big family trips, and also all the rugged things that guys like to do. It features a 7-mode drive system, Trail Watch multi-camera view, so you have all the safety and security, 18-inch alloy wheels, and wireless Apple CarPlay, so you can get all of your devices synced up. And you can check out all of their options at one of their 5 locations in Philadelphia, Pottstown, Reading, Springfield, and Langhorne, or shop all their inventory online, PiazzaAutoGroup.com.
Get buckets with your first bet on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. It's America's #1 sports book right now. New customers can get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. That's $150 if your bet wins. You can bet on all your favorite NBA players and teams with quick bets, live same-game parlays, exclusive props, and so much more. I said it's a great way to watch the Sixers this season because God knows it's painful watching them blow 15-point leads like they did last night against Memphis. So you can do player props as the game is happening live. FanDuel.com/Greg to sign up. FanDuel.com/Greg. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 1210 WPHT and the NBA. 21 and over, President PA. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms of sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Countless financial firms have promised the security and peace of mind that comes only with a crash-proof retirement, but those imitators never last. No other firm has access to the tried and true proprietary crash-proof retirement system that has proven to provide market-like returns credited as interest with no market risk or fees to over 5,000 clients through all economic conditions.
Janice Barbero, I'm from Fogelsville, Pennsylvania. With Crash Proof, we don't have to worry about making up any money that we've lost. So if the market goes down in 2024, we don't worry. We know our initial investment's still there. And that interest that we made the year before, that never goes away. I do think Crash Proof Retirement's original. They're the real deal. I don't think anybody else could give that kind of service.
Register for our next event at Spring Mill Manor, March 19th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
The impact of a meal goes well beyond feeding our bodies, because when people don't have to worry about where their next meal is coming from, they can truly thrive, like Marta.
And now we'll hear from our class valedictorian, who with our hard work never ceases to amaze us. Please welcome Marta Moreno.
And Alex.
Hey, Alex, how did the interview go?
I did it! I got the job! I can't believe it!
I knew it. Let's meet up later to celebrate.
And Diego.
Mom! I got first place at the science fair with my volcano project.
That's amazing, sweetie. Congratulations.
Because when people are fed, futures are nourished, and everyone deserves to live a full life. Join the movement to end hunger at feedingamerica.org/actnow. feedingamerica.org/actnow. A public service announcement brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Don't let woke win. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Kayal and Company, 8:35 as we continue Thursday morning. Hopefully all of you enjoyed Thursday's group therapy session. Your copay can be sent to me via Venmo, $35. I accept all major insurances.
By the way, Thaddeus on Twitter writes, because they were talking about the commercial breaks, I guess, and he says that it gives you a break from Greg swallowing in the middle of each sentence instead of before shouting over people in a debate or getting mad anytime Dawn dare bring up a valid point that kill his redundant arguments or his how to raise a school shooter take on parenting. And I just responded to him. I said, thanks for listening, buddy.
Yeah.
I don't care if you don't agree. Just listen.
Would you rather hear Stalker or lose on number 2? 855-839-1210, the number.
Thaddeus.
A lot of good stuff to get to as we continue. A lot of comments as well.
I love the comments.
Good luck figuring out a winner today for who won Twitter or YouTube. Still ahead this morning, our buddy Sean Faresh is going to join us. He's coming up at 9 o'clock, our great Donald Trump impressionist. We're going to get his thoughts on the big SCOTUS ruling from earlier this week, 9-zip. Also, his victory on Super Tuesday as Bird Brain has stepped aside temporarily, suspending her campaign. Still yet to officially endorse Donald Trump. We'll also get his thoughts on the big guy tonight and State of the Union and all other issues as well. You know, there's an interesting conversation that was being had by some people that I saw when I was peeking in at social media yesterday with Nikki Haley officially suspending her campaign. Does Donald Trump reach out to Nikki Haley to kind of, mend the fences and get Nikki Haley to come out not only and endorse Trump, but have Nikki Haley come out and say that her backers, her supporters, need to vote for Donald Trump on November 5th? Because there is this, small block of, and I'm not looking at Vermont or any of these other open primaries where Democrats jumped in to vote for Nikki. But I'm talking about, and I like to say that Nikki is a rebranded, repackaged old guard Republican, like a Bush conservative. But there are those out there that will always be never Trumpers. And if they really loved Nikki like they said they did, and they voted for Nikki in these primaries, can Nikki convince them to vote for Donald Trump on Tuesday, November 5th? I think that's very interesting. Or will it be Nikki Haley that reaches out to Donald Trump and those conversations will be had? So I think that's something very interesting to keep an eye on. Everybody else kind of got out of the way when they read the writing on the wall and it was no longer, something that you could continue to fight for. DeSantis got out on January 21st. He endorsed Trump. Vivek Ramaswamy, Tim Scott, they got out before. They're now a part of, Trump's camp, presumably in position for a cabinet spot if Trump gets reelected. So Nikki Haley, I still think, how do you want to be viewed by the majority of Republicans? Do you want to endorse Trump and salvage what could be a run in the post-Trump era in 2028? Or do you want to be the female from South Carolina who takes a page out of the Chris Christie playbook? Look, if you want to end up on TV, write books, do whatever, that's fine. But I think if you want to hold office again in the near future in the Republican Party, and I don't see the Republican Party post Donald Trump going back to the days of George Bush. Now, it doesn't mean you're going to get an outsider. It doesn't mean you're going to get the next Donald Trump. But as much as I like DeSantis, he's kind of a career politician at this point. So, how do you kind of view that? And I think that'll be something to pay attention to as we move forward. 855-839-1210 if you would like to jump in. Also yesterday, big news as SCOTUS announces that they will hear arguments in the Trump presidential immunity case on April 25th. That coming out. A ruling from the high court is expected by late June. And as we know, Trump's criminal trial has been put on hold pending resolution on the matter. I don't know that they will grant him entire or complete immunity. I think at this point, Trump is probably looking for some broad level of immunity. And then obviously the Alvin Bragg case is scheduled to start 18 days from now. So March 25th, the Alvin Bragg Manhattan trial. April 25th, 1 month later, SCOTUS, Trump immunity, and of course we have other things going on. The Fonnie Willis thing, I've got to imagine. Now, we've got to be, almost 3 weeks in to the day we played that clip of Fonnie Willis and Nathan Wade. That thing's got to be getting close to its finality.
Well, they said, I think I saw the other day that they said within the next 2 weeks it's going to be decided.
Yeah.
So I assume we'll probably get that ruling next week.
Yeah, I would hope so. I mean, I'm not sure what more. And look, if there's obviously more damning evidence against Fonnie Willis, Nathan Wade, Terrence Bradley, so be it. Let's get it out. But I would imagine, if I was the judge, if I was Scott McAfee presiding over that trial, I think I would probably be at the point where I think I know what my ruling and my conclusion would be, but we will see.
Do you guys think that, getting back to Nikki Haley, do you guys think that she will endorse Trump?
I do. I think because why she hasn't done so already, I just don't buy the wound is still fresh thing. Like, come on.
Do you, Don?
You were trounced for weeks.
Yeah.
It's been an open wound for a month, girl.
Yeah.
I mean, I think she will. I mean, we saw Mitch McConnell and many others. They're all Glenn Youngkin. They're all coming forth now and kissing his ring, and I think she'll kiss his ring too. I just think yesterday she really missed an opportunity to be, first of all, just have some emotion.
Yeah.
And it was sort of passive aggressive to me. I can't even imagine going through the year, that she's had and you're fundraising and it's 24/7 and you're with the campaign. You have all these people who are working for you for free as volunteers and that sort of thing and believe in you. So I know it's emotional, but she was just a little disingenuous and then it was a little lectury.
Mm-hmm.
And it was really an opportunity for her to, first of all, from her heart, just say thank you to everyone who voted for me, everyone who volunteered. And the most important thing out of all of this is that we come together and understand that we have an opportunity in America to take it all back. And we need to unite as a party and as a nation. And I just think she had this moment where people would go, oh, God, I love her. But she just couldn't bring herself to do that.
Well, the report yesterday was that Biden had a conversation with her, like called her personally.
With Nikki?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So basically saying, we don't agree on much, or maybe there's a few disagreements here, but I think the key point of what we're trying to accomplish is the same thing.
Yeah.
I think he's really trying to court her
Yeah.
to endorse him. By the way, let me just...
which she would be dead to me if she did that.
Oh, you talk
to
about
every Republican.
It'd be one thing not to endorse Trump, but to endorse Biden, you might as well just flip parties.
That's right.
So far, the votes totaled for the primary. Trump with 1.541 million votes. Nikki Haley, 763,000.
Yeah.
So almost half difference between the two.
Mm-hmm.
But guys, the 763,000, almost 764,000, let's round up. That's a lot of...
Oh, it's a chunk.
It's a lot of people.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
a lot
but
of people.
a lot of her people were like Vermont, those are Democrats.
Yeah.
These are people who are...
Yeah, I don't disagree with that.
You know what I mean? They were going to vote for Joe Biden anyway. They just want to give Trump and Republicans the shiv. And so that's a piece of this.
If I had to guess out of that 760-some thousand, I would say 1/3 of that are Democrats, 2/3 are Republican, and within that 2/3 of Republican, about 70% of them is the old guard, typical Bush, McCain, Romney Republican, that I don't think that this party's ever going back to. I think people have just had it with the uniparty. You talk about her being passive aggressive, Dawn. She said, "I congratulate him and wish him well. I wish anyone well who would be America's president. Our country is too precious to let our differences divide us." So you say that, but you don't endorse the guy. It's like, that's passive aggressive to me, right?
It was. I'm going to say this. If she just wanted to just give a speech and let get the salt out of the wound because it's a fresh wound. But I believe she will do the right thing, as they all are, and she will endorse. I cannot imagine that she would not. But I'm just saying, for her personally and her politically future, because everybody carried her speech, she had a moment to make you really like her. and to say to my husband who's serving overseas in the military, to my kids, to all of the volunteers, thank you for believing in me, but more importantly, you believe in America, which is now why we as Republicans, we have the better policies. We're the ones who can fix the economy. We can fix the border. We can make America safe again. And so I just hope we can unite, just be genuine and heartfelt, just on she wasn't really personal. And so it came off, I'm just saying, if I had written a speech for her, I would have let her show some heart and just tap into some heart so that she could sort of not repair, but moving forward, people would remember that speech and think that she's gracious and she's lovable.
I don't think she's going to endorse anybody. I think she's going to.
Well, she should.
I think she's going to sit this one out and not endorse anybody. I don't think she's going to endorse Biden.
Yeah.
But
No.
I think, to be honest with you, I think the attacks from Trump to her husband, I think crossed the line for her, and I just don't think that she's going to endorse him.
If that's the case, then
mustard.
He's in the driver's seat for 28. Start up the campaign right now, baby. I'm driving the bus. All right, 8:46. Let's get to a Dawn Stensland Big 3 at 8.
It's the Big 3 at 8 on Kayal and Company.
Since you mentioned this, we do have, a lot of news about DA Fani Willis and the attorney who's trying to take her down, essentially, revealing what she says in the Georgia election interference case, alleged interference with Donald J. Trump and 18 others. This is Ashley Merchant. And she was really saying that Willis should be disqualified, saying that there were financial irregularities, saying that, in fact, Fannie Willis had visited, and this was February of 2023, visited the White House and spent time with White House officials and Kamala Harris. And that was before making the decision to file those charges against Trump, which they then knew would tee up Trump on trial amid the 2024 POTUS election. So a lot of damning evidence, if you want to believe it. She says she has the receipts and revealed that yesterday. Fani Willis firing back and saying that Judge McAfee should really use a strict, narrow standard for any disqualification. So the swirl around this is simply that a lot of experts are saying they cannot believe Fani Willis has not just stepped aside to let this proceeding go forth. Okay. Also, another assistant, another ADA, a deputy DA, said she's now willing to testify against Fani.
Oh, yeah. Well, this is what happens when you allow a vendetta to cloud your judgment. I mean, you're an officer of the court. You're supposed to just only look at the facts. This is the one thing I always hated about the legal system is the political nature of it. When I was initially a political science major, then I flipped to criminal justice and law. And the reason I did that was because I was a little tired of politics. But like these DAs and these attorney generals that run to get elected on the, I'm going to get Trump, and then you cloud your judgment and it becomes like an obsession. She deserves everything that's coming her way right now.
Indeed. I'll take you to something that's a Pennsylvania story making national news. And this is the fact that United States Senator John Fetterman and Senator Bob Casey, who's obviously up for re-election, pulling back on support of this LGBTQ plus community center after Libs of TikTok actually called them out and said, what in the world are we really, taxpayers are going to fund $1 million with this community center that celebrates BDSM kink parties and so on and so forth.
Oh, my God.
And there was this weird back and forth where at first Fetterman, I guess, the office came out and said, no, we had no idea about it. Then he doubled down. He was kind of going back and forth as to whether or not he was going to support this.
Mm-hmm.
I think Casey, again, up for re-election, he's distancing himself from this whole situation.
Yeah. There's definitely an element, and if not one element, many elements to this LGBTQ stuff where you see a lot of this pedophilia stuff, this kinky fetish stuff. Like, if you're a very morally buttoned up person, it's so creepy and borderline, especially when we're talking about the youth and the minors. That's why a lot of us proceed with caution with this, because you $1 million in taxpayer dollars to put this together. So Fetterman is going kind of he's going against the grain here.
He is, because so Casey is pulling way far away from this because he's the one up for re-election. But the Fetterman's group, they're saying, hey, this William Way Center, they give a lot of services, low-income seniors, and anybody who identifies within the LGBTQ plus community. But the controversy is that not only do they provide meals, job training, and other services, they hold these kinky whatever parties in celebration of some kinky stuff.
Well, I tell you what, Fetterman, day by day, the progressives were really starting to get angry with this guy.
By the way, David Myers has the greatest comment right now on YouTube because we played. We're doing the Big Three at 8, and we did it at 8:47. He goes, "Isn't it almost 9?" I'm glad I don't depend on them for time management. Look, the Big Three at 8 can happen at any time in the 8 o'clock hour.
Yeah, it floats.
It floats.
Yeah, it's a floater.
Wow. It's a floater. The bottom line is your tax dollars at work as we think about the federal budget. Fetterman doubling down on this, and the latest that I see, because this was the Senate Appropriations Committee releasing the spending bill, which is being voted on and so on and so forth, but it's $1 million, and in particular, this fetish kinky party place. So Fetterman says he will work next year to get them the $1 million.
Yeah. So when does Fetterman flip to become a Republican? That's the question now. I can envision a Fetterman-Tulsi Gabbard Republican ticket.
I love it.
We have to break.
We're doing other things of the day. So quickly, I'll say Boathouse Row has been dark. They've finally gotten the lights back together, those beautiful synchronized lights. So Boathouse Row will be relit with the new lighting. That's your Big Three, Kayal and Company.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. Get us on the free Odyssey app and watch us on YouTube. You will want to watch us on YouTube because coming up next, our buddy Sean Faresh will join us, and he will be live on video on YouTube doing one of the things he does tremendously well. That is imitating Donald J. Trump.
How does that sound?
Sounds very good, Mr. President, and we will talk to you in about 7 minutes here on Kayal and Company.
We're talking about this spring-like weather, getting out, running, walking, maybe a little golf, right? This time of year, it's a great time to get out, enjoy life, do what you love to do, and you can't let that pain in your joints keep you from doing everything this spring and moving forward into this summer. So call QC Kinetics. Yeah, my friends at QC Kinetics, they're awesome. And QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. I'm talking about lasting joint pain relief here. No surgery, no shrugs, and that means no downtime. It's a fact. QC Kinetics is transforming lives. Their advanced treatments harness your own body's ability to restore and repair damaged joint tissue. And by the way, pro athletes, they've known about this. They've been doing this for years and years. Now we get a chance at it, and it's a life-changing treatment available to you, to me, to all of us. Now you can walk, run, do the stuff you love to do, pain-free, no pain pills, no risky surgery. It's an all-natural solution, which is what I love about it. QC Kinetics has tens of thousands of satisfied patients reclaiming your mobility. So many of you said, Dawn, I feel so good. I haven't felt this good in years. Take action now. Live your best life this spring, this summer. And by the way, it's a great use of your tax refund check. Just call QC Kinetics. Get a free consultation, 215-999-3000, 215-999-3000. QC Kinetics, 999-3000. Tell them Dawn sent you.
14 years from today, Jen Gomez will transform her tiny backyard garden into an organic microfarm. All because she's future-proofing her house and garden today with home safety resources from AARP's Home Fit Guide, so she can share her harvest with the community she loves for years to come. That's why the younger you are, the more you need AARP. Join AARP Philly for a free AARP Home Fit Workshop Saturday, March 16th at 12 p.m. Sign up at aarp.org/yourhome.
Not all water heaters are made equally. Some can be temperamental. Some can be unreliable and don't even think about what happens if you have neighbors downstairs.
Why is it raining inside my apartment?
Not with a Navien tankless water heater. You'll never run out of hot water. You only heat water when you need it, saving you tons in utility costs. Navien tankless water heaters. Visit tanklessmadesimple.com to learn more.
America. It's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you don't have Consumer Cellular yet, now is the perfect time to switch and save. For a limited time, new customers can get wireless service for as low as $15 a month for your first year. Yep, the same exact nationwide coverage as the leading carriers for $15 a month for an entire year. What are you waiting for? Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and use code RADIO15.
See consumercellular.com/firstyear15 for promotional details.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. You've been hearing me talk about Rescue Supplements for years. Well, Rescue Natural Supplements has launched a free personalized health survey that prioritizes all of your health goals. Whether you've been taking Rescue products for years or don't know where to start, in just 5 minutes, discover tailored Rescue supplements that will fill the gaps in your nutritional needs. That means no more guessing on products at the store or ignoring these issues altogether. The best part? Right now, you get a whopping 50% off recommended products after completing the survey. To get started, go to res-q.life. Again, that's res-q.life. Or call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Get help from a knowledgeable Rescue product consultant. I took the short survey. Let me tell you, I was blown away to see my results, so don't wait. Visit res-q.life and get 50% off recommended products today.
The impact of a meal goes well beyond feeding our bodies, because when people don't have to worry about where their next meal is coming from, they can truly thrive, like Marta.
And now we'll hear from our class valedictorian, who with our hard work never ceases to amaze us. Please welcome Marta Moreno.
And Alex.
Hey, Alex, how did the interview go?
I did it! I got the job! I can't believe it!
I knew it. Let's meet up later to celebrate.
And Diego.
Mom! I got first place at the science fair with my volcano project.
That's amazing, sweetie. Congratulations.
Because when people are fed, futures are nourished, and everyone deserves to live a full life. Join the movement to end hunger at feedingamerica.org/actnow. feedingamerica.org/actnow. A public service announcement brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Do you feel like you're going through life clouded by doubt? Talk to California Psychics. Our trusted and accurate psychics are available 24/7. And we guarantee, if it's not life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers get 80% off their first reading. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
You've heard it said, he's a diamond in the rough. Or maybe, diamonds are forever. Here's something else I've learned about diamonds. They're just pieces of coal put under pressure for a long, long, long time. So when I start feeling like I want to give up, I think about that little piece of coal. And if that piece of coal can make something of itself by not giving up, so can I. Persistence is in you. Pass it on. From PassItOn.com.
Hello, saver. Whether you're saving for that trip to the tropics or saving for an emergency, now is the time to take advantage of Wells Fargo's savings options. Wells Fargo offers savings accounts that can help you save towards your goals. So, what are you saving for? Visit a Wells Fargo branch or wellsfargo.com/save to open a savings account today.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
Hey, Audubon. Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
All right, Kayal Company, 9 o'clock as we continue, fourth and final hour, live here on this Thursday morning. State of the Union address tonight, coming up at 9 o'clock Eastern from the 46th President of the United States. High-stakes State of the Union speech for the big guy. What's on the cut sheet part 2 at the bottom of the hour, the morning mystery movie clip coming up in 20 minutes. As we now welcome in the 45th President of the United States. Donald J. Trump is back with us here on Kayal and Company. Mr. President, how are you this morning?
Oh, we're doing incredibly well. You know, we've had a beautiful couple of weeks. We've done incredibly well. You've done incredibly well. A lot of people are doing tremendously when you think about it, except for Bird Brain Nikki Haley. You know, she's out. Nimrata is out. And we said goodbye to her yesterday. We said, so long. We said farewell. We said Wiedersehen. We said goodbye. You know, I speak all those languages. I do it. I invented basically all of them too, and we're very happy. We're very happy to see her go. You know, I said maybe she would have had more success if she ran her campaign out of the back of an SUV, because that's where she had most of her success her entire career. We call it the escapade. The escapade and an Escalade. You know what I'm talking about?
That's not right.
Yes.
Kamala Harris knows what I'm talking about. She's out, and we know what's happening. It's beautiful.
That's not right, Mr. President.
It has been a tremendous week for you. Let's start with the big ruling from SCOTUS. 9-0. We were thinking, maybe 8-1. That would be great, but you get 9-0 to be on the ballots. They smacked down Colorado and that attorney general. You've got to be feeling good about Jenna Griswold being told no by all 9 of the justices, liberal or conservative for that matter.
And it was very surprising. You know, you have a Supreme Court Justice, Ketanji Brown Jackson, you know, and they ask her, what is a woman? She says, I'm not a biologist. And she's still not a biologist, but she's a Supreme Court Justice, and it's not a good thing. But even the person who doesn't know what a woman is, even the person who thinks that a man can have babies, and quite frankly, there's only been one in history, and her name is Michelle Obama. You have potentially, you have this person, and she doesn't know what a woman is. And even she said, I belong on the ballot. You know, it's incredible to see that. And you see what happened. The Supreme Court reversed the decision. They reversed the Colorado decision faster than Chris Christie reversed the effects of his lap band. You know what I'm talking about? He broke it. He broke it. What happened? He ate too many donuts and it snapped. It broke. And he got all of the weight that he lost. He gained back with interest. It was incredible. So much interest that Judge Engeron isn't even going to sue him for fraud. You know, that's incredible. But they reversed the decision, and they did incredibly well, and we are doing incredibly well. All 50 states now have to put me on the ballot. Every single state has to put me on the ballot, whether they like it or not, but everybody's very happy about it.
Mr. President, you rolled the victory on Super Tuesday, and now Bird Brain is out of the running. How soon until she endorses you? And will you be the one that initiates that call, or does she have to come to you?
She's going to have to come to me because we don't need her. We don't really want her. You know, the people who voted for her, a lot of them are Democrats, and we'll take every vote, but a lot of them are Democrats. And those are beautiful voters who got lied to, and unfortunately, they're seeing that now. She said she's a fighter. She doesn't fight. She doesn't fight at all. As a matter of fact, well, we don't need to go into it. We talked about the Escalade already, so we don't have to revisit that topic. But she's not too much of a fighter, and she's out. Now she's out. If she wants to endorse me, that's tremendous. If she doesn't, that's okay, because, you know, we don't really care. Not a lot of people like her, except Vermont. You know, Vermont for some reason likes her, but that's because they have Crazy Bernie.
It's true.
You know, you look at it, he talks about $15 an hour minimum wage and all of these crazy things. He's a crazy person. Vermont is a crazy place, and we love Vermont, but we also understand that some of those people, you know, they elect incredibly weird and strange people. But we're okay with Nikki. We're okay with her out. She's gone. And now we are ready to roll. Nimrata, gone out. See you later. Don't let the door, they say this, I said this first. Don't let the door hit you with the good Lord split you. See you later. She's gone.
Donald Trump joining us here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the day of the State of the Union address, which is very fascinating because yesterday you came out and said that you will be live fact-checking the big guy on Truth Social tonight during the State of the Union. I think that is a brilliant idea. I think it's pretty darn funny. And we were talking about whether or not you would counter-program the big guy. And yesterday afternoon, we got that answer.
Well, you look at the State of the Union, you look at what's going to happen. We'll see how many drugs Crooked Joe is on tonight. You know, if you find cocaine in the White House tomorrow, you know what it was there for. You know, he's got a big speech. He's got a big speech, and you don't want him to fall asleep. They call it the Alaskan caterpillar. We'll see what happens. But you'll see what happens with Crooked Joe. They need to drug him up. He's got to be up. He's usually very down. And the last time they put him in front of the camera, he thought Egypt was Mexico. So you have a hard time with this guy. And he's probably going to have a hard time tonight. And I'm not sure what to fact check him on. Do I fact check him on what words he makes up or what we think he means? You know, he says, true in an ant the pressure. Nobody knows what the hell that means. He said in an interview, I no more think of myself as being as old as I am than fly. Nobody knows what that means. So we'll see what happens, but we're going to be on Truth. It's a hot platform. Nobody's hotter than Truth Social except me. I'm very hot. I'm a hot guy. Everybody knows. Melania knows. I'm very hot. I'm hotter than probably anybody in the history of the world. You know, you can think about it. But you have Truth Social, we're going to be on there. We're going to be counter-programming, and we're going to do a tremendous job. Believe me.
You've said you will debate Joe Biden anytime, anywhere, any place. I know you are in general election mode. You've been in general election mode even when Nikki was still sticking around for reasons still nobody can figure out to this day. But do you expect to at least get one debate in this fall against Joe? I mean, where a lot of people are now reporting, including Axios, that Joe's going to try to goad you and he's going to try to trigger you and he's going to go for the jugular. 91 charges and 4 indictments haven't triggered you, yet somehow they think Joe will. Are you eagerly anticipating the debate stage?
First of all, I don't get triggered, okay? I don't do that. I'm not a crazy left-wing, purple-haired lunatic. I don't get triggered. And if anybody's going to trigger me, it's not going to be Crooked Joe. I can tell you that. I was on a debate stage with Crooked Hillary Clinton, and I lived to tell the tale. Isn't that incredible?
It's true.
I wasn't a part of, and by the way, I have to say this. I don't know who has a bigger body count, Hillary or Nikki Haley.
Oh, man.
Okay, we had to say it. We had to do it. You know, we had to do it. And you're acting like I said something crazy. You're from Philadelphia, okay? They say crazy things there all the time.
It's true.
Including when they booed me over the sneakers. You know, they booed me more than they booed Santa, which quite frankly means I'm more popular. You know, I'm more popular than Santa Claus. That's what that means. Because I give the good people wonderful things and I give the bad people coal, and we do it all the time. But I want to debate Joe. I'd love to debate Joe. And you said I want to do it this fall, which is funny because fall is one of the things Joe Biden does well. You put him on a flight of steps, he goes down. He actually goes up. When you put him on a flight of stairs, he goes up. He usually, you fall down the stairs. He found a way to fall up the stairs. It's incredible. But we'll debate. I'd debate him anywhere. I'll debate him at his favorite ice cream shop. I'll debate him. As he says, the black people, they go to McDonald's to get Wi-Fi. We'll debate him there, too. I'll debate him in his basement. We'll do it over Zoom. I'll debate him anywhere, and I'll win like nobody's ever won before.
He's on fire.
Donald Trump, absolutely on fire this morning. A few closing questions for you, Mr. President. Now that we've got Nikki out of the way, there's a lot of questions. When will you debate? Will Joe participate? Who will be the vice president? We've had these conversations before. Kristi Noem is out there. She seems to be a popular selection. Tulsi Gabbard's been very talkative lately. We've looked at females. We've looked at guys like Tim Scott. We've looked at Ben Carson, Vivek. Have you narrowed down your list to a select few? And are you ready to break some news on Kayal and Company as to when that next domino will drop?
Well, the vice president question has been a beautiful question lately. And I have to say, I've been talking about it. A lot of people have been talking about it. There are some very highly respected people, my son, Don Jr., because then it would say Trump, Trump, you know that? And there's an incredibly smart guy from Tennessee. His wife says it's a tremendous idea. Trump, Trump. If they take me out, Donald Trump is still your president. Wouldn't that be beautiful? There are other people who are on the list. People like Lee Zeldin, Elise. We love Elise. Ben Carson, Tim Scott. But these are all people who pale in comparison to the one true front runner, that is Snoop Dogg. We love Snoop Dogg. He said he might endorse me. It's the D-O-double-G, Trump Dog 2024. It's a beautiful thing. The lawn signs will be great. Trump Dog, he's a talented dog. He's a highly respected dog. He's got beautiful hair. And I heard he stopped smoking the devil's lettuce. Now he's thinking clearly. And he's endorsing. He might be endorsing. So we could do Trump, Snoop Dogg. That is the front runner. We could say he's the front runner as we talk right now. Nobody knows that, but you know that. It's beautiful.
Love that.
45th President of the United States is with us here on Kayal and Company. Last one for you, Mr. President. So we've got the Alvin Bragg case is going to be starting in 18 days. That's coming up on March 25th. And then yesterday we found out that SCOTUS and the immunity case will come a month later on April 25th. What has your legal team told you? What degree of immunity, if any, do you think SCOTUS will grant you in their opinion when they come up at the end of April?
Well, I have tremendous immunity. My immune system is really, quite frankly, unbelievable. We fought off the China virus like nobody's ever seen before. We have great antibodies. I met with them this morning and I told them, you guys are doing a great job. And, we saw the T cells. I say they're Trump cells. They're beautiful. I have to say that. So my immunity is great. I don't need the Supreme Court to tell me one thing or the other. My immune system is tremendous. But for the January 6th, we're so immune, like more immune than anybody's ever been before. They're going to tell you that. It's going to be wonderful. But you look at Alvin Bragg, you have that case. I was talking to my lawyers, and they said the only case Alvin Bragg has had success with is a case of Twinkies. That much I can say. He eats a lot. He's on the seafood diet. He sees food, he eats it. Him and Chris Christie share a common interest, and that would be food. That's what I'm talking about. So the only counts that Alvin Bragg is familiar with is the blood sugar. He's probably very diabetic. He's huge, and we hope he doesn't have a problem. But, we're very confident in our ability to handle those cases, and we're very confident in our ability to win the 2024 election. We're leading by a lot, and a lot more than what the fake polls say. We're leading by a lot, and we're going to continue to do that and save America, make America great again, believe me.
The great Sean Farash is joining us, as he always does from time to time here on this program as Donald J. Trump. Great stuff, as always, Sean. Let me get your thoughts on a couple of things that have transpired this week. I actually want to start with this. Now, I just got handed a story in the last break that Charles Barkley has come out. I guess this was off of his show last night on CNN, where he tore into Biden and Democrats, saying they only care about black people every 4 years. This off of what was going viral yesterday on social media, which we talked about, where Barkley, and I'm paraphrasing here, said if he ever saw a black man wearing a Trump mugshot T-shirt, he would punch them in the face. Why do you think it is that Democrats and the left can't wrap their mind around some individuals in, quote, marginalized communities getting on board with what Trump is saying he's going to deliver and what he did deliver in 2020 for some of these people?
Well, it takes a long, long time to break those habits, especially like when it's the way you think, right? So if you're like a negative thinker and someone's like, well, just think positive, you're going to do all right. It's hard to retrain yourself. So a lot of these folks, unfortunately, the media, and this is across all of the political spectrum. You saw Michael Rappaport recently just start to come around. I'm not voting for Trump, but I'm not voting for Biden. That's like the first step. I was talking to somebody here in Tennessee last year, and we were talking about Ben Shapiro. And we always say that how Ben Shapiro is a very smart guy. He's like the gateway drug for conservatives, right? You start with him, and you work your way all the way down, right? So that's kind of what happens, in these communities and with liberals as a whole. I want to actually I have a tweet on my screen in front of me because I've been talking about this in particular. The sentiment in these communities, urban communities, the black community, whatever you want to call them, is changing to fit the America First MAGA platform. Like, this messaging is the same messaging that Trump uses. So the logical next step is as long as the communities can be exposed to what Trump is saying, which what they're saying, they're going to say, holy cow, I just said that. Meek Mill, the rapper, said on March 4th, it's only a couple of days ago, he said, make sure you strap up in America. It's extremely dangerous on the streets. They have no control. Illegal immigrants everywhere, automatic guns flooding the inner cities, fentanyl poisoning in most drugs, opioids melting the brains of humans, and algorithms mind control. Like, that's Meek Mill saying that. This is happening all over the place. I mean, even Kathy Hochul a week or so ago came out and said, well, we don't want to change New York City's sanctuary city stuff laws because we don't want to actually deport the criminals because they're just going to come back. So she's admitting the border's wide open. I mean, everybody knows what's going on. Down to Virginia on Super Tuesday, exit polling saying the border and immigration was their top issue, and MSNBC was laughing about it. Well, why are you laughing about the fact that a Democrat state, a blue state of Virginia, they have to have Glenn Youngkin, but they traditionally vote blue in presidential elections. Why are they aligning themselves with the number one issue of Republican voters? And they're laughing about it, you know? So there's a shift happening. Charles Barkley, I don't take anything he says seriously. You a knucklehead, whatever he says. He's a whack job. But it's interesting. He's going to punch a Trump supporter, a black guy in the face for wearing a Trump shirt. And yet he's kind of saying the same things that Donald Trump says. I don't think he understands the messages and what they agree on a lot of these things. I don't think he gets it yet, but he might soon, and we'll see what happens.
Want to get your thoughts on two stories. One in Tennessee. I used to live there for 4.5 years. I know you live down in the Nashville area now, and also you are a lifelong New Yorker. Let me start with New York. So, Kathy, you mentioned Kathy Hochul. Now, New York, and this is from the New York Times, the National Guard and the state police will patrol subways and check bags. The video of it went viral on social media last night. We've been talking about it this morning. Want to get your thoughts on that, because if I recall correctly, years ago, Tom Cotton suggested this, the Arkansas Republican, and the New York Times smeared him as saying that's a racist statement. And the same writer that wrote that op-ed is now saying it would be a good idea. To me, the biggest sin of all is the mayor, Eric Adams, is a former police officer who basically sold his law and order soul to the progressives. So this is probably the biggest sin of all, that it's happening under the watch of a guy who used to patrol the streets.
Yeah, I mean, they took away stop and frisk, which they said was a racist policy, only to replace it with National Guardsmen who are going to stop people and check their bags. So we've come full circle now. And this is what always happens with the left. You know, how Joe Biden came out and he said, the only reason border's wide open is because of Donald Trump and his MAGA Republican friends. And then he came out and then he said, you know, after the State of the Union, he's going to do an executive order on the border. So you can't have it both ways, right? Is it Congress's fault, or have you just not taken action for 3 years? Obviously, we know the truth. He hasn't taken action for 3 years. So, you know, this situation with the National Guard and the subway, again, it's our opportunity, again, those of us on the right, to say, wait a second, we told you so, right? Martha's Vineyard, they had this issue. We can't handle all these immigrants. Oh, when we say that, we're racist. When you say that, oh, no, they got to just go to a better place. Besides, well, there's a better place than Martha's Vineyard, really, which the Biden administration has designated as a low-income area, which is hysterical. But no, this putting the National Guard down in the subway, I mean, you could do this with the NYPD. You had stop and frisk. You had broken windows policing. So the guy who broke the window under Giuliani, the guy who broke the window of the Macy's, was arrested and detained and held in custody so that he didn't go and commit a more violent crime down the line. Dan Bongino talks about this all the time. You stop the guy who jumps the turnstile, because the guy who jumps the turnstile is going to also be the guy who robbed somebody on the subway that he jumped the turnstile to get on. So it's you know, again, it's we told you so. Law and order keeps people safe. It's not racist, and the left is demonstrating that what the right has been saying for years is the right way to go. But they decided not to do it because they had to bend the knee to the progressives and the whole racial woke mob.
Yes, you're absolutely right. Final one for you. I'm sure you saw this story down in Tennessee. The Post Millennial is the source I'm reading it from. The Tennessee Office of Homeland Security has issued an officer safety bulletin, which was obtained by Louder and Crowder, warning law enforcement to be on the lookout for a man accused of making a bomb threat against Trump supporters. The bulletin states that on February 29th, the FBI's Memphis field office notified Tennessee's Office of Homeland Security of a 30-year-old man, Benjamin Matthew Dayton, who had been making posts and social media blogs about blowing up his own van. He was going to, quote, rig his van and bomb Trump supporters. I'm sure MSNBC and CNN will be all over this story today.
So this is my problem, right? So the FBI knows who this guy is. Why didn't they go get him? Because they're too preoccupied with January 6th, right? That's the whole thing. That's what really gets me annoyed. Every time you see a mass shooting or something, a couple of days later, you'll see the trend. Oh, this person was being monitored by the FBI. Can I ask a very, very blunt question? What the F are you monitoring if you know this person is getting ready to blow, to shoot up a school? So we know there's a guy who says he wants to rig up his van and bomb Trump supporters. But what do we do? We call, I got a text from somebody last night. A January 6th family who doesn't speak English got a call with an interpreter on the line last night and said, you have to surrender yourself to the FBI tomorrow. That's what they're doing. They're not stopping the guy who says, I'm going to go kill people with a van with a bomb in it. Yes, this is what's happening. That is why in April 16th, and the April 25th immunity case and all of that, right? April 16th is arguably an even more important case, Fisher versus the United States, where they're going to review the obstruction of an official proceeding, DOJ 1512 charge, okay? If they overturn that, if they say the application of that is not valid, not appropriate, then thousands of January 6 sentences are going to get wiped out. Thousands of convictions are going to get wiped out. They used obstruction of an official proceeding instead of what they could have used, 18 U.S. Code Section 2383, which is called the Rebellion and Insurrection Act for J6ers, right? But the reason why they didn't charge anybody, not one, on January 6th with insurrection is because there was no insurrection. Now, the point is, again, the FBI is going out there looking for these quote-unquote insurrectionists and literally going, hey, Tennessee, there's a terrorist who's threatening to bomb conservatives. You go handle that. We're going to get on the phone with a J6er who doesn't speak English with an interpreter and demand that she surrenders herself to the field office the next day. We're going to let the J6 pipe bomb story just drift away into the ether. Nobody cares about it. I mean, this is where your FBI is. So that's why I always say, love Trump to death. Nobody does it better. I love him. He's a tremendous guy. If he does not take care of the FBI when he's the president, we're going to have a serious problem on our hands, because if this is not brought back under control, nothing gets fixed. The next time he's a Democrat president, the same stuff is going to happen. So they need to get themselves right. There's a guy out there, his name's been released. Why are you not raiding his house? Why are you going after grandma walked in the velvet ropes? This is why I get so fired up about the FBI. It bothers me to no end, makes my skin crawl, keeps me up at night, because you just don't know. I don't know if I'm going to get a knock on my door because I wore a MAGA hat in Publix yesterday. I have no idea. So I've been to a school board meeting in the last 3 months ago. Oh boy. Right? Like it's insane. Their priorities are backwards, and they need to be brought back under control.
Sean, great stuff as always, brother. Great segment. We appreciate it. We'll chat very soon. Thank you as always.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
You got it. There he is. Sean Faresh joining us.
Wow.
Whether it's giving his real takes or impersonating Trump, always high energy, always spot on. All right, 9:23. Let's get to the morning mystery movie clip.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
15-year-old daughter at the international school.
Yeah. Facebook? Is that possible?
Dude, Facebook's my bitch.
Seriously? Like she fights with her parents or...
Don't worry. I know all the hooks for this kind of phishing. Query name, so email, keyword, whatever selector you want. And justification is where I write. In other words, turning your daddy into a CIA informant.
Wait, that's it?
That's it, bro.
You don't have to get a FISA court order? No, not here. X key scores under 702 authority, which means no warrants.
Think you know what it is? Maybe call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Once again, a pair of tickets, movie passes to see Cabrini from the makers of Sound of Freedom. Experience the uplifting journey of Francesca Cabrini in Cabrini, arriving in New York City in 1889. Her daring mission transforms lives. Get your tickets to Cabrini now in theaters on International Women's Day, which is tomorrow, March 8th.
Woohoo. We have to get Dawn something.
No,
That's right, I do.
Yeah.
Yep.
Don't forget. By the way, Shafe says Blazing Saddles. No, it is not Blazing Saddles.
Mid. Didn't age well. Kayal and Company will get our winner when we come back. And we've also got What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2. But first, a good word from my good friends at Blue Chew. Pretty sure Sean Farash doesn't need Blue Chew. Although I would say there's probably some of you in this audience that could benefit from it, and that's why I'm here to tell you about it. BlueChew.com, promo code 1210 for your first month free. How about that? First month free, BlueChew.com, promo code 1210. All you're going to pay is the $5 for shipping. The great people at Blue Chew offer a unique, one-of-a-kind online service. Even if you're watching on YouTube right now, we've got the promo code up on YouTube, a little graphic in black and white. BlueChew.com, promo code 1210 for your first month free. It's an online service that delivers men the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in a chewable tablet at a much cheaper price. Just pay $5 for shipping when you use the promo code 1210 at BlueChew.com for your first month. And now it comes in a mint-flavored chewable. So how about that? Fresh breath as well, with the same active ingredient as Levitra. No embarrassing conversations, no pharmacy wait lines, no doctor visits that get real weird and awkward. Right to your door in discreet fashion. BlueChew.com, promo code 1210, made in the USA.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Do you know when the best time to buy investment properties is? It's now. It's always now. You just need to learn how to buy them correctly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night and learn how to buy investment properties and make money every time. That's right. That's what we teach. We teach how to buy investment properties and make money every time. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now. Take a class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Don't go through life ignorant about how to become a millionaire. Learn how to invest in real estate, the stock market, precious metals, and learn from an expert. At Investor Schooling, we teach these things and more. We only provide education, and we will teach you how to leverage real estate, how to leverage the stock market, and how to leverage precious metals to make more money than you've ever made before. Go to investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. We will see you there. Investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com.
This is important news. If you have unfiled tax returns, the IRS is shifting gears and ramping up investigations on non-filers this year. If you fail to file your tax returns for a year or more, or you owe back taxes, now's the time to call Optima Tax Relief before the IRS finds you. Optima is America's #1 most trusted tax resolution firm, specialized in helping individuals, families, and businesses get right with the IRS. They're experts in the Taxpayer Relief Initiative, a powerful new program that can make resolving tax issues easier. A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, Optima's award-winning team has helped thousands of people protect their paychecks, bank accounts, homes, and businesses by putting their tax problems to rest, resolving over $1 billion in tax debts for their clients. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-682-9928. 800-682-9928. 800-682-9928.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. I've told you about Dr. Bentz, my dentist, great prosthodontist. Well, 2023 was a big staff turnover year due to retirements and other moves. Everything is rolling into the new year. Laura is the new office administrator. Nancy, Madison, Shelby, they're there to greet you with that same culture of excellence. You can count on the Bentz Dental Group in East Norriton. Give them a call, 610-272-6949, BentzDentalGroup.com.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. The only choice you need for a lawn care service is the choice I made, Natural Lawn of America. Natural Lawn has been creating green lawns quickly, more naturally, and with fewer weeds since 1987. Unlike other lawn care companies, Natural Lawn's technicians work to determine the specific needs of your lawn. That reduces the need for chemicals and creates a safer lawn for your family and pets. Take advantage of Natural Lawn's limited time offer, free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED. Natural Lawn of America, greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed. Spring is approaching fast. It's time for you to get into shape and ready for the warmer weather. For over a decade, NJ Diet has helped thousands of people lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days. That's nearly twice as fast as weight loss injections and without any of those nasty side effects. NJ Diet uses your hair and saliva, along with scans, to personalize natural solutions and supplements to get you to shed that fat quickly. Then, NJ Diet uses your DNA info to help you keep the weight off. You are fully supervised the entire time to make sure you are burning fat and not just losing water. You even get the doctor's personal email and phone number. Locations close by in King of Prussia, Cherry Hill, and Newark, or available from home with live online video consultations. Call 855-5NJ-DIET, 855-5NJ-DIET, or schedule your consult today at njdiet.com. Get ready for spring weather with njdiet.com.
Business owners own a custom-designed building from General Steel. Call 866-95-STEEL. That's 866-957-8335.
Youngsters are sure to smile on Sunday, April 14th when the Phils host the Pirates at 1:35 for Cavity Busters Kids Opening Day. And kids 14 and under receive a sleeveless hoodie. Order tickets now at phillies.com. Live the sweet life at Citizens Bank Park. Check out the many suite offerings available to elevate your game day experience with awesome views, privacy, and catering. Visit phillies.com/group tickets for more info and to book today.
There's breaking news all day long from around the world, and sometimes all that noise makes it hard to hear about what's happening right here at home. With the free Odyssey app, getting your local news plus breaking news is easy. And even when you're not near a radio, stay connected with what's going on right here by listening live and push alerts. Just download the free Odyssey app and search and follow your local news station, and you're good to go. The local breaking news to get you through your day at your fingertips on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
All right, Kayal Company, 9:32 here on this Thursday morning. Our buddy Sean Farash was brought to you by American Heritage Credit Union. Unlock financial freedom with American Heritage Credit Union. Secure your future with a 13-month IRA certificate at 5% annual percentage yield, or enjoy flexibility with a 10-month 5% APY. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org and join today. We'll find out what's on tap for the Dawn Show in about 20 minutes. Also today in music history and who won Twitter today. But right now, let's get to What's on the Cut Sheet, Part 2.
What's on the Cut Sheet?
Part 2. What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2 is sponsored by Holland Floor Covering. Holland Floor Covering is the region's premier flooring dealer, family operated for over 50 years, providing exceptional service and professional installation. Visit their 2 showrooms in Wayne and Newtown. No charge samples, no obligation estimates. Learn more at hollandfloor.com. Holland, that's HOLLAND, floor.com. Thank you, Holland Floor, for sponsoring the ever-important Thursday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2. Guys, and ladies, excuse me, Dawn, I didn't mean to call you a guy. How dare I? We mentioned Jason Palmer yesterday. You guys remember Jason Palmer?
Yeah, he won Punta Cana, didn't he?
No, he won American Samoa.
Oh, that's what it is,
He beat Joe Biden in American Samoa. And everybody is asking themselves, who the hell is Jason Palmer? Mm-hmm. Well, he was on with Jesse Waters last night to clarify just exactly who he is. This is Jason Palmer. The world is getting to know him. He beat Joe Biden in American Samoa. This is cut 11. Phil, go.
Democrat presidential candidate and Samoa dark horse, Jason Palmer, joins me now. Jason, have you ever been to Samoa?
I actually have never been to American Samoa, but I do think it's a very beautiful country, and I look forward to going there in the future.
Well, it's a part of America, so I guess it's not really a country. How did you campaign there?
Very dumb.
So we campaigned there in the simplest of ways. We hired 3 local people who'd worked on previous campaigns, and Miracle and Dorian did a fantastic job. And it just was virtual town halls, a beach cleanup, really talking to people about what their key issues were. And those key issues actually lined up with things on my platform already. So more resources for education, more focus on healthcare. They only have 1 hospital in American Samoa, and it hasn't been upgraded in a long time. A lot of people want to go into healthcare as a career, but their college is only a community college. It doesn't have...
Am I saying this wrong? Is it Samoa or is it Samoa?
You know, it's actually pretty hard for people to get this. It's Samoa.
Samoa. Okay, so you hired
But thinks
Miracle
it's a country,
and
so.
she worked one up for you.
It is actually true.
Where do you live?
So I live in Baltimore, Maryland, but I have lived and grew up in upstate New York and went to the University of Virginia.
All right. Do you expect to win Texas next?
No, I do not expect to win Texas, but we're going to compete vigorously in Arizona, partly because of what you were just showing earlier on your show. Immigration is the #1 concern for Americans, and I'm about ready to come out with a 12-page plan for how we can solve immigration, which I'd be happy to go into. It involves surging border judges, and I'm really surprised nobody has talked about this yet.
A judge surge. Everybody needs a judge surge. Who?
There you go.
Well, how about that? So, yeah,
It's amazing, isn't it?
America Samoa,
Samoa. Yep.
is a U.S. territory covering 7 South Pacific islands. The capital is Pago Pago.
There you go.
It's a beautiful place.
Have you been?
No, I've just seen the pictures.
Oh.
I mean, it looks gorgeous.
Where is it on a map?
I've
Pacific.
Okay.
It's where like Vi Sikahema is from.
Yes.
Okay.
Great call.
And Jordan Mailata.
There you go. Yes.
Nice.
That's how I know about it, from Vi telling stories about it.
Okay.
Yep.
Nice.
It's like paradise.
Yeah. Don't mess around with the Samoans either, by the way.
This guy that was brilliant. Hey, honey, you know what? I'm going to run in I'm going to campaign a lot in American Samoa.
I've heard it's a lovely
You know what
country.
I mean? Like, go to paradise. It's actually brilliant.
Yeah, it's true.
Pretty brilliant of his producers to book that guy on his show.
Yeah, it is.
So what's more embarrassing, that Jesse Palmer took
Jason Palmer?
Yeah. Well, Jesse Palmer's from The Bachelor.
Yeah.
So he took American Samoa, or the fact that Nikki Haley took Vermont?
By the way, Tuna Fang on the YouTube chat says Jason Palmer is the keyboard player for Emerson, Lake and Palmer.
Oh, cool.
No, it's not true. It's a joke. We were talking with Sean Faresh about.
Is it Faresh or Farish?
I
like
don't know.
parish. I thought somebody said it rhymed with parish.
Has he been to America Samoa?
I know. Should have asked him.
When he co-hosts with you, you should probably get his name correct, right?
Yeah. We're gonna have to.
We should go over that with him.
Figure that one out.
We were talking about New York Governor Kathy Hochul and about how she is going to deploy 1,000 National Guardsmen and state cops to carry out bag checks in New York City subways. This is Cut 8, Phil. Go.
Point 1. I'm redeploying nearly 1,000 members of the New York State Police, MTA Police, and MTA National Guard to conduct bag checks in the city's busiest transits. You'll start seeing them at the tables, making sure that weapons are not being brought in, working in concert with our New York State Police, as well as our NYPD. Because no one heading to their job or to visit family or to go to a doctor appointment should worry that the person sitting next to them possesses a deadly weapon.
Wow.
You know, I don't know. That sounds a little racist, Kathy. I have to take this under advisement, and I'll come back to you with an opinion in the morning. Although, on June 3rd, 2020, Tom Cotton said that the nation must restore order and the military stands ready. Send in the troops, says Tom Cotton. And Mara Gay, a columnist for the New York Times, said, running this column in the New York Times puts black people in danger.
Of course it does.
And other Americans standing up for our humanity and democracy. So what did Mara Gay write just a day or two ago in the New York Times? The National Guard might help subway riders feel safer. So 4 years later, it's a complete pivot of that's racist to, you know what, after further review, It might be necessary.
Yeah, by the way, Phil is right now is running the video of
Look at
all
this.
the national. Yeah, it looks
Look
like
at this.
It looks like a third world country.
It looks like I mean, you don't even see this at an airport with TSA. Look at these guys with what are those, assault rifles? I don't even know what that gun is. I mean, these guys are ready to go.
Again, because this is again the federal government, and I know Kathy Hochul, is the one that is doing this, but this is again a problem that 99% of people who ride the subway don't have. But because of the 1% and because we don't enforce the laws that are already on the books, we have to go to these extreme measures.
You have NYPD there. You have state troopers, it looks like. You have National Guard. And, I mean, this looks like a war zone in Baghdad.
It does. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT if you want to see the video. It's amazing.
Look at that.
You know what I mean? The next person to assault somebody or kill somebody or rape somebody on a subway, take them, put them on the tracks, and have the subway run over them.
Thank God I don't have to deal with this.
You know what'll stop? Subway assaults.
Yep.
We don't need this. It's just making it harder for average everyday people who need to get to where they're going to get to where they're going.
Yeah. I mean, I feel, especially here in this city with SEPTA, whether it's a bus or the subway, I feel for the people that have to ride with the dreck of humanity. Get people laying around, urinating and laying in their own puddles. It's just disgraceful. United States of America. We act like it.
We have to do this because we don't enforce the laws that are already on the books.
Yeah, you're right.
It's unbelievable.
It's true.
One more, and then we have to break again. Bernie Sanders was on the Stephen Colbert program.
Oh, so funny meets funny.
82-year-old Bernie Sanders. I believe he's 82. I think he's a year older than Joe Biden. And then he says to Stephen Colbert that the media has fixated a little too much on Joe Biden's age. This is cut 9. Phil, go.
Okay. A recent poll says 73% of registered voters think Biden is too old to be president. You're 1 year older than him. Are you worried about his age?
I'm worried about a lot of things. But I think the media has fixated a little bit too much on age. All right, age is a factor, all right?
Factor.
But what you want to look at is the totality of the person and what he or she accomplishes. If you look at what Biden has done, unemployment today, for the last 2 years, we've had unemployment under 4%, unprecedented in the last 50 years. We've created hundreds of thousands of decent-paying jobs. We've finally begun to take a step forward in lowering the outrageous cost of prescription drugs in this country. We're rebuilding our crumbling infrastructure. We're investing in sustainable energy. Those are real achievements. So I think rather than saying, oh, he made another gaffe today, oh, he doesn't walk all that well, compare what he has done and what he wants to do with where Trump is coming from. I think people will come out for Biden big time.
There you go.
Right.
Bernie Sanders looks like an Olympic triathlete compared to Joe Biden. All right.
But again, Dawn says this, Nick, you say too, it's about mental acuity, not about age.
Yeah.
Bernie Sanders, you can agree with him or not.
He's still with it.
He seems very with it at 82.
Yeah.
So it's not age.
Yeah,
it's a person.
It's case by case.
Yep.
I think Trump and Bernie are still with it for the most part. Trump probably, and I've said and I've just quantified it, I think Trump's probably 95% of what he was in 2020 or 2016. I don't know I don't hear enough of Bernie, but I would say he's probably 70% of what he used to be. He still sounds boring as hell. But other than that, he seems with it. But Joe, it's obvious.
Yep.
The proof's in the pudding. It's undeniable.
Pudding. All right, we have to break.
Pudding. Proof's in the pudding. No G on the end. All right, coming up next, we'll find out what's on tap for the Dawn Show. Who won Twitter today and today in music history. Back after this, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano, Italia, my favorite destination in the world, Italy. It's called the Grand Event for good reason. Rome, Tuscany, Florence, Orvieto, Siena, Venice, Milan, and the northern Italian Lakes region. 12 big days of touring, the kind of dining events that Conservative Tours Tour Company is famous for in Italy. $53.71, that includes your airfare, the Colosseum, the Vatican, Trevi Fountain, Piazza Navona. Fully escorted by my friends at Conservative conservative tours team in Italy, the Renzo, Romina, and Giuseppe. Call them toll-free at 888-733-9494 or go to conservativetours.com. Tuscany beckons, and it's a time to answer Florence, the history, the beauty. San Gimignano, bustling Siena, and then it's on to the grand finale, Venice, Milan, the pristine resort of Stresa on Lake Maggiore, Bellagio 2, this fall in Italia. Ciao.
Over 10 years ago, we realized how important saving family memories was, and we wanted to help. Legacy Box started from that passion and has now helped over 1 million families digitally preserve their film reels, VHS tapes, and photos. Hi, I'm Nick.
And I'm Adam. What started with the two of us in a garage is now over 200 trained professionals. Legacy Box is a safe and secure way to put all your favorite family memories on an easy-to-view digital format like a thumb drive, DVD, or the cloud.
We ship you a sturdy Legacy Box to fill with all your outdated media, safety barcodes to track your items throughout the process, and a prepaid mailing label. Legacy Box has been featured by Good Morning America and The Today Show. Not bad for 2 kids in a garage.
That's true, Nick. And here's the best part. We always wanted to make it affordable to preserve your entire collection, so we're offering 50% off.
Visit legacybox.com/value to take advantage of this exclusive offer. That's legacybox.com/value to save 50%. legacybox.com/value.
Am I going to be okay? It's the most important question you should ask yourself when approaching retirement. A financial advisor will probably answer that question by looking at just one thing: how much you've saved. At Spectrum Wealth Partners, we believe that's only half the story. The stock market will continue to go up and down, but at Spectrum Wealth, we can help you build guaranteed lifetime income that's not affected by any of it. Let's sit down together and help you answer the question, am I going to be okay? Call 856-322-8686 or online at spectrumwp.com. And tune into the Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen Saturdays at 3 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Advisory services offered through Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and Spectrum Wealth Partners are not affiliated companies.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-514-1020. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-514-1026 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-514-1026 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-514-1026.
Deanna got some really bad news from the IRS.
They said you owe quite a bit of money. They told me the possibilities of garnishing my wages, taking my house, taking my car.
Deanna found out about Optima Tax Relief. They've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax saved my life.
Call Optima now for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. Optima Tax Relief. For details, visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
If you're driving a car or truck with an expired warranty and suddenly lost your transmission or needed a full engine repair, would a $4,000 repair bill leave you stranded? I'm Danica Patrick. Don't get caught off guard with a vehicle breakdown. Choose the company I trust. Endurance. No matter the mileage, if your vehicle is less than 20 years old, Endurance offers auto protection plans for any budget. Protection on the drivetrain, electrical, transmission, AC, and more. Plus 24/7 roadside assistance and rental car reimbursement on any plan. Endurance handles everything, from making the claim to paying the certified mechanic of your choice. Act now and get 1 full year of elite benefits, a $2,000 value, free.
Endurance has paid hundreds of millions in claims. Call for your fast free quote today. Call 800-298-9145. That's 800-298-9145. 800-298-9145. 845.
Hi, it's Dawn. Need a lawn care service? Choose a company that provides better results and is safer for your family and pets. Choose Natural Lawn. They've been creating green lawns quickly, more naturally, and with fewer weeds since 1987. Their technicians work to determine the specific needs of your lawn, which reduces the need for chemicals and creates a safer lawn. Take advantage of Natural Lawn's limited time offer, free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED. Choose my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
Hey, Riverton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
All right, Kayal and Company winding things down here on this Thursday morning. State of the Union address coming up in, we'll call it 11 hours or so. But in 10 minutes, it's the Dawn Show. And we find out what she has lined up at 10 o'clock this morning.
Yeah, there's so much breaking. By the way, I have to clarify something I said about my friend Vi Sekahama. So he's Tongan, which is part of all of those South Pacific islands, Oceania. And Jordan Mailata is obviously Australian, but a native of Samoan heritage.
Oh.
I hate when so American Samoa, it's an unincorporated territory of the U.S. Tonga is not.
Okay.
But it's all right in that beautiful region of the South Pacific.
You know more than James Palmer does now.
No, I knew it was wrong. Like when it came out of my mouth, I was like, I would talk about all those islands, but I just had to say that.
All right.
Because sometimes they do listen. So, Jennifer Stefano, I mean, I just love her. She's so fantastic. And she's going to break down her latest Inquirer op-ed, really focused on the licensing issues in Pennsylvania. This is a huge issue. So talking about Super Tuesday, we'll kind of riff on, what she's expecting for the State of the Union this evening and all these other issues, especially with immigration. I was digging through some other facts and figures as far as illegal immigration, sanctuary states, counties, and all of the crime associated with that. But there's so much, as you know, everything always breaks between 10 and noon. So we'll cover it all, I promise.
All right, the Dawn Show coming up in just about 8 minutes as we find out what transpired today in music history.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, March 7th, we celebrate the birthdays of Randy Gus, the drummer for Toad the Wet Sprocket, and Peter Wolf, the lead singer for Jay Giles Band. Two notable singles from today include Blue Monday by New Order from 83 and Best Thing by Styx in 73. Some notable albums include Bowie's Young Americans in 75, the Psychedelic Furs debut in 80, and Tears for Fears debut in 83. Also in 87, License to Ill by the Beastie Boys became the first rap album to hit #1. And lastly, related to the shirt Greg wore on Friday, on this day in 94, the Supreme Court ruled that parody constitutes free speech in deciding that Two Live Crew's version of Oh Pretty Woman was legal.
Thank you.
For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Lumpwood.
Look at the research that goes into this.
I know, it's a production.
That's amazing.
I know.
Wow, good job, Philip.
Nice work out of Phil.
Oh, look, there's Two Live Crew wearing that shirt that I wore, I guess it was last Friday.
Oh, was that Friday?
Good find, man.
Yeah.
Holy man.
Would you have do you have a Kiss shirt on yesterday?
Probably, I don't remember. But yes, yeah. I have so many concert shirts. I have an addiction. I buy like old school rock shirts for way more money than they're actually
Now, are
worth.
these all ones that you've attended at least?
No. These are ones that are from like the 70s and 80s, and and I pay way too much money for them.
All right. Well, we all have our vices.
If you go to the outlets in Limerick, they have all those, and they're really nice.
Did you have to pass a DEI course to get that t-shirt?
I did not.
Okay.
I did not.
That's funny. All right, let's wrap it up with Who Won Twitter today.
Who won Twitter?
By the way, I think it was Adam who says, thank God that I'm not on Dawn's show because he can't stand me. So don't worry, Adam.
Aw.
It's fine. Dawn is coming up in 2 hours, or in for the next 2 hours so you can be Greg free. But anyway,
Aww.
in exile in Jersey, I just love people.
The 6 hours of stock.
In exile in Jersey, my buddy Greg wins Twitter because, again, he insults me, and I love that. He says, Greg has one skill, radio, yet now wants to be a YouTube producer. Yeah, that's what I've been talking about all this time. That's true. Look, I'm just trying to evolve. I'm trying to evolve the radio station into what I believe is the future of this medium.
Okay.
Piling on Greg. We love Greg. Why are you piling on Mike?
I
Don't
love
pile on Mike Greg.
I love it. I
Do
love
that.
it. Do it more. Do it more.
Yeah, maybe. Should Greg just leave the show?
Yes.
No,
Fred. I'm leaving.
We have to be. You know what?
I'm leaving.
You can only have a conversation and get tough with each other when you respect each other.
Thank you very much.
And that's the truth.
Thank you very much.
All right. I'm leaving as well. Greg's leaving. Dawn's sticking around. Joe's going to stick around for about 8 more months. Joe's coming up at 9 o'clock tonight, and I'm sure he'll point up to the balcony tonight, and he's going to say, Don't jump. Don't do it. And then he'll wrap it up by saying this.
All right. God save the Queen, man.
Hey, everyone. It's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
Hurry up!
Go away, I'm enjoying my hot shower.
Yeah, we'd all like to. Hot